White Queen mind control. To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing. That's White Queen mind control.
Welcome, everyone, to the final day of the MRCNA, and I cannot wait to dive into some of these games. My name is Iron Chip, and I'm here with my co-host, Dogman. How are you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good, Mr. Shib. We're back again, man. Lower bracket finals today, then grand finals. Every region is wrapping up except us. So this is, or now us, I should say. So now we're the final step into finishing off MRC Season 1, man. So I'm excited, as you are, I imagine.
Yeah, these games are going to be insane. We've seen some serious potential out of these teams. Shroud-X has been showing up. They're known. Their story, I would say, is that they're always showing up in clutch moments. They've had a little bit of fallings, a couple failings when the moment really mattered, but these last few games, just sweeping teams, taking out the Magnets, which looked really strong. I'm pulling for these teams to be looking really good against each other because obviously we know how strong 100 Thieves can be. What do you think about this first game?
Oh, yeah, I mean, this could go either way, right? Considering, like, what we saw yesterday when 100 Thieves went against Sentinels. It was close, it was back and forth, but it was still a 3-0 for Sentinels. So, obviously, going into today, I mean, where are 100 Thieves at mentally? Considering, where we were talking about them before, just being this unstoppable team, now they just got 3-0'd, so we'll see if they can bounce back in these lower brackets, man. It could really go either way.
Yeah, they're woundable, right? I think that's what we as an audience wanted to see. And honestly, it goes back to the momentum conversation we have. We saw the Magnets take them for a round. That was surprising, and I think they looked really good into them. So it almost made them seem like 100 Thieves were on their heels a little nervous. And then to get swept by the Sentinels right after, that is just, to me, was really surprising to see. I mean, Sentinels obviously a really strong team in their own right, but to 3-0 them was an absolutely insane watch. And like you're saying, I mean, maybe that momentum that being on the bottom like that and during those moments could come to bite them here in this first game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who knows what's going to happen upcoming? Like you said, with Team Magnets, I mean, they looked really good. Just the team out of nowhere, just kind of coming through, having a duelist player on a controller. I mean, so many things that have happened throughout this tournament have been so exciting. And, teams dropping out early because of, MRC seeding and stuff. We had Shikigami going out early, FlyQuest now losing to Magnets. So they also lost to Magnets earlier on in the tournament. That was the team that sent FlyQuest into the lower bracket previously, just like early first few rounds. So, a lot of things have developed, and Team Magnets definitely a team on the come up with all these other top signed teams.
Absolutely, but first things we want to dive into shortly is we got some stuff to discuss. So let's quickly look right here. Some skins that are out in the game right now. I mean, I cannot lie to you guys. I'm a huge fan of these with the Thor's Lord of Asgard, Hawkeye's Ronin costumes. Take your chances, make the move towards glory on the battlefield, and let your presence ignite the battle. These skins are awesome. I'm a huge Ronin Hawkeye fan myself, just from the comic line, pulling out the swords instead of the bow and showing a little bit of a darker side. And then that Thor skin, in my personal opinion, I don't know about you, Dogman, my favorite Thor skin by far, completely shifting what we've normally seen from him.
Oh yeah, 100%. Considering Thor just taking on the mask, looking all badass in his own right, and I agree with you 100%. I mean, that Thor skin looks freaking beautiful, and the Hawkeye too. I mean, with the Hawkeye buffs too, we're probably going to see a ton more of that hero, man. So I would not be surprised.
Yeah, and then there's a few more. That Moon Knight skin, if you've ever watched, if you've seen Moon Knight on Disney Plus, an awesome series. Oscar Isaac is an absolute fiend of a Moon Knight. Couldn't cast a better Moon Knight. Just the battle within himself, right? But that costume was iconic, and they are bringing it over to the game. Fist of Vengeance skin, big fan of it. But I have seen every Panther and their mother rocking that thrice cursed King skin, and yeah, I don't think I'll ever see anyone rocking anything else. It's so cool, bringing in that little vampire side of things, opening up his mask a little bit. Just really awesome skin.
Oh yeah, absolutely beautiful. Like you said, we're going to see so many Black Panther players with that skin, and then unless another skin comes out and it tops it, right? I mean, we consistently see these amazing skins, and with these two obviously in the shop now, still available. So make sure to get them before they potentially go away, if it ever were to in the future.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, me personally, I'm not afraid to dive right in, but speaking of diving right in, something I cannot wait for, Marvel Rivals Season 2 Hellfire Gala. It's starting on the 11th of April. The most glamorous night of the year, as Emma Frost herself invites you to the Hellfire Gala on Krakoa. I've actually had some time hands-on in Krakoa, and I can say this season is getting me so excited. It is all I have been thinking about. I don't know if you've had eyes on some of this new stuff, Dustin.
No, I have. I mean, I'm really curious to see what happens with that mysterious guy in the background on the top right of your screen. Maybe we'll see an appearance by him in the middle of the season. So, I mean, a lot of exciting things coming up on April 11th for sure, man. And I think you've obviously been a big Emma fan, who was kind of, the biggest reveal so far of this whole thing.
Yeah, there's nothing better than grabbing your enemy by the throat and dunking them over your head. I will be honest, I cannot wait for her to come out. I've already been working on clips and just playing her to her fullest extent. I will be making that climb with her up the ladder. Big fan, think she has a great place in the meta. Curious to see how she's going to play once we start. Speaking of her, let's dive. Emma Frost of Krakoa's Quiet Council cordially invites you to attend the grand return of the Hellfire Gala. With the timelines in complete disarray and mutant kind scattered, the White Queen reignites her annual celebration to welcome allies old and new to the Living Island. And I have been on that island, like I said, and playing her, getting hands-on. Emma Frost has felt incredible. Love the stance shift, you know, when you go from that ranged laser, switching over to the diamond form and getting hands-on up front. Couldn't be more fun. I personally, one of my favorite heroes to play in the game right now. And like I said, it's all I've been thinking about in the downtime is getting back out there and playing her.
Yeah, I know you as a Vanguard main have been talking to me about this character so heckin' much. And, you know, I'm sure you can find out a ton of clips from your TikTok too. I run Shib on TikTok. Make sure to check it out for if you want to see some Vanguard Emma Frost tips and tricks and awesome highlights. Meanwhile, guys, let's take a look back at everything that's happened today in North America and the past couple weeks. We started this all off March 22nd in that Ignition round number 3, coming all the way through each and every round up to this 15th and 16th round, the lower bracket finals and grand finals today on Championship Sunday. We've also had the EMEA broadcast happen, just finish up. We just saw one of the teams in Teams Virtus Pro win it all over there, and then in the Asian region as well. They finished up last night. A lot of huge upsets, so exciting to finish it off today with you, Shib, man, as we just had an incredible past few weeks of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, and just, you know, the incredible past week of Marvel Rivals is due to the fact that they're playing for a prize pool, right? We got a total award of 14.5K. The champion's going to be taking home $6,000. Nothing to scoff at. Runner-ups with 3. So now is where things really matter, because these 3rd and 4th place games pushing to 1st and 2nd is going to be a vast jump in cash. What would you do with $6,000?
What would I do with $6,000? Buy a used golf cart, I think. I'll buy a used golf cart and come to your house and pick you up, man. I think that's quite a drive, but you know, I think I could do that, right? What
sounds like a plan to me. Yeah, no, we travel with it. I have no doubt. Me and you get in a golf cart, cast it on the road, brother. We take it on the road. But no, upgrade the setup a little bit, get a golf cart. All sounds beautiful, but that extra difference in cash really matters. So I'm sure we're going to see that nerves, those nerves, especially as we get into the grand finals.
Yeah.
A $3,000 jump is big. It really vastly increases what each individual player will be seeing. So I am sure the nerves are at an all-time high right now. And you can see the breakdown here as we will be starting off today. You can see some of the teams that have fallen out of bracket. Very unfortunate for them. Some new teams that, we maybe had eyes on that we didn't expect to be so successful, that were a ton of fun to watch. Shouting out the Magnets right there as we see them get taken out by Shroud X, moving towards our first game of the day. 100 Thieves Esports versus Shroud X. And then going into our grand finals after that. And I know it is going to be intense and it is going to be a battle. I saw a little bit of a sweep there on the EA side, or on the European side there. But, I expect to see a little more of competition with these teams just based on how back and forth they've been in the past.
Oh, yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think in North America, things are hotly contested. The meta still changing. I think this is something we could talk about, Shib. We talked about it a little bit where in EMEA, they've been playing a lot more Venom. Groot, I think, is getting through the bans a lot of the time over here. People realizing they don't want to waste that ban on him, and is such a strong hero, right? Meanwhile, in EMEA, I think the Thing and Groot were like first ban in that grand finals between Virtus Pro and LG. Over here, not really a thing, right? I feel like we see a lot more strategist ban, and then maybe banning out a duelist like Hella or whatever. It feels very specific and maybe a little bit different opinion-wise, maybe.
Absolutely. I feel like they open the door with Dive when they have Venom, right? So you mentioned a little bit that you saw more Psylocke over there as well, which I know Psylocke's in a really good space, but especially when there's a Venom who's taking that initial dive, just tanking a ton of damage, taking that space and allowing Psylocke just to be in the background dealing a ton of damage. You know how Psylocke is with that hit scan. I know how strong of a Psylocke player you are, being in the top 500 with Psylocke in those early seasons. So just an absolute blast to watch you play them, but also I can't wait to see if maybe we'll see a change over here in NA. Maybe see some more Psylocke with Venom today. But like you're saying, that Groot has been just a staple of every comp. If he's not banned, he's played.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is not every team has Sparker, and that's kind of the big point of EMEA. I mean, that guy just dominated every single map, it felt like, no matter what he was playing. But, you know, it's a team game at the end of the day, and we know that more than anybody. Shroud X and 100 Thieves, the first game we're going to watch today, have a very well-rounded roster on both sides. I think 100 Thieves probably known for having some of the best strategists in the game. I know people talk about Vinny and his Groot and how strong he is as a Vanguard across the board with TTK. So, you know, this 100 Thieves roster is incredibly talented, and they have one of the best controller players like we've seen with TTK, one of the only ones to make it this far. I think in Europe there's also been some more controller players. This is the discussion that me and you have had. You know, it's like a side discussion almost, how many controller players are going to be in the game in the upcoming seasons, considering we've seen so many step up. I've tried it out. I mean, aim assist doesn't feel that bad. It feels relatively strong. You've talked about how much you've played on controller in the past, but, you know, now going into this matchup between Shroud X and 100 Thieves, only one controller play in the lobby, so it's not really a narrative just yet, but Shroud X as well, very strong team, Shib. I mean, we know how good they are and how well they could perform, but like you said, sometimes, you know, when it matters most, it's been difficult for them to really kind of get things together, but now's the time to do that, right, in this in lower bracket finals versus 100 Thieves.
Absolutely. And the first step of these takedowns is the banning stage. And I know you've mentioned, you know, maybe some consistent bans. We talked about this off screen, but 100 Thieves really seem to be banning out Loki. I know how strong they can be on the Loki with Harvey. Harvey was an incredible Loki, but it seems like they get rid of Loki just for the sake of, they just don't want to deal with those crystals, right? They don't want to deal with the extended fights on some of those alted copies. So they seemingly get rid of these strategists more so than not, where Loki and Adam have been pretty much banned every game. They had Luna banned, and then one time they just auraed out and didn't ban anyone in their second ban just because they didn't believe they needed to, and then chose to lock in something along the lines of Meg. That's for TTK, as we've discussed. But when you look over at Shroud X, they have been different. They've been changing their bans almost every single game. So I really do think they do the research on where do they think they would struggle the most into a specific comp and ban out. As we see Groot get banned out here for the side of 100 Thieves, and the Luna locking in that Hela with Rocket Gun just to ensure that Unlimited does not come into play for Shroud X.
Yeah, interesting picks banned so far. Winter Soldier ban comes out alongside the Rocket ban, so a lot of focus towards that character. Make sure Terra is going to be forced onto like a Wolverine or a Star-Lord or maybe even Punisher, like he's pulled out. Obviously can't do that when Rocket's banned, but very much prioritizing Terra's hero pool. And for 100 Thieves side, it looks like they're kind of done playing that Groot, man. So I think this is sort of an interesting wrinkle in the fold of things, considering, you know, they've loved to play that Groot so far, and Vinny swapping over to potentially the Thing, maybe that play that hard pocket of Delena. I mean, that could really favor 100 Thieves. So we'll see how Shroud X want to play. Obviously, another thing that went through, Chip, no Adam Warlock ban, right? So we could potentially see that triple strategist come through as well.
Yeah, and I know Shroud X actually likes running that comp as well. But one of the things that I'm thinking here, just looking at these compositions off the rip, is they chose to keep Wolverine on the table, and that's because they're going to run the Vanguard line of the Thing and Magneto, which do a really, I mean, typically up to this point, until obviously Emma gets in here, some of the best Vanguards to run to make sure Wolverine can't just tackle you back into the back line. The bubble from Magneto is going to keep your team around, and the Thing strictly can't be moved, right? So it plays pretty good into Wolverine if you have a good idea of the spacing and where he's at. Obviously, you can get caught out and still deal a ton of damage to you, but not being able to get tackled is a huge advantage in their own right, as we will be starting off here right now with them pressing in. Team comps is going to be slightly different, as we won't be seeing Hela on the side of Shroud X, but they are going to be running that Guardians composition like we know they're not afraid to do.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves running at that 2-2-2 on the other side, right, making sure they want to support Delena. They have Invisible Woman. I think they have a little bit better defensive ultimates, and you know, we do see overlaid ultimates a lot of the time with Mantis ult, considering you can't live through some of the breaking points, and 100 Thieves right now engaged upon early by Shroud X.
And here we go off the rip with the haymakers for days. A nice tackle by Terra, dealing a ton of damage into the front line, but not going to be enough as Vision is dropping back. You know how strong Warlock can be. Still holding on to some heals. Bond is on cooldown for about 20 seconds, and that is a large cooldown to call out as Delena trying to find these off angles. Delena does a great job of finding and being very patient in these off angles, trying to get an early pick, as we do see Impunity just layering in and just punching that front line for days with these haymakers, trying to get that all charge up. As we do see ult advantage on 100 Thieves. Nice pick there by Vision on Delena, and that's a massive start to these fights as there is no res. Make that right back at him as Vision is going to find one. Terra takes out two, but there is going to be reses right back with his Guardian's comp, so those will not count as much as you might think in the moment. Up in the sky with the Meteor M, here comes the dunk. TTK finds Dongmin, and it's just back and forth here on this first point, but Shroud X has been holding on for 40%.
Yeah, holding up for 40%. They also use the res too to continue this prowess on the point. And right now, 100 Thieves, they don't even have control of the point because Shroud got it first. So 50% of the board we've seen on domination a lot of the time, Shib. The team that gets the point first sometimes just doesn't give it up, especially if they're a strong team like Shroud X, who are just kind of running towards 100 Thieves. And Delena back on the respawn timer again. He's had a tough time so far in round number 1.
Yeah, that res was incredible by Vision. Vision, obviously a very strong hit scan player, which, you know, goes hand in hand with Warlock. As we see that res come through, bring everyone right back into the fight, post those passive reses, so all those picks just get negated. And here we go, immediately gonna get the Guardian shield up. Terra gonna dive in, not find much value off that dive, as the Vanguards were able to hold on. Haymakers for days in the front line here from Vinny, trying to get this space back, trying to gain some charge, but it's 81% on the side of Shroud as Vinny finds one. Dongmin goes down, numbers back in their favor. There's no way to res that one back. At this moment, up in the sky we go. Will we find a pick back? Terra gonna take out Impunity though. 100 Thieves trying to make a name and get back this pressure on the point, and it's still gonna be held by 100 Thieves, who owns this, and it's gonna put Shroud back towards the spawn door.
Yeah, Terra trying to find that Starlord who found the pickoff, but oh no, his passive is going to get popped there too. So Shroud kind of walking them back in. They have their early copy as well. 100 Thieves, how do they react to this right now? Trying to play back on the point, wait out that ultimate, maybe come back through Fidel. Last second using the Mantis ult is met on their side by Meteor M now.
TTK goes up in the sky there to dodge that ultimate, lands one on Nuck. That's a nice early start again. 100 Thieves still holding on, as there wasn't much value there from the side of Impunity with that clobbering time. Delena gonna find Doom there. Well done again. Numbers still in their favor, holding on. They're turning the tides here, and they may be able to push this back. 88% on the side of Shroud X, but 100 Thieves is trying to get that back with 42 and climbing.
Yeah, still building it back right now, containing that point right now, but Shroud X have that res, so they can go aggressive with Mantis ult and then have the res mid-fight. 100 Thieves have to find them, and Delena has to live throughout, but oh, that's a good early pick on Dongmin. You might force that res out by Vision really early.
TDK just doing this on repeat, finding these early takedowns, whether it's through the Meteor or not. Vision gonna be taken out to Lena. Fidel gonna drop a Terra there, and again, back in their favor as they are holding on at 88. The numbers are falling for 100 Thieves as Doomed climbs in there, starts to spin, and here we go with the Galactic Legend onto the backline. Down goes SJP, crystals are popped. We are seeing more damage as Nuck finds one on Harvey, Dongmin on Vinny, and Doomed on TTK, and they will be at 92%.
Shroud X playing this so well. Delena with the portal. It's late. Here comes Terra. I mean, they're trying to get another fight in. Slept immediately. Is Terra going to fall quickly? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to back up, and they're still in it right now. They're building up towards ultimates. They could potentially come back. However, Shroud X still staying defensive with this ultimate. This could be big for TTK. If this hits flush, they might have a chance.
Oh, and yeah, it does hit as Nuck and Dongmin fall down there. TTK finding a ton of value. That portal actually working out where it looked a little scary at first. And here we go as Terra's gonna find Impunity. The res is up though. 3 bodies are here. Clobbering time. Vinny gonna turn those reses into more KOs as Terra finds Dongmin again. And now 100 Thieves are looking like they have this one.
What a massive meteor by TTK, and also too close of a res there from Vision. Unfortunately, there's not many places you can hide, and right next to the point where Vinny can connect with a clobbering time, I mean, that closed it out for the side of 100 Thieves. They could finish it off now. 90% of the board. Shroud X still building up towards ultimates as well. Doomed needs to build up to this Galactic Legend, have a massive ultimate, because TTK has no meteor to counter it.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage is heading towards Shroud X if they're able to get some charge in this fight, but at this moment, nobody has a Q built up. Terra gonna be just maintaining this pressure on point, and we do see the front line there from Vinny, but he does get pressed through here from Impunity. The battle begins as the Haymakers start back and forth. We do see Bond already pulled out. That's a good call out for the side of 100 Thieves, knowing they can try to get a pick after that. Here comes some strong damage onto Impunity, showing you how insane Wolverine's damage can be off the rip, and it's just back and forth as we do see Nuck pop ultimate. Doomed in the sky, back and and forth with the Galactic Legends, but Dooms finds the pick early on Delena, looking for a second onto Terra. Terra, very weak, but the strategist line's not allowing it to end. Here comes the spin to win. Will we see more value out of the back line? Yep, there goes two more. Shroud X looking incredible in this moment. Will they be able to end this right now? It looks like they will, as they are shoving through with one left. On point, and at this point, it's just TTK trying to hold on, as Terra may be able to touch, but no, not quite yet, as this is pressing through OT, and then yes, Shroud X gets map 1.
Oh my God. I mean, it panned out how I called it, but not really on purpose because, well, Delena unfortunately used his Galactic Legend while there was a Mantis ultimate on the board. So his ult was just kind of negated just by proxy of that ultimate existing, whereas you saw on the other side, Shib, Doomed waited it out. He waited out the invisible boundary, came back on the other side with that Galactic Legend. Nothing was there for it. So if Delena maybe just waited a little bit longer with the Galactic Legend, they could have found something, found a comeback there, but that was still razor thin, super close match between 100 Thieves and Shroud X. I think we're in for an incredible series here, Ship.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. The Galactic Legend back and forth, I think what Doom did there successfully is he actually hit the sky higher, and I don't think Delena even saw him above, so unfortunately gave him that advantage on the start, because when you're fighting with those Galactic Legends, it's all about who starts first. Obviously, you can get the pocket by invis in the sky and help you buy a little bit of time, but when it's bare bones like that in those moments, it's all about who finds the firing first, and that went to the side of Doom. To Shroud X is trying to shut this down and give them map 1.
Shroud X want to close it out against 100 Thieves. It's going to be a tough team to do that against, considering how 100 Thieves played pretty well against this Adam Warlock comp in the past. They do a good job kind of shutting down visions, or at least most Adam Warlock players, but we'll see what happens in this upcoming fight if 100 Thieves press in versus Shroud X's formidable competition with this triple strategist.
Yeah, 100 Thieves is going back to having that Hela instead of the Star-Lord, which I do agree, if you're not going to be having that Warlock, it's probably not worth it in the just the bare bones back and forth battle. Off the rep on the high ground, TTK going to find Vision. Nice early pick here as the fight's back in their favor slightly. They just got to gain that point early. You talked about earlier about having that first fight advantage, and taking point early is very strong in domination. Typically leads towards your team taking that W, and we did see that on map 1 for this fight, but they're still holding on. Well done here by the front side of Shroud X, who are going to pop Doom's ult. Crystals go out here for the side of Harvey, who is going to return that with an ultimate. Great job there, using crystals to buy time to make that copy happen. Out goes the Guardian Barrier as we proceed with this fight. Back and forth with the Mantis now popping ultimate. Clobbering time goes out from the side of Impunity. Will they find value, as it looks like 100 Thieves is being driven off the point without even being able to capture it yet?
Well, they just layered Mantis ultimates with a copy. Knock, there it is. Finally taking out Delena. That's massive. That's so much damage removed, and they're being surrounded upon right now.
Yeah, Nuck not afraid to really diversify who he is playing, and I like to see that. The Mantis pick early is a big advantage, as we know how strong Terra can be. He does have this last stand on the entirety of the backline, but does fall and trade with one. I'm surprised it worked out like that as Terra falls, but is able to find one. Here comes the res, negating those picks and bringing the fight back in their favor. And might I add, no one has the point still, as we are deep into this map 2 here. Continuing this fight is Vinny, haymakering for days, 85%. Another Galactic Legend in the sky. Can you believe it? Doomed back-to-back fights while still not taking point. Another Galactic Legend goes to show you how strong that spin can be when you have Magneto bubble over your head. A ton of ulti advantage and charge. TTK at 95%. You know how strong these Meteor M's can be in his hands. Here comes the clobbering time. Trying to find Dongmin. Another one back into the back line. Going to be diving in as Vinny tries to find more value. Going to pop that Yancey Street to make sure no one can dash out. They're all stuck there on the ground. Is it going to find any more purchase? No, it does not. As Terra spinning does find Vision. Down goes one. Back in their advantage again, but might I add again, still no one has the point, as it has been a trade fest back and forth, as Harvey is going to take out Dongmin, and the numbers are looking more in their favor now. Make that 2 more as Nuck goes down, Doom goes down, and Impunity, an absolute demon on the Warlock. Delena going to be making that switch up to another hit scan.
Oh my God, great job, Ship, by the way, but oh my Jesus, man, that was the unstoppable object versus, or sorry, unstoppable force versus the immovable object. I mean, for sure, nothing happened. It felt like the whole time because of, you know, this triple strategist that 100 Thieves or Shroud X are playing, and now 100 Thieves have bowed down. They're going to play the triple strategist too. Delena over to that Adam Warlock, Terra over to that Star-Lord. So, you know, they're just saying, okay, we're giving up on playing against it. We're giving up on trying to counter this triple strategist. Let's just play it ourselves. And right now it's working for 100 Thieves, who made that really long fight their own.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I had to loosen the tie on that one. That one was an insanely extended fight, as we are gonna see Doomed with another Q ready. Galactic Legend up for the side of 100 Thieves as Terra's up, trying to find some value. You do see a switch up in composition here. Terra not frequently on the Star-Lord as Doomed is gonna try to turn that around. Nice dive there, back to the crystals to keep in the fight. TTK gonna do the same thing. Those crystals, so much value. Doomed still able to take out Deletta and SJP though, but there should be a res up potentially depending on that cooldown. Doomed gonna get the bubble, continue that spin. We know how good that blaster barrage can be over the heads of a bunch of enemies, as we do see some more damage up in the sky right now. Will there be a dunk from Dongmin? Not able to find any purchase just yet, but that res is still dancing and holding on here. Vision gonna try to make some, put some damage into Harvey. Harvey not able to escape as Dongmin finishes that pick up, and numbers back in Shroud X's favor, but you gotta look at that point as it is 67% to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Dongmin with the perfect bubbles right now, keeping his back line alive, just saving somebody from the Meteor M, and then with the follow-up on the point, but now Nuck's caught out, going too aggressive regardless. They've already won the fight on the point, also no res now for Delena, so 100 Thieves have to give up in this fight, but I really think that previous one was just all Dongmin's bubble placement, perfectly done by the Magneto player of Shroud X, and right now they're in a good spot. Shroud X sitting towards the point. 100 Thieves did build up 76% though, in this upcoming fight. It's really going to be a difference maker. We'll see what Shroud X want to do. If they can find any pickoffs early, that'd be massive.
Yeah, I would be curious to get a count on how many ultimates Doomed has had, as he is sitting on another Galactic Legend here, ready for this next fight. That is the power of having that Magneto bubble up, and there we go, just as I called it, as we are going to pull out Bond, not able to get any picks just yet, battling back and forth. Galactic Legends in the sky. Terra going to fall as Vision is going to turn that around. Numbers back in their favor. The res is coming up. Dongmin going to take out TTK. The res goes up for Terra, though. Dongmin again on Terra. SJP falls from impunity. Fidel going to be dropping Vinny. Dongmin on Harvey. Just an absolute sweep here as Shroud X is trying to get this percentage back.
I mean, that's the advantage of defensive ultimates. We saw Doomed pop his late. Terra had to use his very aggressive, and they didn't have anything to follow up on it. I mean, they do give him a lot of the support in the sky, obviously, but once Terra's ultimate runs out, Shroud X able to just walk on forward, also commit that clobbering time. Perfect use of that ultimate as well. Oh my god, he's traded back though with the sleep potentially. No, he's not. He just gets slept. But that's brutal. What a push there on that right side by Vision. And now Doom's just there to follow it up. 100 Thieves sent all the way back to the spawn. We might see a spawn camp here, Shib, as they don't want to get that portal off. 100 Thieves also have ultimates ready to go. Who would even be the one to swap over to Doctor Strange right now?
Yeah, I'm with you. This spawn camp could be very important. There's no major stuns here. The only thing that could maybe see is Dongmin potentially using that push to shove Strange back into the doorway to cancel the portal. Outside of that, you'd kind of rely on the Thing in this moment, or the sleep from Nuck. Oh my goodness! Vision gonna be dropping Zelena. Vision doing a great job here, finding these early picks onto the duelist with Warlock. An incredible set of plays. Zelena gonna get res back up though, and the fight's going to be hectic. We are gonna see a stagger fest, and they are gonna have to stay on point as Terra hits the sky here. Galactic Legend, the bond goes out. The team staying healthy. Great Meteor M, not able to find anyone. Terra turning that back on Doom though. Terra, great early pick there, putting the fight back in their advantage. Doom does get res though. Numbers evened out again. Spin to win with that barrage. More damage onto the front line here, but nobody has ult advantage as we do see even numbers. Shroud X now holding on, but it's not going to matter when impunity goes down with that ultimate, as Terra's putting a ton of pressure in. But here comes the board again. The spin, the barrage is up, getting a ton of ult charge. 43% again as we continue this fight. We see impunity res back up. Will he be able to take this fight back and own this? Here comes the clobbering time onto the backline. Bubbles and crystals out. Nice pick there by TTK onto Nuck, and Dongmin back on Zelena. The numbers evened out one more time as we proceed with this fight. Vision putting a ton of damage again under the backline, and oh my goodness, they got off the point.
Oh no. We got to start calling it 100 Thieves, man. We got to start calling 100 Thieves instead of a C9. They did that yesterday versus Sentinels too, man. Oh my god. I mean, they were still down in that fight regardless, so, you know, it was still going the favor of SDX, but man, how do they keep not touching the objective?
Yeah, that's the priority in that moment. I mean, it was very back and forth. Obviously, these res comps can get insanely hectic, but I did like the change they made. They seemed a little more impactful when they started running almost the inverse comp and battling them back. They do a great job of matching compositions and turning those back in their favor. They didn't do so in the beginning and lost the first map for it, but they did see a lot more value in that second map. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter much if you're not standing on the point in OT, I'll tell you that. And they were driven off your, like you said, those early picks giving them a slight advantage, but that is the only priority in those moments, and you can't lose sight of that.
I'm thinking we're seeing an Adam Warlock ban next, Shib. I don't know about you, but it does feel to me that they're probably going to have to get rid of that now. And you know, I think their bans in Protects were maybe focused more towards like Sentinels, for example. Like they were kind of like banning the Groot, right? Because they don't want to play against Crimso's Groot, I imagine, later on. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see more of the focus towards like the Adam Warlock, maybe less from the Groot. But right now, these bans, I think I just don't. Shroud X, I mean, they can play the Groot composition, but I'm curious how well they play it. And if it's to the level of like how 100 Thieves play the group comp.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. I would like to see that matchup. I think that's one we haven't had eyes on too much, so I can't really give much insight to that, as they do typically match up in stuff like this, or even doing the Bucky Rocket combination, right? Like that seems to be Guardians of Bucky Rocket. It seems to be their back and forth. We're obviously really strong in that, and we did see that banned out this game, which I think was a very smart decision, obviously, from the side of Shroud X, who take home that first map W. But yeah, I mean, that changeup, I think Groot, was he on the table there? Or no, he was banned first. He was banned first.
Yeah, he was banned first this time. So I think they're going to change it up in the upcoming map personally, but we'll see, obviously.
Yeah, I do think Groot obviously does a good job in those res comps, because if you just find one ultimate after an Adam Warlock res, it is devastating because the team is already in a vulnerable state. If you don't have Bond or some insane heals up, it's just an insta-sweep button, especially because it can pull people off Loki crystals, for example, and at this level, they understand that range, and they know how to make that happen. But I mean, it was so back and forth. I gotta shout out Vision making that switch, having that Adam Warlock play it was just very clean. A lot of early picks there. We even saw Impunity really strong in the front line with the thing, some good back lines. Nuck making the changeover and getting some early picks there on Mantis. So just a lot of like tone setters off the rip in these early fights when they didn't have res, which just bought them so much time.
Oh yeah, the tone setters indeed. Let's take a look back at those highlights and then enter map number 2. We'll be right back after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back, everyone, as the David vs. Goliath battle begins. One David, as it looks like right now, Shroud X looked incredible in that first game and take home the first map domination.
Yeah, they look good playing that triple strategist composition. We'll have to see if the bans and protects kind of change up as we head into the next map, because we're in the lower bracket finals. Like you said, now it's now or never for both teams. And obviously for 100 Thieves, they could play that triple strategist, but I don't think it's something they've practiced all that much, right? They've generally been banning it a lot more. The group ban is a new ban for them. So, you know, we'll see if they want to keep that up, if they want to mix it up. But I think those bans are maybe more focused towards a different opponent. And right now they're against SDX, who, like you said, they're a formidable team. And right now up 1 over 100 Thieves, who everybody thought was going to just dominate this whole tournament. Looks like that's not the case.
Yeah, they do bleed. We've noticed over these last few sets. You mentioned them banning out Groot, and we did see them. They're very consistently banning out Loki. We know how good Harvey can be on Loki. So there is some sort of VOD or understanding behind the scenes that maybe we don't quite get. But I know Vinny, if you put Vinny on Groot, potentially one of the best Groots in the game, I don't know why you'd want to shut that down. There must be obviously some reasons behind the scene. And they're not afraid to run that Rocket-Bucky combination to help combat other Groots. So I do think we'll see a switch up here. We'll find out, right now as we dive in. Oh, I lied. Groot immediately going to get banned out here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Groot first ban is interesting. I think last time, did they protect the Hela too? So Rocket ban on their side. I mean, that's kind of what we've seen previously. Protects, I guess this will probably dictate what we see upcoming next. I mean, the group ban, I guess I'm totally fine with, as long as they, go into that second band with a different idea. Hella protect again, Namor protect on the side. We'll see if they want to get rid of the Luna Snow. But 100 Thieves, you got to be fine running the Namor Luna Snow, right? They are not, apparently. They're getting rid of the Luna Snow, so they're more focused on playing that Hela duel.
Maybe, yeah, exactly. Maybe they want to try to force a Hela duel here is what I'm seeing, at least so far, but that does leave the Guardians composition still on the table, and we saw how successful Shroud X was with that composition, who, look, right off the rip are hinting that they're going to run that again. I mean, they're switching things up. Obviously, Nuck's not going to be playing Wolverine, and Vision not going to be on Iron Fist, which, we will see some changes to coming up in the next season. Don't get me started on that. I could talk on that for 500 years, but we are going to see the Guardians comp coming back, and I'm surprised to see this banning situation, if I'm being honest with you. I think that at least at this moment, Shroud X is more comfortable on this comp, and they've had more success in these fights. So we will see. Maybe they do feel good about it on this map.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. The map, I think that's the biggest point to me is that we're going to another domination, right? We just went to Burn and Chala, now we're headed over to Hell's Heaven, and I think that's an interesting choice. We've seen that kind of across all regions in EMEA. They just played only domination, it felt like, and I wonder if there's something going on in practice and in scrims that shows that domination is actually just one of the better maps to play, and 100 Thieves have been good in domination. I don't know. It's interesting that you would go to Hell's Heaven instead of like other maps, like Midtown or something that we've seen previous.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's a coaching decision, right? A lot of the time you'll find out where, maybe even against this team specifically or in general, your stat line, if you're more successful on domination, it's just going to lead you to want to run domination. It's a numbers game. It's that simple, where odds are in your favor and it's no longer a coin flip. You're going to choose to have things stacked on your side, right? Just, it's similar to anything in gambling. So as we are going to push forward off the rip immediately with a teleport, not going to find Harvey as Crystals gets popped instantaneously. Great teleport play there off the rip. Just a very strong presence taken. This is going to drive them off point. Odds are as Dongmin going to find Terra, make that 2 onto the side and advantage of Shroud X, who are just putting on a masterclass of pressure. Doom going to drop SJP, but Delena takes out Vision in the backline, who's just going to res up, so that doesn't matter as Dongmin takes the last 2, and the point going to be going in Shroud X's favor that quickly.
Yeah, that was a great catch by our observing team. Dongmin over to the Doctor Strange with the portal right on top of Harvey's head. They did not expect it. Nuck had the sleep onto Harvey, and after that, Harvey just got deleted off the face of the earth. So Shroud X, great TP play, tempo play. Maybe you would expect Dongmin as well to be over to that Magneto early. No, not in this case. He's over to the Doctor Strange to mix it up tempo-wise, and I love that. That was beautiful. Shroud X looking really good right now, and we'll see if they can continue that going forward.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a team that's just playing with the confidence of they've been winning these MRCs and these MRIs. They just look really good right now off the rip. We are going to see that barrage take a fair amount of damage, 82% here for Doomed, who's ready with that Galactic Legend again very shortly. And we are going to see a pop here from the side of Loki copying Mantis. Let's use that pressure and that speed to walk forward as Vision takes out Harvey. Well done. Make that, a turnaround there for TTK. Terra going to drop Fidel. It is back and forth here. A ton of damage, Terra, a terrifying Wolverine, and just an absolute presence and pressure and space maker with those claws. Delena gonna drop Doomed, so it looks like 100 Thieves are gonna be buying that pressure and that point back in their favor. 59% though for Shroud X.
I freaked out a little bit there because Vision got the pick up on Harvey as he was getting the copy in the SJP, but a huge ult by Vinny. Shroud X maybe thought they had the edge with that opening pick. They didn't think they needed to pop Nuck's ultimate. Unfortunately, it cost them because Vinny had such a well-timed ult. Also, Videl using his own copy to not really a great effect there. So 100 Thieves, great counter engage from Vinny, who has really done a good job so far in the series on the thing, forcing Shroud X to play their own in this case.
And we are going to see that pop immediately by the side of Mantis. The Soul Resurgence is out. It does give everyone a little bit of extra movement speed. Clobbering time goes out. Terra able to avoid it with the dash into the sky, falling right back down. Not a ton of value with that clobbering time. Does take a little bit of space as we see the return right back at them there for Impunity. A lot of range damage here from Delena, just going to keeping that pressure off. Nice shot there by Dongmin, who does find a little bit of damage, but not enough value for the pick. The spin to win is up in the sky. Going back Impunity, that 30% damage reduction onto the front line, so valuable in these moments as the fights are so back and forth here. There is a ton of healing into these Vanguards, so we should see ultimates popped here from the side of Fidel. Vision is ready and waiting. Harvey as well. Nice pick there by Impunity onto Terra, and that is so valuable off the rip up into the sky. Clobbering time. Dongmin finds SJP, and it is looking back on the side of Shroud X, who are going to find another with Delena and take this presence back as they are slowly going to lose these Vanguards as Vision takes out Vinny and Dongmin onto TTK.
This is such a hard comp to play the hell into. Usually Delena's the one finding those opening eliminations, finding the final blows and the final hits, but he's not been able to do so. So it's not really like a hard carry hella meta, it feels like. Shroud X just kind of heals up any of the shots coming in from him. And Delena really can't go for his flanks either because he'll just get slept by Nuck or met by somebody else on the outside. So right now, it's been tough for 100 Thieves as they come back into this fight last second.
Yeah, they are at 82% here. Alt advantage as well. This could be an early pop of the Galactic Legend. Yes, out for Doom, trying to find a ton of value. It does burn out the crystals and the side of SJP, who had to pop that boundary, keeping the team safe in the back line. But that is enough value, I believe, to help them win this fight, as we are going to see some presence back and forth. Vinny trying to get some sort of action. Nice clobbering time there on Vinny. Will they be able to get that pick early onto the Vanguard line? No. A ton of healing right back as TTK hits the sky with the meatball. Will it land? No, it does not. Just another trade. And then we see last standout. Vinny gonna follow and take out Impunity, trying to get this map one back in their favor. Still at 99 here for Shroud X. Numbers in the favor of 100 Thieves, as we do see Dongmin fall. Vision gonna be resing up Impunity and Dongmin, though. That is gonna bring these numbers back to even again to reset this fight. We do see the boundary up as 100 Thieves are at least holding the space in their advantage. It is such a back and forth fight here, but up goes that Meteor M. Great bubble placement, great shield there to use it on a clone to enable herself to have that shield. Delena going to be taking out Nuck. SJP onto Dongmin, and 100 Thieves again back in the advantage, but it goes to show you how long it takes to win these fights against a res comp. Delena, even more damage here, still holding on from range. Great positioning, great shield cover as they drop Doomed and Impunity, and it looks like they'll be taking this point back with 72%.
Yeah, I thought that was going to look dicey there for 100 Thieves, but apparently not. Shroud X just sort of slowly walking into 100 Thieves. Nice shields, like you said, by TTK onto the back line to make sure Dongmin couldn't connect again with that Meteor M, who has been such a big player for Shroud X whenever Dongmin hits those, and also has really good bubble placement. So 100 Thieves played well around that ultimate and consistently have control of the point right now with that ultimate advantage. Let's see if Shroud X can do anything against it.
Yeah, and here we go. Alt advantage are heavily on the side of 100 Thieves. This is their map to lose at this point. It's all about these fights. And if you can clutch up and use the cooldowns when necessary and not overutilize some of these ultimates. I did hear a clobbering time, I believe, out. And oh, it's right now. It's Vinny. Dives right into the back line. Nice early pick there onto Nuck, who might have the self-res up. Not 100% sure on the timing. Yes, Nuck is back in the fight. Good tackle there from the side of Terra, who's going to find Fidel. Impunity. Dongmin goes down. And it looks like 100 Thieves should be able to take map one of game two.
Yeah, map one indeed. What a round from 100 Thieves. 99 to 99 went to the wire. You know, and that was an interesting one too, because I feel like Impunity's ultimates have just been weird. I mean, listen, you probably know more than me, shit, but that's 2 clobbering times in a row that he just like committed it super early. I mean, I don't know, how are you supposed to use that ultimate? Like, it just felt like he just missed on both, and then Vinny just came up late with his own.
Yeah, so there's 2 different styles to the Thing's ultimates from my perspective. One of which is what I call the countdown game, where you wait for a strategist ultimate and you count it out, and you know that you can stun the team on the very last second of that ultimate when they're all feeling comfortable in something like an Invisible Woman's boundary. It guarantees you get a team stun, and having a stun right at the very tail end of a strategist ultimate is very valuable. I haven't seen a lot of that in this game, which I do think is the most valuable way to play the Thing. But with those haymakers in a strategist ultimate, you can get your ult back in seconds. There was one time I had a 3-minute fight and had 6 ultimates with the Thing because of the triple strategist line in the back. You can gain it back incredibly quick, so there is a style of just using it off cooldown in hopes that you get one pick with every single play. But if you want to find insane value, it's always following a strategist ultimate.
Yeah, great point, Shib. I mean, that's probably how Impunity's playing it, and the vice versa for Vinny. Vinny's maybe being more strategic, kind of scalpel situation, whereas Impunity maybe just using it off cooldown. Obviously he knows what he's doing, but in this case, it feels like Vinny's gotten the better of him multiple times.
And here we go with the copy off there. Delena going to find Doom there. Nice early start. We'd like to see that if you are a fan of 100 Thieves. Again, Terra finding Dongmin, trying to ensure map 2 goes in their favor. Even this out a little bit. Nice pick there. Nice damage. Doom does get rezzed up there again. This Guardians comp, you think these picks matter, but truthfully, they do not. Good job there resetting, getting some of those clones out of the way. Clobbering time goes out after the res, I believe. We'll keep our eyes here as Vision pops it. Dongmin up, and here we see the battle begin right back at him as the reses are out for days. Nuck holding at about 20% HP in the backline. Great positioning here by the strategist. Ton of damage out for Vision, but there has been no pick. Up in the sky goes the Goddess, but still no value. Just forcing the teams to use some of these cooldowns. Fidel gonna make that copy onto Nuck and run in. Oh, Doomed gonna find Terra there. And again, Shroud X still haven't found the point, but they're very close. 90% of the grab, and yes, they will own this priority. And now it's about just stalling this fight out. Impunity gonna take out SJP. Numbers heavily there as Vision drops Harvey, and Vinny just walks off to not stagger for the team as we see Delena go down as well.
Yeah, to me, a lot of this matchup feels like it's on Terra's back, almost on the Wolverine. It's been that fight specifically was not the best. Couldn't get his ultimate off. In the meantime, Doom kind of playing really well on the Star-Lord so far. Just kind of flying up, only taking a body shot or two by Delena, getting back for heals. So good for Shroud X as they're in control of the point and have a clobbering time ready to go against the 100 Thieves with their own ultimates.
Yeah, good height hold here. I like this idea, making sure they can't use this advantage. This height advantage on this map is so impactful. Terra just trying to find a way into that back line. A lot of frontline Vanguards don't realize that as a Wolverine, your goal is to tackle that Vanguard into the strategist, and that's all that matters, but unfortunately can't move the thing, as we do see some pops here for the side of Shroud X. Doomed up in the sky. Terra trying to find a dunk onto the back line. Unfortunately, not a ton of value with that one there. SJP does a great job here using those Invisible Woman shields on somebody close by to ensure that they can play around it, which is a really strong and advantageous style as Invis. We do see a tackle from Dongmin, does go down. Terra with the early start, 100 Thieves trying to get some percentage, as there is 70% in the side of Shroud X, doing a great job in these domination game modes, owning this point for a very long time off the first point. And there's a nice sleep there to buy some time. Here comes the res as everyone's back in the fight. Vision gonna get tackled. We have Bond up, I believe, and it is gonna hold on as they're still able to stay into that fight, but Vision does fall. TTK gonna take out Nuck, but either way, we are looking at 83% for the side of Shroud X as they finally get the point here for 100 Thieves.
Well, it was a really awkward Atom ultimate from Visions, unfortunately. I think that he tried to get both Dongman and Impunity and didn't get either. Dongman respawned, and then Impunity was a little bit out of range of that Born Again. So Vision, had to build it as well last second, so it's not like he was close to it in that fight and tried to bring it back and then turn back the fight. But now without that ultimate, that's big moving forward. 100 Thieves close to their last stand again. Last time Nuck was able to counter it. We'll see if that happens again. We see a lot of really good duelist players hold it till after Strategist ultimates, but I know in this matchup they're just kind of going head-to-head, Strategist versus duelist, see who kind of comes out on top. Right now 100 Thieves in the lead, or at least have control of the point, but Stratex still have the percentage advantage.
Yeah, good height control here. I like this idea by Shroud X trying to take space back in. Ready with this Meteor M to make a play on the back line. Terra very weak there, unfortunately. Not able to get the pick, but good idea and good retreat there from Terra, who plays a very aggressive Wolverine in the front line. Takes a ton of space, knowing that that strategist line has eyes on at all times. Good bit of damage there from the back line. SJP gonna pop that invisible boundary. 100 Thieves with a heavy ult advantage. Will they find any return as Shroud X seemingly is owning this space through this? Really well done to just kind of hold on to the point, not overextend, play slow and not overcommit, as we do see some serious damage, but unfortunately Terra not able to get anything with that last stand. TTK holding onto the shield until necessary, not over utilizing these cooldowns. Again, very close and very strong. Terra gonna drop Impunity again. TTK, well, with just using that Meteor M, unfortunately didn't get a pick, but odds are back on the side of 100 Thieves, who really want to close this out early for map 2. There's a tackle again. Terra playing just a very good dive backline, just playing so aggressively. Wolverines at this level that are able to hold space on their own are so scary, especially with this passive up, but we do see the teleport in again as we start with the next fight. Impunity out of the sky. There goes the Bond, though, to keep them in. Likely a 6-person Bond. Very difficult to get a pick through that. Impunity, there's that retake on the tackle. Crystals go out, and we see a ton of damage back and forth. Impunity just still maintaining pressure, but only has 100 HP. Now back to full up in the sky we go with the Hela ultimate. Just going to try to deal as much damage as possible. Drive these people off the point as 100 Thieves are holding on to 99%. We do see the pop here from the Mantis, back and forth with the invisible boundary as they're just holding on and making sure they have somebody on the point. They do not want to fall off as Elena with a nice pick there on Dongmin at some serious range. Elena, a very aggressive backline, always finding ways to find off angles with another pick as down goes Nuck. Nuck gets rezzed back up. Vision falls. Doom gonna get rezzed up, and just this space, this height held by Delena might help win this thing, but no, back and forth again with another Soul Resurgence from Mantis, and Vinny just clobbering away. Haymaker after Haymaker, trying to get another ult. Nice pick there onto Doom, who just takes out Harvey, who should not be able to come back into the fight. Doom gonna get res back up. Dongmin and Nuck fall. Oh my goodness, these fights are back and forth as we see Harvey res from the Hela, but no, not able to touch the point as 100 Thieves take map 2.
My goodness, the opposite, the inverse happened to Shroud X that time, so we don't have to call it 100 Thieves just yet whenever they don't touch the point, as that was a great work. That was just an awesome work from 100 Thieves. I think that they just played around Terra super well. Vinny had some really impactful ultimates. It just felt like Impunity's ults were just meant to force out Strategist ults, but honestly, 100 Thieves were totally okay doing that. I think it got really scrappy shit throughout. I mean, the ultimates were just kind of flying all over the place, really not planned out. It felt like too well. But at the end of the day, playing around Delena panned out, right? They just kept Delena alive, able to pop off, and Terra just managed to get a perfect grab at the perfect time consistently, either whether it be Impunity or somebody getting pulled. He was just always there with the perfect grapple, the perfect grab, and, found them at the end of the day. The Wolverine really panned out for 100 Thieves compared to how they played versus Sentinels yesterday and their Wolverine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, seeing these final hits on the duelist side for 100 Thieves, this goes back to what I would hope that we'd see from them, right? At this level of play, they can play at this level. That first map didn't quite look like them, so it seemed like they came back into their confidence. And the funny thing is that we discussed we were confused why we didn't see much changes in the bans, and maybe we were going to see a shift in structure, but no. They kept consistent. They knew they had it. Maybe they just felt unconfident on that specific map, or whether it was that or they just didn't feel right? Sometimes that's just how it works at this level of play. Obviously, you know that sometimes you're just not feeling yourself. And in that map, they looked a lot more like the 100 Thieves we're used to seeing.
Yeah, 100 Thieves looking good, tying up the series 1-1. We'll see what happens on map number 3. We're going to check out the highlights and then come back for that map number 3.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters ahead, the arrivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Steel peasants!
Blast off! Let's go, Jerry!
Welcome back, as we are all tied up 1-1, but that started to look a lot more like OG 100 Thieves. What'd you think, buddy?
Yeah, 100%. 100 Thieves looking a lot better in that map. Maybe didn't need to ban the Adam Warlock comp, like you said. I mean, this is your first time watching it. We talked about it a little bit during the break, man. I mean, it's wild, right? I mean, these fights last forever, it feels like sometimes, and that's the whole point of playing Adam Warlock, right?
Yeah, I do think one thing that we probably are not noticing is the shot caller or whoever's on the team that's tracking that stuff must be losing their mind in these fights. These back and forth, those picks that just don't matter, trying to have an understanding of when that passive res is up and when Warlock has the res up is got to be a very difficult feat. So these battles back and forth with Guardian comps are a next level feat of hero shooter that I love. You can only find here with Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, the ultimate's absolutely game-changing for sure. Tied up 1-1, Shib now entering this next one between 100 Thieves and SDX. Who's going to go on to enter that grand finals versus Sentinels? We'll have to find out as we only enter map number 3 in this first of 4, right? So both teams still early days. It's anybody's game right now.
Yeah, the first ban again, we are going to see Hela actually taken off the field. So we are going to see a change up here for Shroud X. I like that. And again, the Groot off the table. I know there's strategy behind this. They must not feel like they want to run it. But Vinny, just such a strong group player, you know, clearly liking the Thing right now, who has a ton of value with those dashes. We mentioned the Yancey Shriek being able to shut down things like Venom or other Dive, for example. But then you also have that damage reduction dash for anybody in the moment, including your other frontline Vanguard, which has just a ton of value. But we are going to see Rocket locked in, so I would not be surprised to potentially see Bucky off the field, as they're going to keep Namor. Let's see what these changes are right now.
Yeah, Namor, I think you're on the nose with this one. I think that Rocket Protect maybe baits out the Bucky ban. And I don't think, I mean, 100 Thieves are totally fine playing the Wolverine, so I think they're fine with Shroud X banning that. Maybe it could be a bit of a bait. Maybe Shroud X, knowing that, are debating that ban, or just not going to ban at all, considering we saw 100 Thieves do the same thing. They ban out the Bucky, okay? They take the bait maybe almost a little bit, and then for Shroud X, you know, or for 100 Thieves, they banned out Luna Snow last time against the Namor, so you called it, Shib. Just both of these protects leading into bans for Luna Snow and Bucky, which are two heroes that have team-ups in this season. And Shib, I know you could talk about the next season for sure, as everything's going to get changed up, but obviously we're back here right now, right?
Yeah, like I said, we could dive into that forever. I cannot wait for everyone to get hands-on with Season 2. A ton of amazing changes.
When is that?
Some new team-ups. April 11th, coming up here next Friday for everybody, at least in the States. And I'm telling you, it is a ton of fun to get hands on. But like you're saying, some of these, these bans now, we're at this phase of banning where it's almost next level, where it's forcing teams to ban certain heroes by locking in other heroes. So it's a unique thought process. It goes into how intense and strategy driven these bans and protects really can be at this level of play.
Yeah, I mean, you look at games, and I think I've talked to some friends about this that watch other esports, and they're like, the game is so different at the pro level compared to just casually, right? I mean, there could be heroes that are like complete. You know, I hate to be like a 12-year-old about this, but booty butt cheeks, right? Like I feel like there's like, you know, like at the low ranks, there's like, okay, Spider-Man's complete, you know, terrible, right? But then at the high elo, that character can be absolutely disgusting. There's a lot of Spider-Man one-tricks who just will rip you to shreds. So, you know, it's interesting at the pro level. We can see so many heroes take shape, take form, and just be utilized perfectly by these pro players who are well-practiced across the board.
Yeah, beautifully well said. And then it goes into the team-up changes that we'll be seeing in these future seasons that allow for other metas and things that you may have not been strong due to other team-ups being so popular and so strong, now taking the forefront simply because things have changed, right? So you don't, you know, there's inherent buffs and nerfs just based on other things changing throughout this game. So nice high side angle taken here by ShroudX. I like this change, holding this high ground without the teleport. You don't need it if you play as a team here. Opening this up, giving them height advantage, but you do see 100 Thieves doing the smart thing of dropping back. Let them walk into you. This changes nothing. It's just a switch of side as the fight stays even. Nice damage there from the side of, Delena, nice pick. SJP playing the Mantis, trying to put some damage in the back line. Now right onto the thing here with some good, strong forefront damage. Dropping those clones has inherent value. The buffs to damage across the board on Star-Lord, letting Star-Lord spin to win with that damage boost. Getting that all insanely quick already. Terra has ultimate ready. The Galactic Legend gets popped. Out goes Nut. Great speed here. TTK gonna drop Vision. Doom goes down. Dongmin falls. And yeah, just like that, 100 Thieves showcasing how strong they can be, getting that ultimate insanely quick, and Terra popping off and sweeping a ton.
Yeah, I love the difference of opinion running Harvey on the Rocket Raccoon instead of the Loki because they think that it's just a little bit better, or they just want to play Harvey on the Rocket Raccoon. It's definitely interesting to have him on that hero. Also give yourself even more damage boost capability opportunities. So ShroudX, you know, thought that maybe because they were finding that BRB location, that 100 Thieves were constantly on the back foot, but no, they were always in the advantage the whole time. Feeling confident right now with 100 Thieves on their first point defense.
Yeah, good space take here. Dongman going to hold this left side with Strange, playing around that natural cover. Now going aggressive when you get the pop here from the... no, it's going to hold on as SJP pops it right back. We are going to see some take, and it's just Mantis for days as Nuck is going to be using that Soul Resurgence as well. Delena finding Vision. Great early pick. Dongman going to be taking out Delena, and the res is up for Vision. Numbers evening back out as Nuck takes out Vinny.
Oh, no.
Will they be able to hold this point? Good chase in as Harvey reses up that Vinny again. Vinny holding on.
What is the res location from Delena? I mean, if he was a little further back, he maybe could have had a res in this fight. Now they're not going to have the res until he's back from spawn, man. So I don't know if that's just practice on the hero, but that was brutal to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, they kind of walked that in and kept that pressure, and at this point, popping additional Qs that are just not going to find value. No, actually, this may be worth for Doomed, as I thought they had that fight. Wasn't sure he was going to get a bunch more picks, but Doom's is just different, I guess, as they walk in a few more. Trying to get these picks here would be insanely massive for them prior to this next fight, but not able to make it happen. TTK holding the high side. We will see the majority of ShroudX up on this part of the point, as they've done this in the past, holding this height for this next fight by so much space for them, as it forces the other team to try to take this small tight choke to pressure the high side. So we will see if that pans out. Again, just a ton of free space for them up on this high ground, and it's just working out for them.
Yeah, Legendary over the top side too, now coming through it. Not really met by anything except a shield placement by ShroudX and the overhealth from Impunity. So they're doing a good job disengaging, not even having to use anything versus the Star-Lord. That's already one out for 100 Thieves, or one ult out for 100 Thieves.
And we are going to see the copy here. Fidel going to make a change and turn into the Mantis. Soul Resurgence is out. We're seeing a lot more Soul Resurgences aggressive up in the sky. Here comes the dunk. Will it find value on a Nuck? Yes, it does. TTK with an early pick there for 100 Thieves as they get this pressure back. One up. No res up. It's seemingly for the Mantis. I lied as Nuck does come back right back towards the team. Numbers are even again, and you always got to be prepared for that, as we will see that back and forth here. Delena, nice pick onto Impunity, and here comes the res from Vision. Ready to hold on in case it's necessary. We're going to get a few back. The front line completely back in the fight. Soul Bond pop. Good. Hold on to that cooldown until the res goes out, and we are going to see another Soul Resurgence for the Mantis. And again, these fights are getting stalled out as Terra takes one and TTK takes one as they pressure through and shove them back to the spawn door.
Great ultimate rotation there for 100 Thieves. They played that very well. Also canceling Impunity's ultimate. Delena, like you said, all of that damage coming through on the front line. Maybe the damage boost from SJP just connecting into everybody so they could do that much damage to a thing to lead him on the front line as he peeks around the corner with the clobbering time. So that was beautiful to see out of 100 Thieves. And then that just put him on the back foot, obviously, ready to go against that Resurrect. So a lot of ults out from Shroud too. This point of the map is super hard to get through on attacking side. Incredibly defensive favored. We'll see how Shroud breaks it, if at all.
Yeah, and the fight will begin again. Dongmin playing that natural cover, keeping that shield for when it is necessary. Sending out about 400 HP on the shield. Now it's down to 200 as the space is getting shoved right back at him. We are going to see that Soul Resurgence popped again. A ton of these Mantis ultimates to pressure in as Dongmin trying to find one. Unfortunately, no trade. Up in the sky we go. Will we see this meteor land? And we do not have a dunk on anyone as we do have that Bond out. Terra is going to find some value here as Bond goes down. Terra taking out Doom. Make that 2, 3 as the running everybody in, and Terra, an absolute fiend on the Star-Lord, walking everyone back to spawn.
I'm loving this mix-up with Harvey onto the Rocket Raccoon. You saw how much damage he was able to do in that ultimate with the Rocket Raccoon Cosmic Yarn. No, Nuck, you don't just walk into Diletta's left-right clicks, but luckily he lives for now. Regardless, I love this mix-up that 100 Thieves have done. Instead of running the Loki, instead of forcing it, they're like, okay, we're just going to play Rocket Raccoon and just do a ton of damage. Right now, 100 Thieves going to keep up that pressure against Shroud as they walk in past this choke.
Yeah, another big value of Loki is that burst damage, but it's tough to find value on hitting somebody in the sky. And Star-Lord stays up in that sky so much. Doomed, spinning to win, does hold on to that Galactic Legend. It's ready, waiting for this Strategist ultimate to pop. Wait for this Soul Resurgence to end is what the plan is going to be for here right now. Good stun out there on the side of Impunity, who is going to find Vinny early, and that should find good value. The res could be up here for Rocket. Yes, it is, but they're going to take this space before the res comes through. Try to break that barrier. Now they're going to focus whoever's stuck as TTK goes down. Delena goes down. Really well done here for Shroud X as they walk this thing, but the res is up.
Yeah, the res is up, and on the other side, Vision has to use his own to counter it, so we're still even in this fight. Terra also coming up on his ultimate. Dogman could go big with a massive Aya Wakamoto. It's going to be back and forth, though, with the Cosmic Yarn, and huge ultimate by the Star-Lord.
Terra up again, taking out Doomed, but against the Agamotto out of the sky. Great value. TTK gonna find Nuck, and well done here by 100 Thieves to not get pressured, but Nuck is res. Delena gonna take out Doom. Delena, a monster on the hit scan, showcasing it doesn't matter which role I'm on, as long as it hits when I click. And down goes Fidel, Vision, Impunity, and 100 Thieves hold on before point 2.
Beautiful tank play by TTK. I thought that Dongmin's Aya Wakamoto would have been massive. But no, the Meteor M right there to soak up all the damage coming through onto Terra. So the tank play has been phenomenal throughout the series. Dongmin playing the Doctor Strange instead of Magneto might have cost them, considering the fact that Aya Wakamoto, like I said, it did connect, but Terra's damage was just so much with that ultimate. It almost makes that ultimate for Star-Lord not feel as useless, because sometimes it just feels like, okay, I'm gonna bait out Meteor, I'm gonna bait out a support ult. But once you have Harvey onto the Rocket Raccoon with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, you can actually get the eliminations before Soul Resurgence is there from SJ or from Nuck or from somebody else. So I like how it's played. It's kind of forced Shroud X to play completely differently. And right now they're not reacting to Harvey's Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers. And then obviously TTK there with some perfect peel. This is a game of amazing Magneto play.
Yeah, I'm with you. They are finding just so much value. Magneto in such a strong place right now, and it's seemingly not going to change. Up in the front line, in my opinion, the strongest shielding Vanguard in the game right now. Just enables heroes to play the game more aggressively. Bubble, that window to pop up whenever you need it, self-shield, and then that Meteor M. Not only can it find a ton of value in and of itself, but just eating damage in moments like you saw right there with that ult from Dongmin with the Aya Wakamoto, and nobody falling even during a Star-Lord ult. It is just so valuable. So I'm with you on that front, and we are seeing how impactful Magnetos can be in the right hands as we push up for point 1.
I'm happy to see Delena as well make that switch over to the Adam Warlock that we saw on the previous map, just to stick with it. Triple strategist across the board for both sides, and Dongmin obviously hearing out that maybe we should go back to that Magneto instead of the Doctor Strange. We'll see what happens on the first point defense for Shroud X. At this point, I think this map is pretty defensive favored, and Dongmin, again, early pick on a Terra, forcing out that passive with the Adam Warlock team up early on.
Yeah, Dongmin was a switch in a recent tournament coming in here on the Vanguard side, but just really showcasing the power right now of how strong Vanguards can be. Just keeps getting value. So we are going to be driven back in a little bit here from the side of Shroud X as 100 Thieves is just maintaining this pressure. It's very difficult to get the thing off of these tight angles with those haymakers as everybody is going to shove back in again. We are seeing that Soul Resurgence out as the team is using that speed to run in with the Overshield, but it gets pulled right back as Soul Resurgence going to be now on the side of 100 Thieves up with the Galactic Legend pressuring the back line. We do see that Bond out for Adam Warlock and the Crystals out as it's very difficult to get teams to fall during that. Up in the sky, Meteor M, no. Right back at it for Dongmin. Will they be able to get one back? No. Again, that Bond holding on to the team, making sure nobody takes any serious damage during those moments. But here comes the copy, and we have another Soul Resurgence. Delena does have ult up, but Delena does fall. Doomed, gonna take out another, make that 3. Not gonna take out TTK, and down goes Vinny as they are shoved back into their spawn door once again.
Shardak's doing a good job playing that sort of back and forth, really just pushed in, made sure Delena's never in a good spot to res. Both teams understand how valuable that Adam Warlock res is, so they know they need to push in that hard. They need to play that aggressive to get value out of their ultimates. But in this upcoming fight, 2 ticks have been given. Last time this was because of Harvey's Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, so unless Shardak's get another pick, I think they're just going to throw out this Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and just get so much damage downrange.
And we are going to see some pressure again from Delena, just keeping that space. And here comes the res. When ready, when need be. Sometimes they'll pop this early, so if anyone goes down, but no, Delena gonna find Impunity. Nice set of damage there, doing a little bit more onto the front line as we do see a res up for Impunity. The res gets popped from Vision, who is gonna keep them in the fight. Vinny gonna find 2 there. Incredible work as SJP goes down. TTK taking out Dongmin, but Nuck and Vision back in the fight. Vision already utilizing that res will not allow him to stay in, as we are gonna be seeing 100 Thieves owning this, and it looks like they will be taking point 1.
Yeah, taking point 1. I think that it's just, it feels like if you're against this Rocket Raccoon, who, by the way, has another ultimate, he's already at 70%. That's just crazy. But I just feel like they're always on the back foot with this Loki right now. They're just constantly pushed back because of Harvey's ultimates whenever he commits an ult, and they don't have anything for it. They're just giving up all that space. Sure, you get the res off, but the Cosmic Yarn still lasts throughout, and Dongmin was low at the very end when the res ran out. So right now, I love the composition for 100 Thieves, and I think it's just going to continue working out for them as we enter the Streets phase of this map with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I think we did see a switch in their team as a whole. Ult advantage heavily on their side here for this next fight as we see TTK just maintaining this space. Magneto can essentially just be an anchor on the cart and keeping that thought up of when to use the Meteor Ram and the bubble up. Again goes the opposition. 100 Thieves trying to turn it back around as we do see that resurgence up from the Mantis. Terra tries to pop that ult, and we are seeing the spin to win back from Doom, who is gaining ult charge like it's his job. 83% here. Bubble gets popped on him, keeping that pressure as we're almost again Doomed. Gonna be ready to press Q any second. We are seeing Vinny haymaker after haymaker trying to get that ult up. It is ready and available with clobbering time, choosing to hold on to it as Terra going to be taking out Doomed, now back in their favor. TTK going to take out Impunity. Vinny on Vision, but Doom does get res back. Are they going to be able to retake this, or will this be too much for them?
Yeah, they're like getting staggered out now, and this is weird. That cart's in such an odd spot. You're right. I don't know if they do get a touch. Your Nuck over to the Doctor Strange, having one of your strategists go over to the Doctor Strange is quite interesting, but now not running triple strategist, they have to portal back in last second to touch this objective.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a comm about who goes down first. You got to be ready to tally, but it is on the ground and potentially, oh, wow, they're actually able to all get through. Sometimes we'll see Vanguard try to body block that, but no, not going to happen. Terra hits the high skies, trying to make something happen with the Galactic Legend. Delena on the right click, a ton of damage. Just going to get rid of, oh, I thought it was a clone. Down goes Nuck early. That's a nice pick as Nuck will not be able to get, oh, I said that almost too early as they pick. Delena with a nice pick before the res comes through. Incredible work here by Delena. Vision going to get resed up instinctively with the passive. It is still going heavily in the side of 100 Thieves. I say that as Dongmin takes out Vinny, though, and now they're still evening out these numbers a little bit. Heavy, oh, wait, Harvey takes back Vinny. Vinny's still in the fight. TTK goes down from Dongmin. Terra gonna be dropping, Doomed, and it is so back and forth as we might see a big meteor here shortly from Dongmin, who goes up in the sky. Bond is likely out. Will it find value? Yeah, it does not, as Vision gets all the value they need as TTK and Delena go down right here.
Yeah, now real firepower on the aggressive with the Cosmic Yarn into the sheet in the Loki Crystal. So they're still alive into this Terra over the high ground with the ultimate and the damage output. Can he close it out here? Finds full back line. That's huge. Finds 3 potentially. Vinny's also here. I have Okamoto from Nuck. but do they have the follow-up damage? It looks like maybe, and they have Strange Soul on the cart. They still have 2 of the Vanguards here, but no supports to heal them up. And 100 Thieves have the full advantage now and close out on the map.
That felt closer than it maybe needed to be. Incredible defense there to try to make sure that went their way. It is very difficult at this level of play, you know, to push, but to get through point 2, it does feel like a defensive sided area. When you maintain that position once, you know, getting that high ground, it's very difficult to shove back through. But 100 Thieves is just making things happen as Terra popping off there, getting that MVP. Excited to see, again, the Duelist line final hits. They've just been making things happen.
Yeah, they really have just been making things happen. On the other side, Terra pumped out 44,000 damage, man. That's
wow.
Absurd with all those Cosmic Yarn amplifiers. I mean, that's the damage and the final hit numbers that you'd like to see. That means what you're doing is kind of working, right? So they're just able, just in terms of stats, it doesn't tell the full story, but it's working out for them right now.
Yeah, the Cosmic Yarn amplifier, seeing things like combining with the Galactic Legend, it's something that's a little more unique and niche that you maybe don't see too much in ladder, but Harvey taking home the most healing in the game as well with 36k. So Rocket can get the job done, and I'm excited to look into more of this. Speaking of looking into more of this, let's check out these highlights from that match.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Steel presence!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back, everyone, as it's now 2-1. 100 Thieves are up on Shroud X, and they're starting to look a lot more dominant in these fights. What do you think?
Yeah, looking a lot more dominant indeed right now. 100 Thieves, 2-1. It's nice to see them pick up the Adam Warlock composition, considering, you know, maybe they were one of the only teams to kind of refuse to run it. And honestly, just for like the overall parity of the scene and diversity of composition, I like to see that. But you know, a lot of the times what happens, I feel like, is, you know, a lot of these teams have huge egos and like, this comp's going to work. We're going to be great with this. And then they just end up not running the meta, and it kind of just screws them over. So right now, the Adam Warlock composition definitely seems to be taking over, at least in North America. And, you know, we'll see if they can keep playing it well and not banning it out, because it kind of works for them right now.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see Shroud X decide to take that off the table now, because they're doing a unique thing where they're putting Rocket in the composition, which gives that advantage with the Yarn into the Star-Lord, just to have more damage, apply more pressure, and put more, you know, during these strategies. It's now more of a threat. 40% additional damage, at least right now with Rocket, when Star-Lord's in the sky, is scary to deal with, and it can burst through something like Mantis if done correctly. So it does give them a little bit of an advantage. So let's see what these bans are looking like.
Hella ban first for Shroud X. They don't want to play against Elena on that Hella. Makes a lot of sense. And Shroud X, I think they do have a good Hella player, and they can play around a Vision on the Hella, but, you know, opting for playing that style and then a group ban for 100 Thieves, they want to keep doing these exact same protects and bans. I think it's not going to really change too much, besides Shroud X maybe not banning out Bucky this time. I don't know, but I imagine they don't want to give Terra that Bucky again.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't been seeing Groot's been getting, or, you know, he's been getting banned, but I believe he was open on the last one. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but he wasn't played at all. I got to double check with you on that one. But either way, the bans are looking very back and forth consistent and nonstop. The same thing we're seeing every time, which I don't love if I'm the team that's losing.
The right heroes could make
No. Yeah, you would think they would try to mix things up. It's interesting. I mean, like, I think that there was a few fights that could have gone their way, right? Maybe also playing the Rocket Raccoon this time could change it up instead of playing the Loki. That could be a wrinkle in it. But 100 Thieves right now, I think their pacing is just really good. And Shroud X, I don't know. We'll see how they adapt in this map on Aegis Path. They're going to have to change up something for sure.
Yeah, it is going to be our, you know, a convoy, right? Another convoy. We did see both teams looking pretty strong, pushing it to the final fight either way. So definitely a different ball game out here at this point, but the composition's not changing too much. We will see Nuck now on that Raccoon, like you mentioned, which may even the tides a little bit. And at this moment, Dongmin is showing up with the Venom. And we mentioned we see this a lot more in EU. Venom, a very, very strong Vanguard at taking space and being a backline, just strategist nightmare. So we will see that potentially changing things up here, and on attack, he's great.
He might just be scouting, I think, over the top side, and then Nuck, I think, is just going to give armor packs and switch. So I don't think they're going to change things up, man. That's the unfortunate part, is I think they really should right now.
Yeah, I'm with you, and that's what I was hoping from what I see there. But Dongman's now is on the strange. Maybe we'll see a teleport play. We haven't seen much of those early plays here, so it's tough to. You don't get a ton of value off the teleport on this first point, just due to how close the spawn is. But we are fighting very close to the spawn off the rip, as Vinny and TTK not afraid to hold that space. Ton of healing out here right now with 3 strategists. Let's see if it holds on. But either way, taking this fight this early allows you to get 3 fights roughly in the game. But no, they are driven back.
Yeah, they're sort of playing it how they play that triple Vanguard style. We've seen them on other maps, on Spider Islands, on Shin Shibuya play that sort of way, and now in this case, they're doing kind of something similar, building up ult charge early. Harvey's already got that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and then go aggressive with it right now.
Yeah, we might see something here early. There it goes. Cosmic Yarn is out, and they're going to fall. Delena dealing a ton of damage down. Goes Doomed. Nice pick there, but the res is obviously going to be on the table, and Doomed right back in the fight. Burning that cooldown early might be enough, as we do see up in the sky, Terra trying to find some value. The Cosmic Yarn is gone, though. Not a ton of damage out, as Bond is going to be pulled out too, using some of those cooldowns, getting them out of the way, and is going to try to come right back. But no, the unfortunate fact here is now they're going to come back swinging, as Doomed will have ultimate after the fact. Not getting a pick there is unfortunate. Just burning out those cooldowns. TTK, I spoke too soon. Gonna find Impunity and put them back, heading back towards their spawn door, taking the space and shoving them in, as this is a great retake here by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, this has been a tough series for Impunity. I think at the moment Vinny has kind of been upping him on the not Doctor Strange, on the thing. But you know, he still has a chance to prove himself throughout the series. We'll see if he can get a big clobbering time on the backside. 100 Thieves have nearly 6 ultimates ready to go, and as do Shroud.
And here comes a clobbering time. Will they find anything from it? Is going to get TTK, but no. When you go into 3 strategists like that, if you don't hit them all, it is going to leave it open. So not a ton of value there. And Eye of Agamotto gets popped. Everyone found in it, but every Q on 100 Thieves gets popped. TTK going to be taking out Vision there early. Up again with the Galactic Legend. Will it get value? Delena going to be dropping Doomed. Oh, what a pick, as Doomed is in the sky with Galactic Legend. So much value there, as Terra's going to start spinning to try to get that Legend back. 26%. Vinny holding on to that Q as well, as they are going to walk them back. And again, 100 Thieves showing how strong they are with this team composition.
Yeah, they're looking good currently, and like I said, this is nice to see Delena have to swap over to the Adam Warlock, and right now they're just syncing up Harvey and Terra's ultimates. It doesn't matter if they get value or not. Sometimes they just want to make sure both this Star-Lord and this Rocket Raccoon are constantly on the same page. Nice opening pick by Dongman, though, just in the neutral. But we're seeing that res out early. Passive, nice pop from Dongman, but we'll see if they can do it again. They have to be consistent right now. A minute left on the clock. You have to close it out right now.
Yeah, getting a pick like that off the rip is crucial, especially in a neutral like that, where you're just kind of waiting for ults. That cooldown means a lot, similar to Bond or Crystals as we start this fight. Delena gonna find Vision. Terra on Fidel, walking in as Terra trying to find the entirety of the team, spinning with Barrage off very low into the backline. Does have that Q ready. Will Guardians be pop? No, it's not necessary, as SJP cleans it up. Vinny finds Impunity. Dongman gets one, but it won't matter, as again they retake, and now there's gonna be 1 fight left until they stagger in with teleport.
It's Vinny again. Huge clobbering time. I mean, this has been a big difference maker for 100 Thieves. He is just a consistently top performing player for 100 Thieves, and right now, absolutely just shutting down Shredex, who just ran straight into clobbering time. And SJP, no way! Finding the counterpart, Nuck just removed from the game. No passive either.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the value of those early picks. That cannot happen in the last fight. It will have enough time to reset as a team, I believe, for one last touch, but it puts them in a very vulnerable position, as we will see Soul Resurgence popped here, likely by SJP. Relatively early count and ults. It's heavily in 100 Thieves as we see the Yarn goes up. Bubble out as well, trying to get this early pick onto Doomed, and it does happen, as the Yarn's going to help that happen. Crystals are out. We don't see the meteor land, and we have Bond gone to all the cooldowns being burned right now. Up in the sky in a dangerous position. Terra still spinning. Does get the bubble. We do have res ready for Vision. That could be enough to keep them in this fight. Impunity, gotta get some more value with these ults. Will it work out? Not quite yet. Dongman gonna have to retreat here. The team taking that space. The Vanguard line for 100 Thieves is in their backline at this point. This draws eyes everywhere, allowing the duelists to look towards the backline without much pressure. Just trying to survive here as the shields get popped. Running very low. Clobbering time is out. Spinning. Terra gonna take out Impunity. Dongman goes down, and 100 Thieves again are dominating as we see a res from Vision. The entirety of the squad will be back in touch one more as we're in OT.
Yeah, in OT, they do come back with the res. It was perfectly timed, but now in the sky, Terra with the ultimate, Harvey with the Cosmic Yarn. They pop both of them. Tracked into the sky is Doom. No res is going to bring back Doomed either. Bubbles committed to keep the backline a little bit healthy, but at this point, Terra's just absolutely smoking everybody right now.
Gets up into the sky. No one even had eyes up as Terra starts sweeping that backline and forcing them off point. And 100 Thieves holds on point one, and man, are they looking good.
Yeah, looking good indeed. 65 meters is the distance that you have traveled in, Shroud X. I wonder if that's the same distance from the to the airport, Maybe people say that in North America, nearest airport, but 100 Thieves now, looking so good right now in this composition. And I don't know, man. You can't even call out one individual playership. Right now, it just feels like they're playing so well around everybody. And, TDK's shields, his Meteor M timings, and everybody else is playing so well. I don't know what you do with Shroud X right now because you're getting diffed at your own comp.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to what we discussed. I think you need to try to ban and change it up. At this point, if they get 3 on you, you can't repeat the same banning. It can't happen, at least not from what I'm seeing. They figured this out, and it's working for them. They're finding a ton of value with this composition, and it's in their wheelhouse, being able to run the rocket with it as well. And maybe, this is where we get into some discussion after the scenes. I'm not sure if Shroud has put that much time into having rocket. I know Nuck likes playing that Loki, which we see that change, at least right now on the defense. So maybe it'll change up, but it seems like that's going to be the comp they're running. So they're definitely more confident without the rocket on this composition. So, and Fidel, a very, very strong Invis is going to be back on the field. So it looks like they're not going to run the res at all. So they are trying to maybe change it up. But like you're saying, 100 Thieves, each individual player finding some sort of value in getting these early picks. It's been nearly everyone.
Yeah, 3 Vanguards. It's desperation hour right now for Shroud X. I do like that you can maybe enable more of your duelists with the Invisible Woman, but you cannot enable Doomed when he just gets absolutely stuffed by Delena, man. Jesus Christ.
Can't play like that without res, unfortunately. Trying to hold him early, like we said, it does buy him a little more time, but this is one point in these early fights. If they're able to stagger your team now, it just makes them get more space. It's a little more safe to do that when you have the ability to push through point one. But without that, Terra going to find vision. GMG going to turn it on SJP, though, but still heavily on the side of 100 Thieves as they're walking this into Lena on Doomed. And knock, nice turn there to Lena with a double headshot back-to-back for the KOs is going to give them so much space with insanely long staggers.
He's having fun. He's having fun on the Adam Warlock, which is good to see considering he's such a top talent on the Hela. You knew he could transition over to this hero. We'll see what happens, though. Shroud X teleports back into the fight.
Delena with great positioning here, just trying to play around this, force the team to look in your direction, and that in and of itself is enough to keep your team away and eyes on you as your Vanguards walk in. The strategist able to take that space back. At this point, it's all about just touching and trying to stay in there, but it looks like the sides have switched completely. It almost looks like 100 Thieves is out on defense, but Vision trying to put some pressure in. They did have to use that teleport, does have the Eye of Agamotto. Will we find value with it here? Vision, obviously, a very strong player in their own right with DPS on the duelist side. But will they get enough value here with the Strange? Up goes TTK, who does find Fidel, and that shuts down that Guardian barrier, and that could be enough to win this. Vinny gonna turn it around on Nuck. It is back and forth again. Shroud X tried to make space happen. TTK got one. Delena gonna get rezzed up. Terra on Dogman. TTK on Impunity. Delena gonna res back SJP, and that res could be enough for them to come back and shove through this W. 100 Thieves looks like they have this here as they win Game 4.
Winning game 4, put themselves on map point. I was just slightly worried because Impunity had a pretty big ultimate on the clobbering time. And we've seen 100 Thieves kind of choke it out on these first points on Digital Path. I think they was it versus Magnets or some, I don't remember. They played against a team they first held and then got first held in their own game. So, it's possible for any team to get held there. But 100 Thieves came together. Pretty good work there to just close out against Shroud X. And right now, map point in this first of 4, 100 Thieves looking to cement themselves back into that grand finals. And that'd be crazy, first of all, Chib, the fact that we're going to see yet another Sentinels versus 100 Thieves grand finals, potentially. We'll have to see. Maybe I'm calling it too early, but Shroud X need to change something up because they haven't this whole freaking series, bro.
Yeah, the definition of insanity. If you're three in a row at this point, if you try to do the same exact thing again, it is not going to work for you. You need to change it up. They tried to do it there on defense, to shift it a little bit, and I honestly like to see that. But if you look at the stat line, 0 final hits from everyone besides Dungman and Vision across the entire board, and they had 3 and 2. And you go look at Terra alone with 9 already over the top of their entire team combined. So needs to be a change in something here. I know the team has what it takes to make a shift. They're a very strong team, and they typically can clutch in these moments. But 100 Thieves is just riding this wave, and they don't need to change anything. Why would they? It's just working for them. Keep doing it over and over. They want you to ban the same heroes. Please keep running it back. But I want to see Shroud X make a change here. I need to see a change in these compositions if they want to try to get this W.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe bans protects. We'll have to see in a second. Obviously, it's their last map. I mean, the fact that Shroud X is even here, though, in the first place, I will say, is a big deal to even be in this top of the format. Same thing with Magnets earlier. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, they could still win this series. They could still come back on the next map. We'll have to see after some highlights, and then we'll enter that map point for 100 Thieves.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winter's done yet, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Neo peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back as we push forward. 100 Thieves up 3-1 into Shroud X, and I've got to say, 100 Thieves is looking really good again, right back to their old selves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves looking really good indeed. And, you know, I wonder what that bodes for this next map. We'll see if they can close it out. Shroud X, good team as well. So we saw on map number 1 what they're capable of. That was versus 100 Thieves, who were, looks like, still kind of messing with compositions. But, you know, we'll have to see on map number 5.
Yeah, I mean, they show that they can do it, right? And granted, in that moment, they were running Guardians comp and 100 Thieves was not. So it did show that it worked in their favor, and that could just be a composition difference and how strong Guardians can be. But also, like, they had the confidence. And I think since that first map, it just seems like they've been slowly falling down and down. Getting held 0.1 there on Yggdrasil is a tough look. I know they're a strong team, but I do hope to see some sort of shift here on their banning phase.
Yeah, a shift indeed would be nice to see, but, you know, maybe in practice, some things are different. You know, who knows what's been happening behind the scenes. A lot of these teams, we talked about it before, a lot of practice, right? It's not just about these official matches. It's about the weeks that lead up. And you maybe get like one off day as a pro player. And most of the times, these off days are not even real off days because you're still playing the game, still keeping fresh. So, you know, it's a lot of commitment to be a professional esport player. And every single pro player is trying to live that dream. So right now, immediately first ban from Shroud X is going to be the Wolverine, interestingly enough.
Yeah, going to be a little change up here. We are going to see the Rocket Lock Groot gone as well. Something very consistent we've seen from 100 Thieves. Luna lock in as well. So we may, you know, I have no doubt we're going to see a Namor ban here from 100 Thieves just to answer for that. Warlock gone, though, and there goes the Guardians comp. Something we have discussed. This is what I think needed to happen. Not necessarily saying it's going to go in their favor, but you got to try, especially when it's match point like this for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I like trying something new. The difficulty is, like you said, yeah, it's just like 100 Thieves. I mean, this is still straight up in their comfort zone. I mean, it just is, right? Shroud X, they're the ones that were trying to play Guardians comp and were the ones kind of forcing it on map number 1. 100 Thieves adapted, and now you're making Shroud X have to adapt. So it's cool to see all of these teams and kind of change things on the fly, sort of freeform jazz. But right now, 100 Thieves putting Delena on the Hela. I mean, that's his comfort, straight up, right? And also you have Terra on the Bucky too, because that's not banned either.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a missed Kraken impact for the Bucky of Terra, if I'm being real with you. And one thing I've noticed from 100 Thieves that they do is they use, when Groot's on the table, that Strangling Prison, they launch Kraken impact, and then if it's not enough, you'll see either the Z-Pack from the Rocket or the Rocket Cosmic Yarn, just to enable and ensure that reset goes through. And I think that's a beautiful play. It's like they almost don't overcommit unless they need it, you know, and just enable Terra to always sweep with that ultimate, and it seemingly always works in their favor. Obviously, Groot off the field right now, so we won't be seeing that as much, but it still can be a similar play here when you have the Thing's stun pop. So let's see how that looks as they hold very tight here for the first point.
Yeah, very tight indeed. I do like that at least they forced that Loki comp again. In 100 Thieves, we've seen them not do as hot with the Loki comp and instead on the Rocket. So It's nice to see Shrodex kind of take that as both of these Hellas sort of trying to figure out where each other is. Delena hiding. How did he get found? How did Vision read that? He knows Delena's spot's probably in practice or something, but what a read by Vision.
Yeah, beautiful play there. You love to see that. Obviously, throwing that on the ground as Hella getting that soul drainer and then following up with a headshot is devastating. Perfect play there on the left side as now they do have that off-angle pressure, but the entirety of the team is in this building. So really tough to find a way to find some value while you're on the high side at this moment as they're holding directly at the door. Now we are going to see Harvey pop, and it's going to go directly into the dance floor, changes some damage, back to healing. Oh my goodness, almost lost one of the back line there from the side of 100 Thieves, and here comes the Kraken impact on everyone. Will it find some value? Damage boost coming through, but no, not going to work out. Harvey going to fall out from that ultimate now. It is going to be matched by SJP, who is keeping that fate of both worlds alive, and everybody is staying at 100 HP. Terra tries to launch it early. Didn't really find much there, but does take out Vision. Unfortunately, not going to get that reset, but still, as long as one goes down, you are happy, and they are going to have to walk away from that first door hold as Delena finds Doomed. Fidel takes out TTK. Delena going to raise Harvey back, which is a team up that maybe slept on a little bit.
And he's waiting for Visions. Comes back through. Does Visions get found? No. Does get stunned. Never mind. Does get found by Terra. So poor Visions getting bullied. And now on the front side, they're able to finally get those eliminations. We're going to have to see this kind of ship. I feel like Dongmin with his Eye of Agamotto's has to go huge. And you have to keep your backline forward, right? It's going to be a constant from Delena and 100 Thieves. You know this guy, man. Like, he is the hardest flanker in North America. Might be the hardest flanker in the game. All he does is flank on Hella. And a lot of the times it works. We'll see how Shrodex adapts to it. But right now they have to deal with Vinny with his very own clobbering time. And you know how he's done so far with that ultimate.
You mentioned Hella. He's incredibly patient, too. Delena does a great job just waiting. Wait until something's happening and then follow up. Just play the game at your own pace and don't try to make a play that's not your own. Here we go off the rip immediately. Gonna see the fate of both worlds followed up with the Kraken impact. Unfortunately, matched, so nothing comes through. Doomed is up now. Gonna reset. Yes, Doomed trying to make a play off a clone here. Doomed is gonna get the reset from the Meteor M, though. Nice toss there on the high side of impunity. And here comes the Meteor M right back. Doomed playing that natural cover. Well done. Fidel, I don't know how that didn't land. Fidel gonna take out TTK and get vengeance, and well done by Shroud X, who look like they will be taking point one.
Yeah, that was clean by them. I was surprised that there was no urgency from Vinny there to try to get an ultimate off, but maybe because of, SJP getting picked or Shroud X just overall playing forward. Doomed had some great plays there on that Bucky, and you need to play that well, especially against Terra, who is kind of one of the best Buckies in North America. So, not much else to say there except Doomed played well, and the team obviously formed around him pretty well. But now we have the Eye of Agamotto coming up, and oh my gosh, Impunity. What a pickoff on Delena. They know these flanks are coming, Shiv. This is what you want to see from a team. Being aware of the flanks of Delena and picking him off early that's exactly what you want to see out of a team.
Yeah, I like the changeup. It is working for him, right? This is the things we wanted to see. There is that clobbering time. It is going to find values. Vinny going to be taking out Doomed early in the fight. Obviously, no reses around right now. That's a nice start to the fight as Vinny got to keep those haymakers coming right into the shield comps. The thing plays really strong into these dual shields as he can just haymaker for days, build that ult charge as the team is forced to run back. But here comes that patient Vision again. Similar to Delena is going to find that pick. We talked about how patient Delena could be, but as a Hella player in general, it's all about those one picks. As long as you get the job done, make them think you're not there, and then find value as Terra is very low. Nice pick again by Vision, taking two out, and does have this ultimate ready to launch it with a Goddess of Death whenever need be. Again, just waiting it out. Here comes Delena again with the pick from Vision. An absolute monster on this Hella.
He's putting Delena on his back. I can't believe it, man. Absolutely insane. And now Eye of Agamotto, they want to keep this pressure going forward, right? But the support is there. The heals with that, with the ultimate is there to follow up. And oh no, Doomed. Did he connect on that reset? I think he did. He got somebody, but the ultimate not going to be there now for this upcoming fight because he just used it. This could be the opening for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that was a tough look. I like the idea, but immediately backing off, just not comfortable, whether it's a comm or something. There was something discussed here that changed things up. Great bubble to get healed up. We see Terra, who does not miss with these. Doomed goes down early. Terra ready for the reset. Very low on HP, does get healed up by the backline Loki. Keep it in the fight from Harvey, but Vision gonna find Delena again, make that 3 in a row as Vision playing an incredibly strong Hella right now, looking directly at that backline, forcing them away. SJP is gonna get held there by the mini stun bubble, driven back out again by the side of Terra, who Terra's now gonna take this pressure right back. Great chance, great escape there by the Astral Flock. Terra with the pull on Fidel. Ooh, but gets locked in with the freeze. Incredible play as Terra takes out Fidel and starts this back in their favor.
Dude, if I'm Vision, I'm pissed. Like, how are we not winning on the front line when I'm distracting 3 of them? Like, what are we doing, guys? I don't know. Like, Shard X, Vision specifically is probably very pissed. That maybe it's because of Doom going down earlier. That was the reason why they lost a lot of that frontline damage. But, man, that is brutal to see. Minute left to go now. We'll see what happens. But, you know, you've already gotten the better of Delena multiple times. You might finally have unlocked his potential here as we're entering the last 47 seconds of the map.
Got to show some love to SJP and Harvey there, too. That flank did not fall. I really thought they were going down there by Vision, going down to 1 HP. Great positioning there by Harvey off the rip to drop back. Immediately turns and starts keeping SJP in the fight. Then he gets an insane freeze on the team to keep it moving forward. Actually, excuse me, that was actually in return from Fidel. Fidel, who plays a really good backline. And now the next fight begins. Doom does have this back. Will the Kraken impact get a little more value? Good dash out there to avoid the clobbering time. Beautiful play there by Doom. Will he find value as everyone's low? We're going to call out the damage boost shortly, I guarantee it. There it is. Bang! Down goes a few, or at least the clones are weak. They're all hit. Impunity gonna take out Terra. That res should be back, I believe, but we will see shortly. I don't see any play off it just yet. The dance floor is still going on from Nuck as they're pressing forward again. The fight is still in their favor, but no one's going down. Good decision here. Aya Bakamoto getting virtually everyone. Great play by Dongmin, who is going to take out 2 doomed. Drop TTK. Vinny goes down, and SJP, and it looks like Shroud X can clutch up in the moments they need to.
Oh, yeah. Great job in the neutral there on the front line to find that opening pick onto Terra. Now going into the third phase of the map, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Delena's hard flanks are going to be a thing, and this building's going to be broken, so we're going to probably see the God spot, that back left building that we've seen Cal pop off from before once this terrain gets shifted around, and there it goes. So the map will be changing. That high ground will be fought over by the Hellas, and the low ground will be a 5 versus 5.
Yeah, that spot's even opened up the eyes for virtually everyone in this scene and in the ladder, as I've seen you even do it at this point. It's gorgeous up there. It's a terrifying spot as a hella. So we are going to see some space taken. TTK does a great job just getting on this card and owning it forever. He is going to hold on to this meteor until necessary. Got to wait some of these cooldowns out. Crystal's got to go bye-bye. But alt advantage still on the side of 100 Thieves. They are going to have both Vanguards ready. Will they be able to find value? Probably going to try to combo Vinny with Terra again, similar to how you would do it with Group. But great positioning on both teams right now. TTK is going to have to fall back. Great natural cover hold there from Shroud X.
Yeah, both Buckies have been caught out a few times, doomed back into the fight. 20 seconds left to go. This will be last fight. You can see Vision's going for that high ground. What does 100 Thieves want to do? Do they want to go fast? It looks like yes. They're going to pop the Loki copy.
And Doom goes up and lands a Kraken impact. There's a reset on a clone. Just going to buy time now. Wait for some stuff to go. Doesn't find the value, but good punch there from Doom to get a second, or at least off the reset of the clone. Vision gonna pick off SJP on the height there with the Goddess of Death. And it's again, Vision gonna be taking out Vinny and just gonna keep this pressure forward. It looks like they might get enough space here to get close to point 3. And this is a really good attack here from Shroud X ever since that struggle on point 2.
If I'm Shroud X, I'm sweating, though. I need Doom not to get picked off early or Terra for 100 Thieves' side. Delena's going to go for his hard flank like he always does, especially when he has ultimate. I don't know. Let's see how this goes. Vision's matching it, though. Really good job by him to take this flank angle early. Just need to not get picked here. And he gets the pick. He gets the better of Delena.
Vision has been on a tear here with these off-angle fights. An immediate pick is going to be potentially enough to at least give them enough space to play aggressively, and they're not going to have the ability. 100 Thieves, if I'm them right now, you got to get that damage-boosted Kraken with the follow-up stun as soon as this ends. There's the clobbering time. Doesn't find any purchase. I don't see too much value just yet. Up in the sky, the reset has been up for Terra, who does go down. Vision on an absolute monster here, finding another pick on a duelist, and those picks on duelists mean everything in this fight. Looking eyes up here, who does get stuffed by the building. Very unfortunate, as that vault gets 0 value, just buys a second of time. Impunity still staying on cart, gonna force eyes into the back line, try to put pressure on those strategists, and here comes the dunk of the meteor ram. Will the meatball land? Yes, it does, as the Lena goes down. Impunity still keeping the numbers in their favor. It is so back and forth, but Shroud X is absolutely popping off again on the height here. TTK just trying to make sure the team can stay on 400 HP in a dream at this point. Still getting healed up, great positioning, great utilization of cooldowns. Clobbering time. Who does get 3? He's looking for more. TTK gonna take out Doom. Vision on height again, and here comes the Goddess of Death. Will we find value with this? It is so back and forth here as they're holding on with a millisecond on the clock.
Oh, dude, Dogman just popped Eye of Agamotto. Where's the follow-up? Terra goes low, booped off. Real Mimic again. Knock heals him up, but Dylan is dead again. How is this happening? They're down 1 members, but they're not getting enough eliminations. Doomed is back on freaking Psylocke, and TTK, he's controlling all the space.
I do not know how TTK is still on this point without falling. Incredible utilization of cooldowns and understanding here. And just the strategist line somehow staying alive in these angles, keeping the team in. It is so back and forth. The fight is stalled as Terra gonna take out Vision. That's a great start here. Again with a reset. Bang! On another. Can we get more? But then again, the damage boost goes up. Oh my goodness. Terra gets 3. And that's gonna be enough for 100 Thieves to hold on and not allow them to push through point 3.
Is this real life? Like, I'm like, hey, where am I? What dimension? What's going on? Dude, what happened? That was dude, Vinny got 2 clobbering times in that fight, man. What the hell? What the hell is life?
Oh, I gotta go. Once again, Vision just these early picks and just not, the team's just not winning the fight. So, man, is it insane. Terra, whenever Terra gets those ultimates, it's almost over, especially in those intense moments. And, you know, they were getting picked. I'm not gonna lie, Terra was falling there, but it didn't matter because just TTK, Vinny on the front line, Harvey and SJP staying alive throughout that whole thing, not getting KO'd a single time, at least from what I saw, just rotating cooldowns, rotating those ultimates, the double dance floors, making the team invulnerable, switching over to damage to give Terra that damage to follow up. They held on to point 3 like I have never seen, even when numbers were not in their favor. And that was just a high level example of how to hold this map.
Yeah, I bet you, like, I'm not a fan of anybody, but man, I want to go back and watch the Shroud VOD because he's probably like, most SDX fans got to be this way, man. Like, he'd be like, somebody please get a KO, do something. Like, it's only Vision out there. You know, Doomed is a great player, don't get me wrong, and the rest of the team was playing very well. Maybe it was just because the strategists of 100 Thieves are just locking down so hard, but man, that's brutal to see. You're like, somebody please do something, and 100 Thieves, they're the only ones doing anything there as Terra's ultimate closed it out.
Yeah, I'm with you. It could have been a communication thing and a focus thing. It just seemed like everybody was not getting any major value besides early picks. TTK on the Vision early, and that is what you want to see if you're a fan of 100 Thieves who now have that space and pressure, and they're walking them back towards the bridge. Not able to hold that point in the beginning like we've seen a lot from the high-level teams using that early choke to buy some time, and they're already walking through bridges. Terra gonna take out Doom, keep that space going, 37% on. Gonna apply just a ton of pressure driving them completely back to that point 1.
We saw this on the defense for 100 Thieves when Delena got picked off. Both of these Hellas hold that right side. Both teams read that perfectly and found them early. So in practice, you kind of know what the Hella player is going to do, and you didn't really change much, it looks like, for the defensive Hella as both of them get picked off on their own defenses.
Holy moly, it seems like the momentum is back in 100 Thieves' favors. And as I say, the pick from Impunity onto Vinny and then immediately traded as Vision goes down. TTK keeps finding these picks with the Magneto. An incredibly strong change in that recent patch, giving him some more damage with that left right-click combo. There's the shield up to try to keep it. It would have been a little bit too early. It was not. Well done. Good positioning. Good idea. And way to hold on as nobody goes down, as we do see some resets on clones here for Terra. Terra, I don't believe, has the reset done now, though. The healing got to keep the team in the fight, and now it looks like the alt advantage would be back in their favor, but no, TTK taking out Dongmin, giving them that advantage in this moment, and he's just walking them at this point. TTK cannot be stopped in these fights, and there goes the Meteoram catching no one, and once more, 100 Thieves is gonna keep the pressure on. Out goes another dance floor. Fate of both worlds gonna be on both sides. The dance floor is out, and everybody's shimmying at this point, and there goes the shield, but it is gonna be a teleport back in. Numbers are evened out. Will we find, ooh, good ult there, and down goes Doom. TTK gonna follow up on a really well-placed Vinny ultimate, waiting out that strategist ultimate like we had mentioned prior. Right when the dance floor goes down, the entirety of everyone on the point got stunned, and they did find value. Eye of Agamotto goes out on the back line down. Ooh, that bump was it by TTK. Delena gonna take out Fidel, though, trying to get some damage over the boss, and it is working, I believe, and that's enough to drop Doom, and that should give them point 1, I believe, as Delena is back on their feet.
Man, I have been so impressed by these Magneto players throughout the tournament. TTK, aim assist or not, you know, controller or not, he's just been absolutely popping the hell off. And for Shroud X, it's unfortunate because I love having Dongmin on the Magneto, and instead now he's under the Doctor Strange impunities onto the Magneto as they've given up on the thing entirely. It kind of makes sense considering how it's gone, but right now 100 Thieves playing so well around both of their Vanguards. Vinny with a huge ultimate towards the end. Right now, I think unsung hero-wise, this has really just been a dominant performance from 100 Thieves Vanguards.
Yeah, I will say I do think the thing into these double frontline Vanguard shield comps is insane. I mean, you know, the thing can't be stunned with Yancey Street up from Doctor Strange, and he can just haymaker for days in that 1v1 trade into both shields, hit that ult back, and just be ready to stun everyone post-strategist ultimate. It's a good matchup for 100 Thieves at this point, and they're not making the change, and I'm sure there's reasons for it, but, you know, it's just tough to find a ton of value with Strange ultimate into a comp like this with a shield and some invulnerability there. Now we're going to see some damage from Delena immediately. We're going to see this pop here from Harvey, who does copy SJP. We are going to have the fate of both worlds. He knows Vision is over there. Delena, they both have eyes on, and they're sneaking at each other, getting those sneak peeks there. Eyes forward, up in the sky. Will the meteor land? Impunity looking for somebody. Doomed going to find value. Vision going to take out Terra, and it looks like Shroud X is holding on for right now, at least, as we do see another ultimate popped here from Fidel, which may not have been necessary in this moment with them being up by 2, but still, Vision going to make that 2 more with a 3-piece to hold on before point 2.
Yeah, this is hella gameplay. If you were wondering, it's just a matter of holding angles, waiting for flank timings or whatever. I liked how Shroud X were to live through Vinny's ultimate. His clobbering time didn't find value like it has previous. That's what we need to see out of Shroud X. They need to outlive some of the ultimates from this Thing player out of 100 Thieves, who has been playing so well. Doomed again with this front line, looking to engage aggressive to counter the other team's Kraken impact.
And there goes a ton of Krakens off the rip, and here comes Vinny, just haymakering for days into those shield lines. So much value as we do see the Kraken back. Vinny gonna take out Dongmin, though, like we had mentioned, very strong, running that in and taking that space once the momentum has shifted, and we're gonna see everyone fall here as 100 Thieves is now gonna be owning this point, and at this point, you better hope a teleport's up so you can touch, or you need to have somebody who can stall, because it is dangerous if I'm on the side of Shroud X.
Well, Vision's here on the far flank. We're going to see him show up in a second, but they know he's back there. The rest of the team is going to hold forward, I imagine, once they find out he's here. But the hook into the portal, Dongman to the sky as well. That's huge damage.
Both Vanguards there getting pulled. Vision on the off angle does have to resort to going back over to that off angle on the right instead of behind, which they were initially positioned at. That early take there, that pull was so much as Vinny takes out Doomed. Fidel gonna fall from Harvey as well. Numbers heavily on the side of 100 Thieves. Oh, and another pull into Impunity, who is very low. Down goes Impunity. Vinny with a follow-up haymaker, and now we're gonna see a shift as Dongmin is gonna be on. Ooh, we are gonna see a complete change. Venom is now out. Terra dropping Dongmin. Delena on Nuck, and that's gonna be enough for point 2.
That might be the backbreaker. They just lost with Nuck's copy in that fight, man. I don't know. That's very like not good. I don't know what else to say about this point. You know, 100 Thieves closed out there towards the very end. Shroud X with the portal tried to come through, did not get the copy ultimate, the Luna Snow dance floor off in time. The fate of both worlds to save anybody, right? 2 people fell before that even came out, and I don't know. That might be a backbreaker fight. We'll see what Shroud X wants to do in the streets phase now, though.
Yeah, I think that Terra pull off the rip into both Vanguards was pretty much the fight over at that point. It just too much damage off the rip into both of your Vanguards. It's just terrifying, if you will, with Terra up again. Goes the Meteor. Will we find Eddie Purchase? Not going to take out TTK in reverse, I believe. Back at him, actually. I'm not sure if it was a follow-up, but it does get one. Doomed going to be taking out Terra. And here comes another dunk reset. Just walking in as Doomed is now trying to showcase that these Kraken impacts can happen on both sides. Up in the sky we go. Looking for that fight on the off-angle Hella. They knew Hella was up here, but Hella did escape.
Yeah, he's just sitting there. he's like at the highest part of the map right now, dude. He's just, you can't find his ass. He's just hiding up there. Eventually, you'll be able to get him, but you'll see him when he comes down with the ult, right? He's in Wakanda. And he gets the elimination, Fidel!
That's insane. That position is wild. Delena gonna find one off the rip, and here comes the Terra reset. Gets 2. Will we find 3? Make that 4 and 5 as Terra, an absolute monster, pops off and sweeps virtually everyone. Make that 6 as the entirety of the team goes down. And well done for the side of 100 Thieves, who are now walking this in to end the game.
And walking it indeed. Terra, what a player he's been so far. Now gets picked up by Visions, though. So maybe a little overzealous for him in the front line as they lose both their duelists early.
Yeah, that's a good retake here. I actually think Shroud X did a good job coming back after the momentum shift, knowing that they didn't need to have to rush the touch, forcing out some ultimates. I think that is a good exchange here as Vision trying to get some more of those picks that we saw early on, finding a ton of value early and just not so much recently as we've been seeing that shift over towards the side of Delena, who's been finding that value. One thing to note is they did go back to Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange can actually block clobbering time if you jump with your shield up prior to it reaching you. Please note that in ladder, it is effective, but it is tough to do when you don't know when when it's coming. So you got to have that calm on the percentage of ultimate to try to jump in and block it. As Vision finds SJP up in the sky with the Goddess of Death. Crystals are out now, forcing out some cooldowns. Great positioning as we are going to see some good damage. Harvey going to copy. Out goes the fate of both worlds dance, and they are going to try to hold on and try to make this space happen. 3 seconds on the clock here, as this is going to be the final fight, as we will stagger for days.
Terra's got ult. Isle Wakamoto. It connects on the backline, but who's here? It's Terra with the peel.
And there's a reset again. Terra, don't do it to him like this. A second time, fighting 3. Will we see 4 and 5? The reset on the clones, and that's enough for them to win the series. 100 Thieves gets the job done, and you can't stop the train when it's rolling, and the train is named Terra.
Oh my goodness, 100 Thieves back in the grand final ship versus Sentinels. We have the rivalry back again. They said not to call it a rivalry, but it definitely has been over the past year. These two teams going up against each other. Shardex, hats off to them for playing this well, right? I mean, it was a series for sure, and they choked at every last possible second, man. Like, they had it so many times. They had it. They just needed somebody to help Visions or something. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, Doomed with 10 final hits is nice. You know, you got to love to see that. But when you have Bucky, you got to expect a little more advantage in your favor, because even when you do apply that Kraken impact on them, if they do fall from any other sort of damage rush, you still get the final hit. But Vision with 16 goes to show you how strong that hella play was. Those off angles, finding the backline. Vision was looking really good. And like you said, I just don't think there was a ton of follow-up after some of those picks. It just seemed like they were losing 5v6 a lot of the time.
Yeah, the meta is, or the game itself is in such a weird spot where it's like, hella flanks are good, but now, like, if you overcommit to them, it feels really brutal, especially if your team, like you said, if your team can't follow it up. But it's not like the team can just push all the way out there, because you're like in Narnia sometimes. I mean, Vision did find the flank elimination onto SJP, ulted to stay alive, but then eventually got taken out by Delena, and then the front line couldn't catch up to his position. So kind of awkward positioning as well. And another problem with ulting like that too, Shib, is that, like, you can't be met by your supports, right? Your strategist can't come up with their Luna Snow ultimate, whereas you have Delena, who just sits in his team, and then they'd have to copy with Harvey, and he's right in the middle of his ultimate, so it's just super unfortunate. And, you know, like you said earlier, Terra absolutely putting on a huge performance towards the end for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm with you. You're right. It is tough, because maybe that Goddess of Death was just not necessary quite yet. I mean, they did get that early pick and tried to, I think, roll through with it and say, hey, I'm going to pop this, burn all their cooldowns. But like you're mentioning, just around that corner, unfortunately, and with the high rise being right there, maybe not able to be seen by your strategist line when you land. So maybe you're right. Maybe just wasn't enough in the moment. And one pick is awesome, but if you're still in an angle that you're not in the fight, it's still 5v5 for both sides, right? So did force out some cooldowns, did find value, but not enough value, is where we saw these combinations. When they get moving here on 100 Thieves, they do not stop. And one thing I've noticed here on the opposition is when they start going, when Shredder starts going and get an early pick, it's like it's almost stalled. It's stalled, and then it's like, if you get another, we'll keep going. But outside of that, we're not sure we could win a 5v6. So I'm not sure how I feel about it, but it was crazy out there, man.
Oh, it was. Yeah, 100 Thieves put on a huge performance in overtime too. Clutched out. Now they've shown as well from early on in the series, Shib, they could play the Adam Warlock composition. So there's a lot in this upcoming matchup that I'm excited to see. We'll see how Sentinels adapts to 100 Thieves changes. So, you know, there's so many things that are going to kind of be mixed around, I'm sure, coming up.
Yeah, I've just got wind here. We're going to be seeing a little bit, while we wait for the grand finals to start, we're going to have eyes on a console match, the finals too, to get some eyes elsewhere while we wait for these grand finals. So should be fun to have eyes there and see if the meta shifts a little bit for the console side of things, at least for me and you getting eyes on there. So I'm curious if we're going to see some changes. Maybe we see Magic, who, you know, is very prevalent in Season 0. Do you have any heroes you might want to see that could excel in console?
I have no idea, man. I don't know anything about console. You're the console guy here. You were the console guy, I should say. So I don't know. I wonder how strong aim assist is. That's the biggest thing. Like, how strong is aim assist on console? I haven't played on console at all. I know on PC it feels like okay, but dude, I'm excited. I want to see what happens in that console grand finals.
Yeah, me too. And before we dive into that and get ready for the grand finals on PC, let's check out the highlights from that match.
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine!
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back to the final day of the MRCNA, and we just witnessed 100 Thieves knock out Shroud X, and it was a tough look at the end there for Shroud X. I know they've got it in them, but 100 Thieves just looked insane.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, too good for SDX right now. You know, hopefully they can come back to it. Maybe make some changes in the offseason, figure something out for maybe the next Invitational we do, or the next MRC. So for that team, they're looking pretty good. They just need to maybe work out a few kinks. It's like every other team that's sort of been, went out already, right? We've had a lot of really good teams fall out of the tournament, and now, you know, top 3 is not that bad if you're SDX, considering all things.
I mean, they're an incredible team. It's something that needs to be said. They're really, really strong. I think the biggest issue maybe there was just when they started losing that matchup with the Res Comp, they should have maybe tried to change things. Even then, they looked really good on the Hella change. I think Vision was insane on these off angles and finding a ton of picks. And if there was some more synergy with that composition, if they felt maybe more comfortable, maybe it works out in their favor next time. I do think that they're a team that can get the job done against 100 Thieves, but just not today.
No, not today. 100 Thieves cemented themselves back into that grand finals, and now, Shib, today, we're going to be taking a look at the console scene a little bit. We're going to be taking a look at the console lower bracket finals, I believe. We're going to be watching a match before we have that grand finals for PC. But yeah.
Just one match while we wait for the grand finals to begin to get some eyes on some console. Should be some fun. I honestly am hoping to see some shift in the meta, get a better understanding of what might be happening with our friends that are on the sticks instead of the MKB. So maybe we see a change up, man. I think it'll be fun to cast it with you and kind of see how it's played on console.
Yeah, I know there's a big debate right now, right? This is where a lot of top-tier players are, right? It is kind of like, I think in the past, at least in other scenes, we've kind of underlooked the talent level of console players, but realistically, in North America, most people are playing video games on console, right? So, you're going to see a ton of high-level talent playing on console, and like we've seen with Smash and Magnets, and then also pretty much all of 100 Thieves. We've seen SDX too. Half that team was all console players. So, there's a lot of top tier players on console that just haven't, made that jump yet over to the PC just yet. But for deep dive in Legacy, this should be a fun little matchup for both of us, Shib, to kind of see what the vibes are on console.
Yeah, gonna see some new talent, gonna see some new names, so we will do what it takes to cast over this. I'm excited as we'll see a bunch of new players, obviously floating around the Hulk and some different stuff right now. We've got Panther out there, but the band's looking very much like PC as we're gonna see Groot gone. Same with Bucky locking in Loki. I could have called this if it was on PC no matter what, as it's looking pretty similar across the board, but we might see some different stuff, as at least from what they're floating on right now.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see if we witness the exact same stuff as we do on PC. It wouldn't surprise me. I know that I've had discussions with you as a Hella Protect on the other side about. Personally, I think that we're going to see more console players, more controller players on PC, just because. I mean, aim assist isn't that bad on PC. I've tried it out a little bit. I was like, damn, this might be kind of solid. But we'll see if more people make that switch. I know that you're maybe a little more skeptical on it. I know that there's I talked to the owner of Nightmare. He was saying how Magnets, potentially going to get picked up next season with Smash on controller, but he's saying maybe we might see more teams opt for this mixed, half keyboard, half controller lineups.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting conversation, right? Because it's been a debate that has been out in the gaming space forever, and it's always been something people have discussed. You mentioned my experience on controller. Obviously, made the switch from to PC a few years back. But, I do understand the value of controller. A lot of the time, that aim assist up close is second to none, because if a team is juking and it does give you that advantage of the slight turn, you win those up close engagements. But I do find, especially if poke is strong, it's very difficult to beat an MKB player at range, especially with something. Imagine if Hella, is in the top side. So it is a tough conversation. We have seen somebody like TTK pop off with, Strange and Magneto, who, don't necessarily need those headshots and can play a little more aggressively up close, getting in your face, allowing that controller to shine. So we have seen some controller success. I'm just curious, like you're saying, of how it would look as this develops, in the future.
Yeah, I want to see how strong the console aim assist is. And, this is sort of the big thing, right? This is why it's impossible to sort of balance this, like hybrid, right? It's crossplay. Other games have tried and failed miserably, right? We see mouse and keyboard players competing at the top level, and then eventually, okay, the devs play on controllers, so now we have aim assist absolutely crazy, and now it's impossible to play on mouse and keyboard. So it's it's iffy, right? And right now, I think we have an interesting representation, at least on PC, but on console, obviously, this is going to be super fun to watch these Hellas absolutely dominate, I'm sure.
We've got to change up in comp, though. We will be seeing the Gamma out there. Obviously, triple Vanguard on the side of Inno Legacies. We'll see the Hulk out there. I haven't had eyes on Hulk yet today, but that triple Vanguard comp is a little scary with the punch into the front line as they're taking this space. Water with great positioning on the high side here. We have Namor putting a ton of damage out. Does have those additional squids here with Luna, too. So this composition is scary. Not quite the Gamma squids just yet. Next Friday, we will be seeing that green laser beam as Miyo is going to find one on Al. Water going to find Sylvian, and it looks like Deep Dive is holding on here with a numbers advantage on point one.
Nice spam so far from this defensive side. Coach trying to run away. No, he was trying to break an unbreakable wall on the right side, man. That's brutal. Now Deep Dive living up to their name, forcing, all the way back. Huge pickoffs from the Namor of this defense.
Ultimate advantage now back in their favor again. A great, it's just a neutral fight, but we are going to see Keon does have that all going to be copying up with the dance floor on Coach. So this could be an extended fight here. They're not going to have, actually they'll be very close to matching it. Great teleport idea to own that space on height. I don't mind that at all, as the entirety of the team is now up there at this point. They just got to make sure they get it picked. PogChamp going to find one on Keon. Nuke going to take out Sylvian, and once again, Deep Dive holds it on here. Now up 4 in this fight, or 4 to 6, excuse me, up 2. And we are still maintaining the space, even though with that teleport, it is tough to get your entire team up there because such a tight space. If anyone falls off, they are doomed. And it did not work out for them. But I didn't hate the idea to try to get water off that height there.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. And right now, Nuke, you got to deal with this guy. I mean, he's about to drop a nuke. Wrong game, but, we'll see if he can just keep spamming out this backline. It's been so tough for, I know to walk in. Nuke finally has to back up due to an aggressive dive from the Venom, but now on the front line, you've already lost one.
Yeah, so we do have alt advantage for Deep Dive again, who are doing a great job taking things slow. Venom trying to escape on that off angle. The thing going to make that play potentially. Quest is going to get the haymaker directly into Zen. Nice punch there, and just kind of waited out, waiting for Venom to dive to try to cancel it with Yancey Street. Is a smart play. The thing obviously really good at countering that dive play, and Venom, it's been tough to get a ton of success with a good thing player who can use that dash, damage reduction, and then immediately follow it up when the escape is about to happen with the Yancey Street to ensure that they cannot move. So it's all about shield at that point. Nuke, weak up there. Good poke there from Sylvian, who is maintaining that space. Clobbering time does go out, and we will see the dance floors. Fate of both world getting popped on both sides. Pressing in now. Sylvian trying to wait that off angle as Namor is going to drop back. Coach holding this. They are going to have the reset here with Keon when necessary for the copy on the Fate. But Zen does have this fish ready. Will we see a strong whale coming down from Zen? At this point, Miyo-Yo has gone and hit the sky with a meteor, but no value just yet as these things are shoving in. And at this point, Legacy is looking good, owning the space. Nuke going to turn around on Coach, though. Numbers back in the favor of Deep Dive, who are now getting back on this reset. Down goes Hella with the Goddess of Death, not able to make anything happen. Zen potentially throwing a whale in this doorway. Yes. Oh, there it is. Doesn't land. Does find 3 as Zen puts this right back into Legacy's favor.
I mean, this is so interesting. I mean, maybe you can see a TP play. It feels like console right now that everything's sort of slower, but but it's still the same stuff that happens. I mean, we just saw the damage boost whale play that came through. It was well timed. Definitely smart plays from all of these players, but it's so interesting how the game is like slowed down almost. But Water, nice pick off onto the Venom again of Ino into the street space of the map with 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Quest doing a good job maintaining. Ooh, good idea on the clobbering time. Does get locked in. Well done there again by the opposition. The side of Coach with a good freeze after that clobbering time. But this is a great position to be in with the thing. You want to hold tight doorways and just haymaker for days. Try to get that ulti right back. Sitting at 14%. Make that 25 almost from one punch. Goes to show you how fast it can come back if you landed on a few. Got to reset here and dive back to the back line. Get some damage reduction. Press into the Namor, who does use shift. Still maintaining this zone. And this is exactly how you want to play the thing. But you're right. It does feel like we're watching this on 0.75 at this exact moment, as things are just a little bit slower, but still getting some good value. Good dive there in Yancey Street to make sure that Venom cannot quite escape yet, but doesn't need to, as the Vanguards are still full HP. Nuke, nice shot there. Good idea and good timing to take out Zen, who does follow the Yo-Yo taking out Coach, and once again, Deep Dive showcasing how strong they could be on this defense.
Yeah, Nuke good job matching those flanks. Zen, unfortunate positioning from him, obviously, just try to like float back down on the right side angle, but someone's going to deal with Nuke right now. I mean, this guy's been so good, at least on defense, and Water has been the consistent damage output for Deep Dive, making sure that the Vanguards of Ino are not feeling good, but right now it's the opposite side. The Vanguards of Deep Dive pushed all the way back due to this Venom, needing an incredible amount of support from the strategists of Deep Dive's backline.
Yeah, and here comes an attack from Sylvian. Got to find Water. Nice pick there to get them back into the advantage. And look at those check marks under the side of a Legacy, who are sitting at a 6-piece. Could be a big play here. Got to see a large whale maybe coming through here from Zen with the damage boost from Coach. Yeah, and then you'll have that defensive side from Keon on. The Loki could change this fight. We do hear clobbering time, and then immediately going to pop that Coach. And now it's the discussion around when that whale could follow up. No luck there from the Meteor M on the side of Legacy again. Marvelous does not find value, but good idea. Oh, Sylvian tried to get a pick. Unfortunately, not able up to the Goddess of Death. And we will see the copy now. Are we going to get a pick here? Is anyone going to fall out? And great Meteor M to buy some time here to counter that. The damage boost goes out. Once again, no value. Wow. Nuke, good patience. Going to turn that back on Keon. Sylvian going to be dropping it cool. The numbers are 5-5 as these next picks are going to matter.
Yeah, Nuke trying to dive around Sylveon. Comes around the back left. Nice flank from him. Traded out by Coach. But it might be too late. The damage was already done in that case. 10 seconds left to go now for Ino, and they're getting picked off. They're going to need to do a Doctor Strange TP portal play, I think, to come back, or somebody else is going to have to touch at least force overtime here.
And Water doing some good damage here. We do see, wow, just the sheer power of Namor when those clones, or when those squids are out is disturbing. Down goes Venom to try to get some sort of shield. Just not going to be enough. Not getting enough in that ultimate. The Feast of the Abyss only finding one, and that does not hold on as they are maintaining this. And here comes the clobbering right back. Great decision to focus up the final Vanguard. Water going to find Marvelous there, and that's enough on the defensive deep dive.
Yeah, great work from them. I think that was actually it was a Venom copy from the Loki towards the end. They tried to just stall, couldn't find his other strategist player to make sure that ultimate come through. We also didn't see some portal plays there, so maybe next time just to touch the cart, you're going to want to have somebody in overtime get that portal to come back. But regardless, I mean, that's not that far. That's not that bad of a push from Ino Legacy. You know, we'll see what happens on their own defensive side, but deep dive, it seemed like just Water was able to do whatever he wanted. Sometimes he was a little overzealous with those flanks to get picked off by the Hela player of Ino, but regardless, I think that they got to shut down this Namor right now from deep dive.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, teams are coordinated, making things happen. I like the idea. You mentioned the copy there just to hold on a point, but very difficult to get a Feast of the Abyss on that off angle when the building cracks like that, when you have to hold that high side. It's just very slanted, and you really can't get up there to get on the back line. So landed down low, started the ult, and was unable to climb up towards the rest of the team, not able to stall for long. But it was a good decision here, as now it's just all about, can we get to point 1.5 and get this W on this map for Deep Dive, who are running a combat. They're feeling very confident on these off angles, just a ton of damage out there, and we will see Strange teleport potentially off the rip here for Quest.
Yeah, that would be solid from them to maybe flank around that backside. You know, I'm curious what the average sensitivity is as well in this console finals, because I feel like some of the console players we have seen play on a pretty low sense, except like Smash on PC plays on a pretty high sense whenever he's on the Hela. But here you go, there's that portal play, like you said. Come to the high ground, immediately blowing up the ground, though. Make sure they don't have the high ground key and destroying the environment.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to teleport to. It's just that wall break, that ground break is so difficult, but the angle here of walking around this point and going towards the left side of these structures is actually a really good attack. So I like the idea here, post that wall break for the team to retake this high ground. But now we see a nice return here from the side of Legacy, as Altrexy does find a little bit of value, forcing them off. Sylvian going to try to find an off angle onto the backside, which I like this a lot onto Quest, but no, the entirety of the team is still holding that high ground together. Really good positioning here. Good damage on the headshot again against Nuke. Nuke does hold on. Zen threw all three squids there, I believe, which is a tough look, but maybe it was just due to the fact that they weren't able to throw Ice Ray. It came out the last second there, Ice Squid for them. So Coach finds some value, does drop some of those immediately, and we are going to have these teams both kind of stalled out with full HP, just trying to wait for something to happen.
Yeah, both teams stalling out, and the duelists of Ino not really finding those flank angles they really want to get the picks, but right now, the strat is doing a good job keeping everybody alive towards that inside angle, building up towards ultimates as Water falls incredibly low. Still lives, throws out the whale, gets the damage boost last second too. What a pick from them.
Yeah, it's a nice early start here for the side of Deep Dive, who are going to be up one number. Ult advantage is dead even. At this point, it's going to be a neutral fight. Keon actually does have ultimate for the side of Legacy, just got that, so it will be a little more stalled here. And now can this Meteor M land for Altrex, which could be important, but nice pick. It doesn't even need it right now as Water goes up. Here comes the dunk. Mioyo going to be taking out Keon. Altrex goes down too, and it looks like Deep Dive might turn this around. Nuke trying to find value out of the back line of Namor. Namor does escape there. PogChamp taking out Marvelous, and that is enough, I believe, for them to get this first point and push this thing forward towards point 2.
Yeah, unless absolute disaster happens, they do have the portal. They're going to come back in. Do they touch? They do, so they're here, but it's in Tunai of Agamotto.
Yeah, that's a good start. Quest gonna find a bunch, and that is gonna be enough now for retake. But good idea there on the teleport. It's just the Eye of Agamotto shutting down virtually everything, allowing the team to follow up. And once again, the next fight should be heavily in Legacy's favor here, with a few ultimates up and ready. But there is gonna be a match of the Goddess of Death on both sides, which at this level of play, they can find a ton of value there.
Oh, yeah, it can find a ton of value. We'll see what happens for Deep Dive's attack. Water, I feel like, has fallen to 1 HP multiple times. It's been hard to heal him. I don't know what it's like to play Strategist on console, so somebody let me know, but we don't really see any PC Strategist players as an early pickoff comes through from Ultrexy. But yeah, we don't see a lot of like controller players play Strategist. So I wonder if it's like really hard to play Strategist on controller. Maybe just healing your teammates and doing damage at the same time is a lot for somebody on a controller. But meanwhile, in the attack, early Whale misses, unfortunately, a Deep Dive. Playing it slow, Eno just gets to heal up during this fight. Sylveon also pops out the Goddess of Death, and that ultimate is going to be waited out from Deep Dive.
Yeah, I'm curious about the aim assist on your own team. Maybe that is the discussion there. I'm sure there is some for the backline strategist, but it's got to be very difficult to hit flyers with Loki on console, right? Because of the sheer height. Nice play there. Marvelous finds Quest with a great E and just absolutely pops off, and that's going to be enough as Sylveon finds Nuke. Again, good defense here for Legacy, who are trying to make sure that this thing doesn't get pushed to point 2 with 2 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, great work from Eno Legacy so far. I mean, they could potentially hold on right now. First map as well, so this is going to be a lot of momentum given to whichever team does win this Deep Dive right now. Pressing this front line, this Magneto not really supported, needs a lot of help. The Loki there, nice job with the crystals and the clone placement.
Yeah, those crystals were everything. I mean, the great bubble as well for the timing, just to get full HP from that ability goes to show you how strong that ability is. And that in Season 2, we will see a slight change to that, a little bit longer cooldown, which could find some more shifts into the meta. Sylveon gonna find Pog chip there, and that is a nice start as we do see Altrexy reowning that space. Water goes down, and just like again, I mean, at this point, Legacy is just back and forth, just taking this back after an early pick. Altrexy gonna run in the back line, 1 HP onto the Luna in the back, and there goes Miyo-Yo from Sylveon with a nice bit of damage, and they are going to shove him back to the spawn door. Will this be enough for 2 minutes on the clock to get this W and not allow them to push into point 2?
The duelist really coming online for Ino right now. They were on the defensive side kind of struggling, but that's how it is, right? Defensive favored maps, a lot of these, so we'll see what Sylveon wants to do. Right now he's doing a good job though, kind of just pressing out a lot of this damage right now, making sure Water's not in a good spot. Water also kind of doing the same thing as the Vanguards walk in from Deep Dive. Very aggressive with ultimates here versus Ino.
Yeah, and Coach with some good positioning. Great decision there to start the clap to get a bunch of healing out of your front line. Clobbering time comes out. I think I saw Strange try to block it with a jump, but unfortunately not early enough. Does get stunned by it, and there goes the whale. Zen gonna find Pog. Quest gonna turn it on Sylveon. Numbers are evened out. Looking for a chance at an off angle here into the sky. Nuke gonna find one out of Coach, and that's a good pick. As both of the back line. Ooh, and gets the res on Pog there as Nuke falls from Zen. Back and forth. Water takes out Zen, and these numbers are now back on the side, I believe, of Deep Dive, who takes out Keon, and that should be could be enough to end this map and give this W to Deep Dive.
Yeah, 46 seconds left to go. Respawning. Portal play isn't even going to be here in time. The Hela is just running into touch in desperation. Goes into the sky. Meteor here, though. Coach fell. Deep Dive, get it done. Nobody can touch because the Hela is stuck in the ultimate. Deep Dive are going to win your map number 1 in this lower finals.
Yeah, well played there. It's hit me.
Well, yeah, I'm grateful that all of those players looked like they were a controller.
Yeah,
like I know that we've had tournaments where people use third-party stuff. So you know what? Honestly, awesome to see in the controller scene, dude. I mean, that was so much fun to watch between Deep Dive and and I hope these players continue their trajectory here in their console tournament.
Yeah, I mean, final hits are pretty even across the board, too. Well played, good aim, good thoughts, good positioning. We mentioned it might be a little slower, but if it's consistent across the board, reality is nothing really changes in terms of anything besides the pacing. The decisions were still smart, good combinations of ultimates, saw some strong plays, some off-angle picks. I liked how the DPS were constantly taking off angles. Still looked like very high level of play, and that's good to see here from the console side. So, well done, MVP going toward Quest here with the thing, with those haymakers just finding a ton of value.
Oh yeah, he was doing so much work, and unfortunately that's kind of it's always this PC versus console thing that happens. A lot of console players are disrespected. And to be fair, listen, at a certain point, I think I disrespected console players who in other scenes. So, like, you know, honestly, I would have probably kept doing that if we didn't have so many people come over from console and play and dominate on PC too. Like, the thing is, a lot of these players are really good gamers, right? They're just good pro players regardless. They could pick up a keyboard and mouse if they so choose. So, you know, we've seen a lot of people do that as well. I know that from the console scene, Formal has come over and done well on mouse and keyboard. You know, we got Delena playing super well. Like, most of these teams were playing on controller at one point or another and now have, you know, even at points late in their lives, switched over to a different input and have done quite well.
Yeah, you mentioned Formal. I love that guy. He's awesome, man. He just can dominate on any game with making the switch, like you're saying, off controller. And it goes to show you that it's really just an understanding thing. If you know how the game is played, you can make the transition to a different control set and still find value, because it's all about, at the top level, understanding. Like, if you learn, you can practice your aim over time, but you just knowing cooldowns, who has value in what situation, what combinations you can make, and knowing when valuable stuff is used, for example, something like Loki crystals, and finding a way to turn that into your advantage is always going to be impactful. So it is just an understanding thing that you take from both high level, and as long as you can apply a new controller set and get the job done, nothing's going to change for you. You're just going to be a top level player. And before we get into more of this and make our way to the grand finals, let's check out the highlights from that match. Welcome back, everyone. And I guess I lied to you. The grand finals haven't started yet, so we're going to get another set of games here, or at least one more game for the console side in this lower bracket finals as they're making their way to the end as well. So we'll watch these two one more game.
Yeah, let's get it, man. It should be a fun time watching back in the console tournament because that's been going alongside the PC tournament, and they have their own prize pool, same prize pool they're competing for. So, there's a lot of very hungry talent trying to make a name for themselves right now. I think we already have a few names, like we saw with Quest popping off there onto the thing. So they don't get the limelight as much as these PC players, and now we finally get to see them, and they're already put on the show.
Yeah, I mean, I like watching this. This is cool for me. I actually got my start with the MRC doing a console tournament, hosting the console tournament. It was a ton of fun to watch. It was a very different change in meta at the time. We saw some different picks, at least initially, but the thought processes of these players seem very consistent. It's why we've seen a lot of transition. We talked about this over the break. Why we've seen a lot of transition from console over to PC is, at the end of the day, the only thing that seemingly is changing is your turn radius speed and the speed of some of the plays. But outside of that, the knowledge and understanding of what angles to take and what you should be doing in these fights looks identical. So still a very high level of play, and it's a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, it is very high level, and it is impressive to watch, except when they, when people use third-party equipment and, use the mouse and keyboard and then make the game think they're playing a controller, but they're not actually. So, hopefully none of that's going on. It doesn't seem like it. I think all of our players look like they're on a controller, and, that's always a controversy, right? It's just something you have to talk about, and, for anybody competing in the game to play at a high level on controller is a big deal, right? Because of how difficult this game can be and how fast-paced, like you said, it could be at times, and how hard it is to react to all of the verticality, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and it's you're not allowed to be running with that kind of equipment, so we do see that getting shut down, and that's why it kind of showcases the people that are actually playing at this level of play with the equipment that they must play with the sticks in their hand instead of having like a mouse and keyboard to give you a slight advantage. But it's nice to see, as we are going to be making our way over to the bans here for the map 2 of this, an early start here for the side of Deep Dive, who are up 1, as we will see potentially a similar ban. At least if I were Deep Dive, I'd try to run it right back.
Yeah, I don't see why not. And Bucky banned early on. Did we see Bucky banned last time, Shib? I think we did for one of the teams, number 1. So it probably was, group ban again on the other side. So pretty similar, like you said, to the PC meta. On console, it's like the same exact thing.
Yeah, it's virtually been the same. They are going to lock in the Loki again. Is exactly what we saw last time. Groot clearly has a presence at this level of play, and it does shut down the Thing excessively. And, Quest clearly likes running the Thing here. I wonder if we'll see a sneaky little ban at the end, but curious to see who the lock-in is going to be for the side of Ino, who do keep Warlock. I'm not sure if that's consistent to last time. We might see a Guardians comp.
They might have been the team to ban it last time, or was it Deep Dive to ban it last time? So they're just protecting it this time around, and I know they have a choice here for their ban. Is it going to be a Hella ban, Namor? We saw both of those heroes last one. It's a Luna Snow ban, right? So that we're probably not going to see the Namor into the next map because of it.
Yeah, it's like a subtle ban. It's like almost a 2-for-1, right? Which in this season, Luna just giving that team up. Obviously, an incredibly strong strategist in her own right. Shutting down the Namor additionally is a double whammy. So that is going to be changing up in season 2, though, as we will be seeing Gamma squids here. So now Hulk will be the person that gives that team up here for Namor. So that is going to be a unique change, and I'm curious how that's going to shake up the meta and how that banning will turn around. But it looks like we're going to have the Hela picked on both sides. Going to have that Loki, but now we have Warlock. I'm surprised, or maybe it'll change up, but I'm surprised we're not seeing the Guardians alongside that Warlock.
Well, they got rid of the Star-Lord. It got banned, so maybe that is not going to be played. But regardless, we have seen, at least in Europe and I think in Asia as well, we've seen triple strategists regardless of, Mantis or Adam Warlock or whoever. It just seems like you can play triple strategist in this game. It feels like it's a viable composition no matter what. So, we'll see what they opt to do. And, Invisible Woman, how much I hate that hero sometimes, considering how strong it is on Hela. Just because it feels like, if you're on Hela and then the other team has an Invisible Woman and you go for a flank and then, oh, great, now I'm met by an Invisible Woman shield. Now I can't do anything and I'm going to get rolled. So, we'll see how that feels.
That Guardian shield turns 1v1s into 2v1s real quick, and I know it's a struggle for you who is a very strong flanker. It is like your nightmare. It's the bane of your existence. So, yeah, seeing that is tough, especially into like a Hella v Hella who just, has an additional, 400 health shield. I can't even remember the number, maybe 300, but still very valuable and heals up. So we are going to see the push right down main. Change up here. They are going to have, initially they did get rid of, they did get rid of that Guardian's Cup. They were showcasing the Mantis, but no, that is gone with the Warlock, so those are completely off the field. But there's going to be Thing on both sides, and we will see Wolverine with a tackle off rip there onto the high side. No value just yet, but it is going to be a match on the compositions here as we push for point one.
Yeah, both teams playing slow. A lot of Strategist ultimates being built. Unless one of these Hellas finds an opening pick, or the Magneto gets so much damage down range where you could find the Thing going down early. Early copy, though, because of how much damage they did. Incoming invisible boundary for both teams.
And the tackle goes out. Will they find value on M-Yo-Yo, who does not get picked up? Great work there to have that ready on the invisible boundary side. And no, 1 HP. Quest's going to make sure Coach does not get out of there. Good haymaker there. Going to shut people down with the anti-street to try to let the rest of the team follow up. And yes, they do, as Water takes out Zen. Here comes some more tackles. Water looking for more on the Wolverine. The passive's going to be out for the opposition. And here comes the tackle. Getting 2 more as Water showing up in this moment and getting a 3-piece with the KOs. Down goes the entirety of Legacy, who is going to have to reset.
Yeah, well played by the front line there. A deep dive in Water with the follow-up. I mean, absolutely beautiful. Forcing on a Psylocke swap here now for Eno. Maybe they think they can find a pick-off on this backline on PogChamp, on JT Cool, amidst all of the struggle here. But Quest, I think he's done such a good job on the Thing, keeping his team healthy, making sure they have the damage resist at the right times, and deep dive, really putting the pressure on Ino right now on map number 2.
Quest looking for a nice ultimate here, trying to see if that clobbering time can come through, as we do see it on the side of Zen. And there goes the clobbering time follow-up. Nuke, well done there to follow up on Zen, who did have that as well right back. So that pick is insanely valuable, as we will see another shield popped up again for the boundary. And up goes Magneto with the Meteor Ram, again with the Goddess. Just back and forth here. Who's going to get the most value? Putting a ton of damage into the front line. And the entirety of Deep Dive is in a dangerous position now. Wolverine going to pop passive. Down goes Wolverine. And Sylveon going to find Water and res up Keon, and that should be enough for them to hold on to this and push into point one. But we'll see, as there is someone still holding on. Will the portal come through, and will they be able to clutch Sylveon with another pick there, though? It's going to make it very difficult, as the entirety of the team is locked into that building now, and they are halfway to catching this. Not able to get that all out onto the point, so not sure they can touch, or they're barely right outside of it. Very unfortunate. Great timing here to come in with Psylocke and find one, as Manu gets 2, and that should be enough here for Legacy to take point one.
Should be enough indeed. You know, I think that they played this point very well. Manu obviously well-timed ultimate towards the very end, waiting for that invisible boundary to run out, and deep dive. Got spawn camp too. Nuke walking back, got absolutely deleted by Sylveon, who read that spawn timing very well. And, you know, what can you do? Nuke kind of just overcommitted on the fly, and right now, I don't know. The other team's Hella right now, I know, playing so well. Nuka has not really found any ground, especially moving forward for deep dive. That's not something you want to see, I know. Maybe they found something here on their offense with the Invisible Woman in this combination with Sylvan on the Hella.
Yeah, it makes it difficult. We just had discussed that. We're starting to see the value of it here. They are going to own this high side. I like this decision-making, right? We talked about how very similar on the high level of play, despite what console, what PC you're on. They know that that height matters, so Ino is going to own this space on height, getting them free take, but the side of Deep Dive notices they're on height and tries to battle back by owning this off-angle height as well. Ton of damage back and forth on both sides. Nuke getting that Guardian Shield, like you mentioned, and there we go, immediately going to get that boundary up, and there's the last stand from Water, again finding value as Coach goes down, potentially getting rid of that ultimate up in the sky right now for Legacy, and Sylveon going to find PogChamp. Nuke going to take out Manu, though, back and forth we go. Sylveon gets 2, goes up into the sky after the fact. Hell is unleashed. Great damage reduction there. Going to eat some damage. Manu's trying to get back to the team here. And Nuke finds one again on Keon. And that could be enough on the defense to hold on for at least right now.
Yeah, holding on indeed. Keon out of the fight. Nuke as well with another one onto Zen. I mean, that surely pushes them back. A lot of these Vanguards have been taking so much damage. Deep dive. Well-timed ultimate from Nuke. Really got that Goddess of Death online in a great spot that, you know, seemingly couldn't react. Also, they're not close to those Strategist ultimates just yet. Keon's going to have the copy. But for Deep Dive, they have both of those Strategist ultimates ready to go for this upcoming fight. We'll see if there can be an opening pick again for Eno. But right now, Nuke sitting on the high ground, and Coach just gets absolutely deleted. So do Manu. Oh my god, in the passing. I don't even think he meant to take down that Psylocke. Just accidentally ran in front of the Hella.
Yeah, great shots, though. This perfect a lineup here to drop another 3-piece here for Nuke, trying to make that 4, shoving the team back to the spawn door. All the cooldowns getting popped. The Thing going to take some space, turns around. Quest is going to follow up with Nuke, and it is going to drive them backwards, but great own of that space right there. The entirety of I Know doing a good job holding on. Ults are roughly even across the board. This next fight is going to be an insane one as we're lining up here, and Zen ready to hit that clobbering time.
Yeah, ready to hit the clobbering time. On the front line, though, slowly walks up to the cart, right? Deep dive. How do they want to take this fight? They can set the pace here right now on the defensive angle. Crystal's used it early, but it's met by Zen on the offense with the clobbering time.
And here we go. The tackle begins. Wolverine on the high side, putting a ton of damage out inside of these boundaries, though. It's not going to be enough. And now you got Last Stand, might be able to tackle him out of it. And we might see that happen. There goes the tackle, the follow-up. Oh, Invis. Oh, still gets taken out by Nuke in air. But great decision-making from Coach, who almost gets out of it with the jump and an Invis. But Nuke, great LOS, great eyes as they do find that value. Quest going to get marvelous. Here comes a tackle. Nuke making that 2. Manu goes down. Nuke doing what Nuke does at this point and gonna sweep a few, and now try to find an angle on the off angle so they cannot come back in time. The teleport needs to come through at this point for them to touch.
It definitely does. 8 seconds left to go. Well, they're not going to even go for it. They're just going to have to try to walk up, touch last second. 2 seconds, here comes the Thing. At least he can't be CC, but all the Wolverine damage still exists regardless of your CC.
Yeah, and that's the downside of not coming through with a portal, is you just kind of force somebody to be in a horrible position. Nice pick again by Nuke. Make that 2, who is just finding these angles and capitalizing. Incredible play here by Deep Dive, who look like the team to beat right now, and that should be enough here as there's 1 left as Nuke gets a quadra and shuts this down before point 2.
My God, he couldn't miss. Jesus, Nuke just calm down a little bit, man. Jesus Christ. 110 meters, though, that's not a negligible amount of space created, right? Deep Dive still have to go onto the attack. And we saw, Shib, they had a somewhat difficult time last time, at least on the previous map. So, moving over onto their attack side, we'll see how they can change it up, because right now they took advantage fully of those defensive angles like we saw with those flanks.
Yeah, I know Legacy does a good job capitalizing, at least from what we've seen so far in pressure situations. Almost had a good hold there on map 1, but this will be the decision maker. I do think it is difficult to hold point 1 here forever, especially with the amount of off-angle height you can take with something like Hela when they're out on the table. So getting around to the off-angles, finding 1 pick into the back line is all you really need here to collapse in as a squad, especially when you've got the Thing on the table, especially with somebody like Quest on the Thing to showcase how strong they could be. So they will own that space if there is value. It's all about, can they find that value? And we are going to see a change in comp here from I Know Legacy, where Manu is now going to be on that Hela, which I do believe was on Psylocke prior. If you am I correct on that? I believe that was the case. So there's a change up there. Coach is going to be on. Wow. Okay, we are going to see a little Guardians comp situation here from the side of I Know Legacy.
I don't mind it. I mean, we've seen teams do this before. At least in EMEA, we've seen a bit of a change in terms of what you have to play for that Guardians comp, running the Mantis, running the Adam Warlock alongside the Loki. So, the copy obviously not going to be as strong with the Soul Resurgence instead of having maybe a Fate of the Worlds, but regardless, that'll be a huge AoE heal and bonus health for the team, and they'll take advantage of it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know how strong something like Warlock, Loki, and even Mantis can be in terms of raw DPS outside of the healing. Mantis obviously not known for a ton of healing, slow pace, but that damage boost is not negligible. And here we go with Water playing an incredible Wolverine in this game, finding a ton of value with those ults, knocking people out of invisible boundary. And Yo-Yo going to be taking out Manu early on, though, and that is a tough look on defense as you are down 1, and we know how valuable that can be in these moments. Out go the crystals to get the team up. Great utilization there from Pog, who is holding on to this high ground now, putting a ton of pressure onto the main point as both Vanguards are very low. They're in a tough position. Good heals out here as the entirety of Deep Dive is in a really good spot on at this point almost at a 3rd capture. The tackle from a mile up should be enough here as Marvelous goes down. Nuke doing what Nuke does, and that's 2, and that should be enough here for point 1, but we'll see if there's a turnaround as Yo-Yo takes out Sylveon, and Deep Dive is looking really good here on the first attack.
Well, they're trying to come back with the copy into the Mantis, so they are getting back into this fight. Maybe if they pick off Nuke, but no. Heals there. Sylveon not going to be able to get the eliminations, and the point also given up. They could not stay on the objective with the Soul Resurgence. Deep Dive, clinical from them on the attack. Able to find the eliminations. It's interesting, they play so differently with this Wolverine ship, it feels like. Water missed his tackle, but then just went towards the point to match the thing. And now they're switching over to the Squirrel Girl. They pulled out the nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it does help shut down Thing's pressure, I'll tell you that. And if you get locked in, it's a tough position to be in. So maybe we'll see some value there. This is one of those things that in console, we may see a ton more value than you may on PC, even though we did see, I think, Squirrel once in the MRI just to help cancel out some of those Groot walls. So ton of raw damage there can absolutely be viable in the right hands. And we will see a play as we get that ultimate off the rip here from Nuke. Nuke looking for something to happen, but the Meteor M, unfortunately not able to find anything. Nuke does wait that out. Sylvian goes down. Good patience there. Trying to find a second. Good idea, but not going to be enough. But they're very close at this point to the point. And yikes, that's unfortunate. It must have been a tackle there. Marvelous goes down as Water going to launch that last stand. Pug is going to find one, and that's enough here for Deep Dive to shove in map 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, Squirrel Girl couldn't get anything else done. I mean, it was such a one-sided affair there, I think, for Deep Dive. 4 minutes and 5 seconds is the time bank that they ended up with. 2-0 so far in the series in this lower bracket final in the console realm, and well-deserved MVP for Nuke. I mean, we both saw this guy was kind of just farming on the Hella.
Yeah, it looked really good. I mean, that aim is, what I guess you wanted to see, right, when it came to console, just in terms of, how much pressure a Hella could
look at the
provide on console.
Look at the accuracy.
That's insane, dude. And also 19
in the
final hits. A ton of headshots there. So really well deserved by Nuke there. Looked like a masterclass on Hella across the board. Saw some force switching on the opposition. And at this point, the pressure looks heavily in their favor as they're looking to close this thing out and move on to the finals.
Well, see, that's the worrisome part. I feel like an old American, or like a old keyboard and mouse player. Those console players, they'll take our jobs. They're gonna take our jobs. And it's just like Nuke, 55%. It's just so consistent, right? That's the worrisome fact is, like, if you're against somebody on a controller who is just good, and if aim assist is good, then what can you do when this guy's just able to just hit all of the shots that he's been able to hit?
Yeah, I mean, there's a discussion around, when you get on MKB, I think it's an instinctive thing to think you need to flick every shot, right? Have these micro flicks to look like some of your favorite players and streamers. But in actuality, if you just are very patient, like you see a lot of these console players who just take it very slow, utilize their left stick, their movement to fine-tune a little bit of that aiming left and right, instead of trying to use your right thumbstick to turn your body. So just using that movement instead, and very slow light flicks with good patience, nets a ton of value, as you saw there on the Hella. So before we dive into more of this discussion and move on to the grand finals, we have a highlight package for you. Keep it locked.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out.
Welcome back, everyone. It was fun to get eyes on console for a bit. I believe we'll be moving forward here to a rivalry that we have been seeing at this level of play consistently, and it is a ton of fun to watch. I cannot wait to dive in. How are you feeling, buddy?
I can't wait either. I'm feeling good. I mean, that was a lot of fun. I think that the console scene is thriving and is very well right now for sure. So we'll have to see how it continues and progresses because they're just finishing up their tournament as well at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, we were curious to see how that shakes out, and it was nice to see the level of play still looking very consistently high, right? Like there's a ton of the correct decisions being made 24/7. But speaking of correct decisions being made, two teams that have been absolutely insane in these tournaments in the past are Sentinels and 100 Thieves, and they are meeting again. A little breakdown here on their last 4 takes. 100 Thieves 4 games ago, 3-0. 3 games ago, 2-1, 3-0, 1 game ago. And then the last time they met up, Sentinels versus 100 Thieves went heavily in Sentinels' favor with a 3-0 W, going to show you that they can get the job done. And Sentinels with a clean sweep is awesome to watch.
Oh, yeah. Sentinels look really good. They're a team that's going to be tough to beat right now, I think, for sure, considering how things were adapted in their case. But obviously, we might still have more console games potentially. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yes, we do have more console. Deep Dive versus Eno yet again. Deep Dive looking pretty good right now to refocus because obviously we're still looking forward to that grand final ship. I get you. I'm equally as excited. But for Deep Dive right now, we'll see how these bans and protects kind of shape out for both of the teams.
Yeah, back into the console scene. I'm down to get more eyes on this as Deep Dive has been looking insanely strong right now. So that is going to be what you want to see. If I'm a Deep Dive fan, this is the kind of level of play. It just seems consistent, walking through these points, looking very strong on that Hella. I'm curious if we're going to see that ban, but right now the bans are looking very consistent. We are going to lock in the Bucky instead of him being gone, so that's going to be a change up right now.
And that's going to be the change up indeed. We'll see if it pans out for the side of Deep Dive, who are now up 2 in the series, right? And I mean, they want to play that triple strategist comp. We've seen it. They changed it up towards the very end, though, because it didn't really work out for them. But Deep Dive kind of just ignored it. They just didn't even really care. It felt like they were just like, okay, I'm just going to play against this triple strategist comp, and it'll pan out for them. So, Magneto banned on the other side. Don't want to play against Deep Dive's Mag. It's just kind of fair. Miyo was doing so much work, like you said, previous ship, and now a Star-Lord banned on the other side to make sure that Guardians comp in full will not be played. And honestly, you can't feel too bad about that if you're Deep Dive, considering how well Nuke has done so far. And now Bucky Protect as well to make sure Water gets to play yet another hero. He's played Namor, he's played Wolverine, now he's going to go over to the Bucky. So, yeah, he's shown some flexibility.
Absolutely, outside of that, Quest just seemingly able to play the thing in every game, and they're not shutting that down, which is totally fine at this level of play. It's finding a ton of value, some great setup there. Nuke on the Hella once more is going to be a sight to see as we push through on Yggdrasil. This is a very 0.1 heavy map. When a team is very consistent and confident, we see them shutting the enemy down on 0.1 very consistently, and we know how strong Deep Dive can be. So let's see if they're able to do that now. But we will be having eyes on a Cloak and Dagger, at least so far for I know. Not sure that's going to stay, but and it's immediately gone. That's a caster curse situation right there. As we have seen a little bit of that in the MRI, but Cloak and Dagger just not quite there on the pro scene yet. People aren't 100% confident on them as they are still vulnerable in their ultimate a little bit, but that blind is no joke. That damage buff is no joke. So maybe we'll see more of them as we move towards season 2, but fortunately not right now.
Yeah, not right now. And Deep Dive on the defense. Have to put Miyo onto the Doctor Strange instead of the Magneto, and that might be the change up that Eno needs because, look, they're going for that Venom dive. They're going to create some space. And it's always this backline that's going to be a struggle, right? We saw this in EMEA, at least on PC. A good Venom player can really disrupt so much, especially for strategist players. So Deep Dive are going to have to keep their backline healthy while Water pumps out damage on the front line.
And there's the tackle. Water once again getting a nice pick. Doesn't even need the Wolverine. Can get the job done on Bucky, who was locked in by them in this game, coach, with a great job here on the Invis. We saw a lot of success here, but unfortunately just on the duelist side, just really popping off here for Deep Dive. Nuke and Water, just a threat for sure across the board. Trying to see Zen here pop back off and make something happen with Sylvian. At this point, just got to take that off angle height and try not to fight too much through the front line, as we do have the Venom out as well for all Trexie. And there go the Squids. onto the back line. Good decision. Nice pick there for Zen onto JT, who is going to go down, but Minyoyo turning that around on Zen. And there goes the clobbering time, or at least the dive out is Altrexi, excuse me, with a tackle there to put them up in the sky. Made it look like a clobbering time play. Altrexi trying to get onto this Hella. It's a good decision to try to shut that down, but not with the cooldowns. Nice follow-up there by Sylvian to get a couple more. That's a two-piece, and that could be enough to drive them into point one.
Yeah, that might be. I mean, they'll have the portal to come back now, but so many ultimates for Eno, and they should get a big Eye of Agamotto if they even do come in. And yeah, no, they don't. Did they use the portal earlier or something, Shiv? They must have, right?
I didn't see it. Maybe it was a discussion around you need to have the first duelist that goes down make that switch for your team. I'm not sure what the decision was. He might have already been locked in, so they weren't able to make that change over, unfortunately. But Sylvian trying to turn that 1v1 back, does get the job done, getting some vengeance here on a nuke. Well done, as Water still kind of holding that front side, but that off-angle pressure there is annoying to handle. Water trying to take this. Who wins this 1v1 in this moment? And that's going to be Water with a nice shot there, and going to help out the backline. Great tackle, great pull in here to shut that down. The thing going to get rid of that dive, cannot escape with the web right there, simply from the Yancey Street, but it didn't matter. It had enough shielding to stay in the fight. Marvelous going to drop Water, and once again, I know Legacy starting to look pretty good on the attack here with an alt advantage.
Yeah, they're kind of just shoving it in right now into Deep Dive, and it's been really tough for Deep Dive to really find any semblance of ground to stand on. They've just been constantly pushed back by these duelists, and generally from Eno, they've not been able to deal with Altrexi, like you said, and he's just been a constant presence onto Deep Dive. He's been doing the deep diving, it feels like, and now, already nearly towards the end, and the cart not really being a priority right now for Deep Dive until now.
Yeah, and here comes the thing. The Haymaker's out for days, trying to find some value. Good punch in here. Good decision to combo in that left click after the fact on a solo target. It's always going to be worth to get a little extra damage. Down goes Zen. Quest with an early take here. Good turnaround. Trying to have Deep Dive hold before point 3. This is a very defensive position as well. We find a lot of teams holding on here. 100 Thieves in specific. This is like their home for some reason. They always seem to shut teams down here, but not going to be enough as Nuke takes out Sylvian, but Altrexi finds 2, and the numbers are back in the favor of I know. We're still trying to hold on. Good tackle here. Unfortunately, not able to land that on Hella. Hella in a weak position. Good push away there. Does use the bird to get away. A very strong cooldown, which will be extended a little bit in Season 2. That Astral Flock by a couple of seconds to make her a little more vulnerable onto the dive. But yes, it looks like I know might do this, but here comes the Kraken. Marvelous takes out Water while it's happening, and that's not going to make a ton of value happen. Will they get a portal block out, or is this going to be a hold? As I'm surprised Deep Dive is still able to stay here right now.
Yeah, they're still staying in. I mean, they have a huge Eye of Agamotto also there with the Fate of the Worlds to keep everybody healthy. So they maybe just knew something that we didn't. They came back in with that ultimate and the combination with Miyoyo. Water, you would think, like, okay, why is he coming to the Kraken Impact? But the rest of the team there with the follow-up, that was clean by the Strategist and Vanguard again for Deep Dive, which we've talked about them so much. So Miyoyo onto the Doctor Strange, able to get as much value as he did earlier. Oh my god, look at the aim assist. Just able to shoot down Nuke on the right side angle, force out that Invisible Woman shield.
Yeah, good attack here, and I like this positioning. Coach going to follow up here, trying to find some more value. Up into the height we go. Quest trying to stay on this right side, and there goes the damage reduction onto the front. Got to keep the pressure on Cart and just hold for as long as possible. Plenty of time on the clock here. 2 minutes, enough for at least 3 to 4 fights with a retake potential from the teleport from from Marvelous, as we are still keeping this pretty consistent. 6v6. Here comes the clobbering time. Will they be able to follow up? As there's some good positioning here by Pog. You got to stay back with that hit scan when you're on Luna. You have a ton of positioning in space. Oh, Marvelous. Taking out Water early could be a nice change of pace here as they are walking in. I know Legacy with 2. They have the whale available if they need it, but they may not even need it as Sylvian finds another. Quest goes down, and at this point, they're walking this thing in. Nuke goes down, and that's going to be point 2 as I know Legacy is shoving through here.
It was well-timed ultimate to keep the team alive from Kian, and with that Fate of the Worlds, it's tough to really match it if J. Cool goes down during that fight. So now Deep Dive, third phase of the map. Right now, this is looking like a huge turnaround right now for Mino Legacy, like you said. They were able to kind of just change up the pace with this Venom, just able to get pressure. Oh no, Nuke just goes down for free to Altrexi. What a dive from him. Need some support there from the strategist. Somebody's got to turn around for your Hella, and nobody did. I mean, you can't just go down for free like that. So that's kind of on the strategists of Deep Dive right now to keep the back line healthy, to keep that Hella healthy. And right now, I know Legacy just continuing this presence on the card.
Yeah, good pressure here, Sylvian, keeping that up at this point. It is going to be an even spread in terms of ult advantage. Coach did have to pop that invisible boundary there. Nice damage again. Sylvian really turning that back on Nuke from last match, finding a lot of these 1v1s back in their favor. Zen taking out JT. The duelists just as a whole are making things happen. Those squids somehow finding value over the wall. And at this point, it looks like the duelists have completely changed on both sides, and it's now back in I Know Legacy's favor on this attack.
Yeah, it is for now. Yo-Yo, Agamotto, he's been big before. Water on the front line, able to get one with the Kraken impact. So they're able to slowly walk back into this. But that's, yeah, Stray Whale randomly picked off somebody from the back line. That was kind of crazy. Now Deep Dive. Minute 30 seconds left to go. They do better on the aggression, but I know really hasn't given much space to Deep Dive. A lot of the presence by them, from Atrexy specifically. Atrexy has been huge for this offense.
Yeah, good idea here again, and once more going to have a heavy ult advantage for I Know Legacy in this next fight. This could be enough for them to commit to get this W. I'm not sure if the teleport was used yet for Yo-Yo. Could be a wall block here. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto on again on Deep Dive, and Yo-Yo not able to find anyone. Sylvian fighting JT Cool once more. Sylvian really popping off on this. Oh my goodness, Coach dropping Pog, and that could be enough to hold on as they're keeping this space up. Make it two more as Water goes down, and just keeping the pressure on. Down goes Quest, and now if they get that teleport block off, they could get this W. Marvelous is the attempt going through, and yes, it is. That could be enough to walk it through. Ooh, I'm not sure if it missed. It might have missed that right side. They'll have to stack over there now. Yeah, he's just going to stand there potentially and just try to eat as much damage as possible. The whole team coming out at this point. Not going to be enough. The miss does come through, which has definitely happened. Zen finding two, Keon getting one, and that could be enough for the W. Great play here for Zen to take out three. The clobbering goes out, make that four, and that is going to be a full push from I Know Legacy.
Yeah, I know looked really good there. This changeup is working for them quite well. I think the duelist as well kind of just locked online. I don't know how easy it is to get warm on the sticks, but right now, I mean, Sylvian slowly got back to kind of playing to the level you would expect out of a top-tier player. And right now, the only downside for I Know is, you know, how can they do this on defense, right? Can Altrexy get as much value as he did on Venom on this defensive angle? Because it won't be as easy probably, and especially if Deep Dive run this, you know, running the triple strategist composition, that could be brutal as they keep respawning. But that was just so much pressure from I Know, man. I mean, that was clean from them straight up throughout the map.
Yeah, I liked the complete shift. I mean, I think it might be a confidence thing. They started looking good, and then they just swept everyone. It looked like the duelists off the rip were heavily in the favor of Deep, at least for the first two fights, and we thought it was going to be a repeat of last match, and then I Know Legacy just turning it up. Zen looking really good. Even the backline, Keon looking really good. Sylvian turning all those fights right back into Nuke and getting Ws. Nuke now going to be on a strategist in the backline on Luna is definitely a crazy change. You rarely see that on the PC counterpart, a full shift in position, unless it's like a Warlock or something, you know? So definitely cool change of pace here to see how that works out for him.
Yeah, maybe JT Cool is the Adam Warlock specialist for this roster. Deep Dive now going to walk out, not even opting for going into the Hella duel, which is kind of brutal considering, I mean, both Hella and Nameward have pump out so much damage. So I'm curious to see if this pans out for Deep Dive. Triple strategist we know on PC does work really very well. Maybe if it has a similar effect on console, we'll have to see in this map. But Water, nice hook as well. Onto the Doctor's ring. So much pressure already. Oh my god, that damage output is crazy.
Good attempt there, Water on a Marvelous in the back line. Not gonna follow up even more, but it was a good early pick. They're keeping this space for it. Out goes the Bond. Long cooldown, tries to get the pull. Unfortunately, there's Water. Was very close to that Hella, but very weak again onto the Namor. They're both 1 HP. Really good take there from Water to find two, and that should be enough for the early push as Deep Dive is trying to push this to 3 to match us up and push it to OT.
Water is pissed. He didn't even care about the squids. He's all the squids on the outside. He said, "No, screw that. I don't care." Meanwhile, Portal was used somewhere, I think, to block maybe on this outside or a scout. Regardless, somebody's touching for the side of I Know. They have a Trexy kind of stalling it out with Marvelous, but there's so much damage onto them right now, onto this front line, onto these Vanguards. Zen, huge pick off on the JT Cool, but I'm sure he's going to self-res back into the fight.
Yeah, good positioning here by the strategist line here to look through this doorway and keep that front line available. And that's a good attack there by Quest. Water following up. Get in there and make sure the strategist can't do anything. Up they go with the Oh, with the Kraken, he's so weak, but able to survive through that. Not even finding any purchase there with the pick, but hey, doesn't need to. If you follow up with a punch like that, down goes Marvelous. Numbers back in their favor. Zen holding this high side, potentially a whale here that could be game-changing. Great throw by Zen onto JT Cool, and it's back and forth. The tackle goes out. There goes the throw, and Zen is holding on to this point, but it's still in the favor here of Deep Dive. Water gonna find another. Still in this fight, make that 2, and that's enough to push through point 1.
As long as Bucky's here and is alive, it's going to be tough to kind of close out, considering how much we've seen Water get done already. You know, I didn't even need the full impact of the Kraken impact to just be able to pump out that much damage. So now for I Know Legacy, rather, they are now in the street phase of the map against the Venom on the other side for Quest, right? So Quest swapping over to the Venom has kind of changed up the pacing for themselves as well as, oh no, this Venom struggling to get up the wall does get away and get some nice healing, though. That's what you kind of need. You need to be able to focus around Water right now. Make sure he's able to do as much as he's been doing on this Bucky throughout the rest of this map.
Yeah, and here comes the tackle. Great dive there onto Sylvian. That's a nice early pick here again. Deep Dive playing off of this Venom a ton. You gotta love this orange Venom popping off here. Reasonably good follow. Water gonna get 2 off that. And here comes the reset into the entirety of the squad. Great Eye of Agamotto, but an even better invisible boundary to keep the team up. But it's not gonna be for long as Water is gonna keep this pace forward. There goes the tackle onto Strange. Strange in a very weak position goes down as Pog finishes that up. And again, at this point, Deep Dive is showcasing why they are up 2-0 and trying to make sure they tie this and push it to OT again.
Yeah, I think they're gonna do it too. And oh my gosh, Sylveon just took the brunt of Water's bullets. I think he was actually aiming at the Venom, but didn't even matter. I mean, he just peeks the angle. Water's there with the follow-up, and man, this guy is just absolutely on a tear right now. I Know Legacy sent back to the spawn yet again, and Water, ever since switching to this Bucky, hasn't really looked back, man. I mean, he's just been frying.
Yeah, really well played here. Water is on a rampage. I mean, they finally are getting this Bucky through, and now we're seeing why it was important to them to get that Bucky through. Sylvian is going to match it too on the opposition, but Water, at least so far on this attack, has shown to be a more aggressive in terms of pick potential Bucky right now. We know how strong Sylvian could be on the Hela. Now Hela completely off on both sides, not getting picked at all, which is surprising, but Bucky just gets so much value. We aren't going to see the combination of Rocket. Not sure if it was banned out, but JT Cool getting some good value here as well, ready to hit that Bond. Bond is up off cooldown, does have res as well. This next fight is going to be important. Deep Dive does have ult advantage. If they make this happen here, potentially portal out, that can be the OT push that they wanted, as there's 22 seconds in the opposition, almost 4 full minutes here from Deep Dive on this attack, and that's a ton of damage there as Altrexi goes down. Great Eye of Agamotto. Will they get enough follow-up? They are going to damage boost, but no. Sylvian does get 2, though. Nice turnaround here on the Bucky. We mentioned more value on the side of Water, but now Sylvian says it's my turn and forces them back to the spawn door.
Yeah, headed back again. 3 minutes and 35 seconds, though, is a lot in the time bank. Good Kraken impact regardless, and the switch up of the composition. Adapting on the fly right now is I Know Legacy, but they're going to be down in ultimates for this upcoming fight. We'll see if they can get a big res off. That's going to be the biggest impact. And Miyoyo has Eye of Agamotto. We know what this guy can do. We'll see if he can do it again with a big eye.
And here it is. Gets slept right out of it. Not able to find anything from that great sleep. And the animation did go out, so no value there. Actually, still, out to 0%. It completely went through. So great work there. Zen going to be holding on to use Bond. Bond is off the cooldown. Quest back on the thing here now. No longer on the Venom. Does, it may be a little difficult to find value with Venom in this tight quarters like this. Water back in. Starts the tackle. Will he find more yet? Make that 2. Will we? Oh, no. This could be dangerous. Gonna get plenty of resets as Water goes on a rampage. Will he find even more? One more pick could matter, but no. They stopped it somehow. Great work from Zen on the Bond to not allow anyone to fall. I can't believe we didn't see 100 resets there. Great defensive positioning, but still probably not going to be enough, as at this point Deep Dive is really riding this momentum through. Armed and Dangerous coming back on the opposition from Sylvian. Sylvian not able to get a pick here. Bond goes out once more. Here comes the dance, and they're still holding on to this defense somehow.
Yeah, they're still holding on right now, able to come back with that Fate of Both Worlds, but now eventually once that that ultimate falls off, Water yet again gets so much value. Sylvian's going to go down. Zen going to be back into the fight. Eye of Agamotto towards the carpet. Nobody was there to follow it up for Marvelous, unfortunately, and right now it's just free farm for Water, who has built yet another ultimate. Closes out on the spawn door. I mean, 2 minutes. What a time bank for Deep Dive.
Yeah, that's a good set of plays there for the side of Deep Dive, getting extra time on the clock. I really like the offensive side from the opposition, but no, I mean, just not enough. That follow-up there from the Kraken impacts, I mean, I personally can't believe that we saw Warlock go off in front of the entirety of a Kraken impact and a full team, and it did not sweep everyone, so I cannot show enough credit there. Rhino Legacy, who actually defended like champions, especially in that position. I don't know how. It must have been a perfect utilization of Bond in cooldown timing and ult. So well done there, but not enough to shut him down, as Deep Dive will have more time on the clock. It's all about this next point, and if you can go through point one here with a minute for Rhino Legacy.
Yeah, I like the Venom switch up. We'll see if they continue with it. Quest has been able to get a lot of value out of Venom so far. And also the ability to switch over to the triple strat is kind of working out, forcing Ino to kind of change it up, right? Maybe Ino mixes it up as well, as we might see yet another role swap. We don't know entirely because they're on the attacking side, but for Deep Dive, really good push from them. Ino was really hard, I felt like, for Sylvan to really do anything on the Hela. I mean, he was just looking for off angles, looking for picks, and just couldn't hit them considering how much healing was there for Deep Dive. This is the value of that triple strategist that we usually see, Shib.
Yeah, and once, one thing to mention, I do mention this when I see it because I think it's a very valuable tip. You saw Water take the height there without using a cooldown. You can actually utilize the little ramp on the left side to jump to and then take that height. So you don't need to burn cooldowns, and also those who don't have verticality can take that height if need be. Something to keep in mind during your latter games. But here we go off the rip again. We are going to see the Hela from the side of Sylvian, and we know how strong Hela can be. Altrexi going to be on Punisher Rocket combo. We haven't seen a ton of the Bucky combo here on console, so I'm surprised to see that Punisher gets a little more priority with this right now, as they're not going to be running that Bucky Rhino Legacy, hoping to just burn down any sort of dive maybe from Quest on the Venom, or if they were running, great pick there from Sylvian, who is going to knock out Water, get that little advantage on the first fight. And I know Legacy wants to push this through with less time, showcasing they can get the job done even with a disadvantage. Great shield there from the Venom to be able to escape, retaking that height, good positioning, but still being down a number is going to force them back.
Yeah, it's going to force them back for now, able to just constantly pressure out Deep Dive. And considering their time bank, if they can get even another elim here, that might secure them this first point. Also, they built up ultimates. However, all of this damage going down range, Strategist ultimates are now up for Ino. Here comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. The damage output is there. Everybody gets cleaned up. Oh my God, from Marvelous and the crew. They're able to get so much damage with this Punisher, man. It's brutal for Deep Dive crew.
I know Legacy does not want to lose this, and they're stepping up when they need to here. Pushing through point one is a huge take on an OT push like this, especially on Yggdrasil, where that first point, is very defensible, has a ton of high ground, does have that off angle, and we find teams buying a lot of time on that point, but no, a minute on the clock and able to stay in here, and this is going to be what they need to see to keep that confidence up. There's the res on height. We do see Sylvian just kind of holding this positioning. Great Eye of Agamotto is going to take out Quest, though. That could be a nice start here for Sylvian. Great off angling on to the defensive side of Deep Dive, who are now down a number. Sylvian on Hela needs to be matcher at this point. Make that two as Water goes down. And they are just choosing to not try to battle this back. Great decision there with the iframe from the Goddess of Death to hit the sky. Put a ton of damage out. Shields are up. But will it be enough as Keon finds Quest? Sylvian finds Pog. And they're walking this thing back through to hold on to this attack.
Yeah, that was clean decision making. And now everybody's running to the car, man. They're left behind. They don't want to get staggered. They've made it so far, I know Legacy, nearly through this entire second phase of the map with a well-timed ultimate from Sylvian. Fate of Both Worlds popped a little bit too early there for PogChimp, and with that, I know just waited for the exact right moment, knowing the Eye of Agamotto was going to come in, like you said, with that animation cancel, goes into the sky, and his ultimate just reigned free. Now they have the BRB as well, and push on the third phase, not even a contest by Deep Dive.
Yeah, this is a tough look. Getting all the way to this point with 1 minute is an insane push. This buys a lot of confidence for your next defense to the... and here comes the Kraken impact on the Keon. Sylvian goes down. Marvelous. Altrexi too. And following up with even more as we see an absolute pop-off from Water to shut this down before they can push to point 6. Really good push, though.
Yeah, really good push indeed. Now we're into the last phase of the map. You need to get all the way there with 2 minutes and 32 seconds. So... I mean, if any team can do it, it is the team that ended up with a massive time bank like Deep Dive, but Triple Strategist may not be the play for them anymore, considering how that went.
Yeah, that was tough, man. I mean, I'm curious to see what this is going to look like if they can clutch up. It's all about that clutch gene. Deep Dive did make it happen on the attack initially with a fair amount of time on the clock, so they can push through those points early if need be, but yeah, I do like the change here from Nuke. I think it needs to be matched. Sylvian was finding so much value on Hela, and nobody could contest the range that Sylvian was holding from. On that high side, on bridge in point 2, there was just nobody who was able to land a shot up there. So good decision to change up here from Nuke, who is going to be on the Hela. And as we go into the OT, can they match this and get the job done?
I think if any team could do it, it is them. Water was absolutely popping off previously on the Bucky. Might have to change it up to the Wolverine. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad switch because Magneto got banned, right? So Kidnap is going to be available, and nobody's going to be able to bubble up whoever gets picked off. Water was previously looking pretty good on that hero, too. So for Ino Legacy, they're very comfortable with this Punisher composition they've been running. I mean, it's just interesting they don't even want to match it with the Bucky, too, and makes sense considering how well Sylvian's been playing on the Hela so far. Nuke, like you said, has to match it. Definitely can. We've seen him do pretty well on the Hela previously.
Yeah, here we go again with the start. Zen is actually, I've seen a lot of changes here in terms of composition and who's running what position, which I think is a unique thing to see, especially this deep into the tournament. So it definitely goes to show you people are not afraid to roll into different, different roles as Zen takes out Nuke early. Nice job there on the defensive side to get those numbers up for the first fight. There's that jump I was talking about to get you on the high side without burning a cooldown. Well done by Sylvian to try to find this off angle. Getting Dove here with that Guardian Shield we talked about. It does find a ton of value, but Sylvian says value schmalue as down goes Quest with a nice 1v1 battle there. Oh my goodness, Sylvian showing up here with the Hela, an absolute demon with the hit scan at range.
Yeah, he's been insane on this high ground spot. Really just looks for anybody and rips their head off. And opening fight, I mean, that was done because of Zen, right? Just Nuke shut down. You know that means Sylvian's just able to run free on the top angle. Great job from the Vanguard player of Ino Legacy. And then obviously Nuke over the high ground just going to be able to reign freely as Sylvian has to walk back from spawn after that. So tough start there from Nuke, rather, on their attack now. We'll see if he can mix it up, maybe find the opening pick.
And here we go. As the Unlimited is out, so the shotties can reign. I like that idea just to protect backline from dive, but at this point, we do see a change up. I just don't see a ton of value coming from this Venom just yet. The idea of trying to press into these backline, but unfortunately, just getting, just a ton of damage into them from the duelist side of Ino Legacy was really showing up right here. We do have the tackle in from the Wolverine. Water try to make a play, and it does work out as they get one. Down goes Marvelous Coach, though, turning that right back into Water, and the res comes through. So I lied about the value, as at this point, Ino Legacy's up a number from the res, and they're just performing here. Nuke, good decision-making. Gonna drop Altrexi, who will not have that res. Great launch there of the Soul Drainer ball to get a little mini stun, but unfortunately not able to get a follow-up. Nuke does have ultimate here. Got us a death. Could get some serious value. Coach is holding on here to an ultimate. We do have the backline defensive ultimates coming through for both sides of deep, but J2 Cool had to pop it here, so we're only going to see the fate of both worlds on both sides as the only way to counter some of these big plays. Altrexi going to launch here. The Punisher, they did unlimited ammo too. A little bit of a cooldown over utilization there. Sylvian on the left side, keeping that pressure a great angle here, not allowing Nuke to get into the fight, who does have to force that cooldown to get in, but we do see the dance floor out. Hell Unleashed again here. It is going to be matched. Sylvian finding JT Cool. Numbers back in the favor here of Ino Legacy. Sylvian going to find Pog Chip as well. Make that 3 as Marvelous takes out Water. Are they able to stop this here? It looks like they're going to, as at this point, Deep Dive are being held, and this should go to Ino Legacy.
Great round for Ino Legacy. Close out on the defensive hold, and they stop the dominance that has happened to them so far on the first 2 maps to bring it to that map number 3. Get the win here. Force that number 4 now after a victory is huge, right? I mean, they just played it so well. The compositional changes they made, I think, to switch so much too. I mean, they swapped their Venom player over to Punisher. I don't think we've ever seen that before, but well-deserved MVP for Sylvian, who is on the Hela kind of dominating.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first game, I did not think that was going to be the case, but it seems like a full switch here from the duelist as Sylvian is 41 and 11 with 39k damage. Obviously, Water, a ton of damage on the opposition there with the Bucky going ham, trying to make the change over to Wolverine to get some more value at the end, but not enough as the KO simply is too much from the side of Sylvian. Altrexi doing some strong damage too, so that just was a case of the switch of duelists. It seems like the team really was able to find their footing there and get back one of those W's, which is very important. You can't fall too far behind in these series.
Yeah, no, you really can't. And I like how you pointed that out. I mean, Nuke, just unfortunate round from him. I think it's been difficult. You know, usually he was able to get so much value on the Hella, but in that one, whether it be positional advantage or whatever, man, like he just could not get a final blow for like crap.
Yeah. So before we get into more of this and push through this series, we do have a highlight package from that last match. Check this out.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out.
I know Legacy finding a W there to make it 2-1, and that is what we want to see in a tight spread here as we push towards game 4, and now it's starting to look like more of a match.
Oh yeah, looking like a match indeed, and you know, it can go either way, right? I think that's the biggest thing that we're learning right now about the console scene is that there's a lot of top teams that are very close together. The parity is so good currently, and right now, I know Legacy will be heading to another map because they win the last one. And this is a first to 4, so they have quite a long series ahead of them. Deep Dive only halfway to potentially sweep or winning the series. And right now, I know Legacy pushed that map number 4, and Deep Dive take us to Hell's Heaven, man. So gonna go into domination for the first time this series. I think it's gonna be incredibly exciting to see who kind of plays what. The compositions might change. Maybe a difference in bans and protects.
Yeah, we have yet, like you said, yet to see a domination. Teams play very different on convergence and domination. It is a totally different game. It is very important on that first fight and then shutting down and then properly using ultimates. I know ultimates are very important in this game, but it gets even more valuable in a domination game mode where team fights are after team fights, after team fights, after team fights, and nothing else matters. So overutilization of ultimates are impacting the team much more in this style of play. So we will see this change up now. I'm sure we're going to see, we saw some more success going back to that Hela, so maybe we'll see a ban there, or maybe we'll see the teams matching that and trying to make things happen. So let's get into these picks and bans right now.
Yeah, let's get into Indeed, and this might be the last that we see of console before we enter that grand finals versus with 100 Thieves versus Sentinels on the PC region. So stay tuned. Group ban coming first for Deep Dive is I Know Legacy. Immediately banning out the Loki. Don't want to play against that again, so they have the strategy. Make sure to shut down that Loki pick potentially. That Deep Dive we're playing previously.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of that group ban, at least in console. It's like, I mean, it's no different than what we would see in PC, but even so, I feel a lot of PC teams try to match each other on the group and make things happen. But every single game here that we've witnessed so far has been immediately banned, which could just be something on the side of Deep Dive, always ensuring they want that to be gone. But locking in the Magneto there and the Rocket, so maybe we'll see more of that Punisher combination, which we see a little bit less of on PC, so that is a unique change. And then Loki, got to say goodbye to Loki and Adam as well, which, a very strong strategist in their own right, and just the way they can stall those fights out with those really impactful cooldowns.
Yeah, the decision making by Deep Dive there to go over to the Adam Warlock instead, or to ban the Adam Warlock instead, has been nice to see. And the thing ban on their side, they're making sure they're just targeting, the hero pool of Deep Dive, it feels like. I mean, the Magneto was really strong for Miyoyo on the first two maps, and they just made sure that he couldn't play it with the ban out in the previous one. So interesting that they're saving Vanguards this time around to make sure that I know are in a worse spot, right? And Altrexi, we've seen him play a lot of that Vanguard, a lot of that tank role, and this time, has played so much Punisher as well. I'm curious to see what changes for Ino considering these new bans and picks.
Yeah, initially we saw Sylvian on the Wolverine there. I thought it was going to be a consistent pick, but there goes the change from both of them. We're going to have Nuke and Sylvian both on the Hela here, ready to make some plays happen. So very strong back and forth between the two of them at this point. Some games going in the favor of Nuke, and then immediately the last game very much looking in Sylvian's favor, with a ton of those 1v1s being won. So we will start here. A little tighter map, does have some high ground, so maybe we'll see a shift and find out who's a little more successful in these team fights.
Yeah, I think for Ino, it'd be really unique if they ran out Triple Duelist. I think they played it previously as well, so I mean, they've been a team to not shy away from running Triple Duelist, single Vanguard. Deep Dive, though, sticking heavily to this duo between Miyoyo and Quest, it seems like, on the Vanguard front line.
Water initiating here, diving in heavy, trying to get that space taken, ready to find a flank. Obviously, Wolverine in this map can get a lot of tackles off map here, so finding an early tackle and trying to get a pick and throwing a Vanguard off is so valuable. So you saw the attempt, but does get shut down there by the opposition, with the Punisher just taking that space right back.
Yeah, right now, Quest on the left side of the map, just controlling this angle, water to the sky, looking for that pick like you said, potentially could find somebody. Looking just kind of at the back of the map. There's constant pressure from this Namor and Punisher with the team up, like you mentioned, is constantly pushing away this front line of Deep Dive right now as the bubbles popped out. Nice pick off from Miyoyo and Altrexi. He's going to go down to the pick off from Water, rather. Water with that hook there. Now Quest kind of walk through on this back line, make sure that nobody can kind of contest this objective. Marvelous sort of just taking so much damage, but the healing here from Coach. The back line keeping him nice and healthy. Oh my god, almost kidnapped into the pond of lava, but not able to get him. And with that, Eno just kind of securing this objective. Triple strategist working out as Altrexi gets Water, walks up. They take the first point as well, and Sylvian on the left side angle just put so much damage down range. Triple Duelist actually doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's only one Vanguard I see. Marvelous. Now, if I'm going to be doing one Vanguard, it is going to be with Magneto, without a doubt. Magneto, an incredibly strong Vanguard, does have a lot of self-preservation potential. So at this point in the game, I would argue is the best solo tank. And we see a lot of damage being output here by I Know Legacy, virtually taking that Strange Shield off the map every single fight just by the raw damage. They have that unlimited ammo, they have Namor, and then they have that Hela. So just too much damage on the field for there to be a ton of value here with Quest, but you really can't change up and go something like the Thing, because you're going to find even less success without a shield in front of you.
But a long flank by Nuke over the right side. Brings Sylveon in. No! Takes his crosshair off him for a second, and he's able to live. Comes back. Oh my god, that was dicey. Flies back to the health pack, though. Gonna get healthy. Also, the BRB brings back Sylveon, so we're coming back for round 2. Nuke doesn't even know he's ready for round 2. The bell not over for Sylveon. Able to take down one, and then water as well. Trades it back, though, so that's fine. For the side of Eno. Oh my god, pushed almost into the pit, but met back by the Goddess of Death to make sure he does not fall into that lava. Is going to have to float down after this, however. Meanwhile, Whale does not connect on the front line, even with a damage boost. Not able to find that elimination. Nuke now comes back into the fight. Eye of Agamotto doesn't connect onto somebody yet. It connects on Kion. Also, the shift committed by Exon. So, sure, that's one elimination, but Nuke and Water combine for far too much damage right now. And Deep Dive control the point again.
Yeah, I gotta show some love there. Pog did actually use that Luna Fit of Both Worlds, and it like shut down 3 or 4 ultimates. They used they used Goddess of Death, and they used the Whale, and none of them got any luck. So that is a ton of value there for the side of Deep Dive, who are controlling the point at this point, but, you know, and have ult advantage in the next fight with no one really too close. So this could turn around in Deep Dive's favor. I will say, though, I know Legacy looked incredible. Nice pick there by Nuke to take out Kion, and that's going to get rid of the res. So the value out of that is insane, because that res has found a ton of potential and a ton of value here in the first few fights, because every single early pick was negated, and the team seemingly didn't notice as Zen goes down here for M-Yo-Yo.
Yeah, that's not what you like to see if you're a fan of I Know Legacy, just losing member after member. Like you said, Nuke, just 2 taps across the map, and then the follow-up there from the Magneto play of Deep Dive. And right now, this double Vanguard's actually working out pretty well. 56% of the board, controlling the objective. You have the team up here on the front line, but that Punisher isn't taking advantage of it just yet. They're trying to get value, but you just have this Magneto, and with only one front line, it's all on him to kind of secure objective play. But now here's the Cosmic Air Amplifier from that offense. Kian trying to throw it out, make sure they can get some secure eliminations, but there's too much stuff, right? You have the Whale coming on this left side of the map, gets Sylveon so low, but the support is there with the bubble, and then the support from the Rocket Raccoon, so he's able to stay alive on that right side. Also, Punisher into the turret, able to pump out so much damage in the front line, but invisible boundary from JT Cool keeps Deep Dive on this objective. Sylveon's in the sky with the Goddess of Death, but there's some follow-up here. The Meteor M does not connect from Mio either. Coach's ultimate gives I Know Legacy this point presence. We're already 99% of the board. Deep Dive is still trying to secure the objective right now as they're all low. The damage from I Know is a lot, but they're not able to secure any elimination until now. Sylveon takes down JTG Cool. PogChamp not able to keep him alive with his very own Fate of Both Worlds. They need to stay on this point, though. Overtime ticks down. You have the ultimate advantage. Agamotto is connects, and Nuke is there with the follow-up. Judgery Executioner on the front line. Can it find value? Marvel is trying to help it push forward to this point. Water connects one on the Sylveon, though, as they push in, and it's just member after member being lost. Altrexi, though, does get Mio-Yo. That's a decent elimination. Zen is well on the right side, able to take down PogChamp. They're walking in, but it's the Water on the right side with one extra elimination, but there's too many removed on his teammate's side. Deep Dive now has to back up. Not get staggered. That'd be really bad if he gets staggered now.
Yeah, actually, what an incredible series of fights, going from 80% all the way. Deep Dive taking it to 99 in the return. The all advantage back, and I Know Legacies for this final fight here. Water with a nice set of picks there to try to get that back, but may not be enough, but we'll keep eyes on as the Whale will be impactful. Quest at about 1 HP doesn't manage to escape. Nuke with an insane off angle. The Whale goes out, finds no value. Again, Nuke gonna take out Zen, though. Will Deep Dive be able to re-own this and take this home? The teleport is out as well. The immediate changeover. Altrexi gonna get into the fight here. Nuke trying to look for the back line. Great decision on the Coach, but no, not able to get that done. Gonna have to resort to falling back, and here comes the Fate, as that's gonna be enough for the W. Well done, and what a retake.
Wait, what happened? They just couldn't touch the point? They just couldn't touch the point. Man, this is the problem with running with single Vanguard, right? It's just wait. Oh, wait, never mind. They were the ones to win, huh? So I'm the one that's crazy here. No, that's the problem with Deep Dive. I don't know. They just like had the angles, they had the positions, and just could not take advantage. I know, and it's interesting because they swapped Sylveon over to the Wolverine and Altrexi's over to the Hela. Now over back to the Punisher. So
no,
I know
It was the single Vanguard that took it. They switched to Strange, I believe, to get the teleport in. So it looked like they went back to Duo, but it was a single Vanguard situation for Ino. So you had that for sure. It was just it was the last second touch. I think it scared the team off. I'm surprised it worked out like that, for sure.
Freaked him out, man. My God. Mio-Yo did take a little bit too much damage in that fight. I think previously Marvelous hasn't looked as strong in that Magneto so far, but right now he's kind of just putting the team on his back as this solo Vanguard. Like you said, I think these strategists too, Coach and Kian, have just done a good job keeping him alive. You saw towards the very end, Nuke had to drop down to find the back line by himself, but they just couldn't. They're just steadfast in this main side, giving up flank angle. It doesn't matter. They're just able to keep his front line so healthy, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's a tough look to be going in with a solo Vanguard, but, you know, if you're going to do it with anyone, it's going to be here. Marvelous popping off, just utilizing all those cooldowns selfishly, right, as you need to. If you're in a position like this, use that ult to make sure you save yourself, stay on the point as long as possible. But if they take this early pressure on point with a solo Vanguard, that is a feat in and of itself, as it is very difficult with all this height to hold on as a solo Vanguard at this early on in the stage. Teleport's not up for either side, apparently, as both of them choose to walk to point, but Marvelous is going to find that early pick onto Nuke and get the numbers back in their favor, ready to dunk, but he chooses to hold on to it, and they are just going to walk through this and take point again.
I don't know what it is about this comp, but it's working very well for Ino. I think there's just so much consistent damage down range that deep dive don't know what to do. They just kind of panic, and the flanks get taken, the overall aggressiveness out of this Punisher. Yeah, it's just been doing so much value on the quest, I guess, as they walk on in. Now Deep Dive comes back. They do have ultimates on board, but as do Ino. Not too many whales to connect flush for both teams, but meanwhile, early Crow usage from Sylveon has to fall back to the rest of his team. 1v1 happening on the top side, and it's Nuke getting the Invisible Woman shield. Doesn't find the elimination, though. That's big, but Zen, oh no, caught over the top side after utilizing his shift. Sylveon does eventually fall down. Here comes the whale from Water 2 onto Keon, who tossed out the Cosmic Yarn. And oh no, this ultimate is way too late, man. It seems like Deep Dive fully in control of Trexie ill-advised ultimate.
Yo-Yo not even having to pop that Meteor Ram. It's just not a threat there. That all was way too late, like you mentioned. I mean, that was a tough look across the board there for Ino, but that just goes to show you how difficult it can be. The one thing from Deep Dive that I know the pain and struggle of trying to run two Vanguards into this much damage. There's so much damage on the side of Ino Legacy, and if you don't have Groot up, and it's very difficult to run the thing into unlimited ammo comps like this, and just hell it in general. So you can't really run thing either. Your only option is Groot, but Groot's banned out. So you either want to run the triple strat, or you maybe even match the duelist here if you want to find a little more value, but the teams can still absolutely outplay, and it looks like Deep Dive does have ult advantage, so they may be able to take this back, but I do know the struggle of damage as Quest pops that Eye of Agamotto. Up in the sky we go, looking for value, does find one as Water goes down. Well done by Marvelous, looking to try to find even more. There goes the dance floor. Fate of both worlds being popped, trying to push Luna outside of it, tries to push Invis outside of it, not able to get the job done, as they're just still holding on to this point. Up goes the Goddess, and it is going to be eaten by the Meteor M. Tries to throw it in the sky, but not able to make that happen, as they are going to walk this back and take over point.
Yeah, they're walking it back indeed, and now coming back through. I know, looking pretty solid, and that's a lot of ults out of Deep Dive as well. So with all of those gone, surely you're sitting in a good spot. I know that a lot of these fights, it feels like, Shib, kind of end up in these neutral engages mattering, right? It feels like, whether it be a Hello or a Namor, the opening pick and the neutrals have been very crucial, I feel like, more so than ultimates at points.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like, at least in this series so far, in these last few games, there have been far less impactful ultimates in terms of sweeps on the team. It just seems like everything sustains out, and the teams relocate and try to find a pick after the dust has settled a little bit here. So maybe that's a good positioning situation that could be attributed to that. But outside of that, another whale without much value. We don't see a lot of combination there of the damage boost from Luna, which we find a lot more in some of these other games. But Sylveon, again, in a neutral fight, finds that pick on JT Cool in the backside, looking up on the height, gonna have to use that cooldown immediately. The Astral Flock over to the left side, and Coach gonna drop him. Yo-Yo Nuke goes down. Altrexie with a good ult here to take out Quest. Pog goes down, and it looks like Ino Legacy is going to be ending this with another W.
Yeah, no, Doctor Strange not even to respawn in time, and yeah, they get it done. Tie it up 2-2 on Hell's Heaven. Perfect map choice, or bad map choice rather, from Deep Dive, is honestly, it didn't seem like Ino Legacy slowed down at all, man. They look good in this triple duelist.
Yeah, it is very difficult to run that Strange into that comp. I do think you need to make that triple strat or duelist comp. So It just, it really was a tough situation. I find it's tough to get a lot of value with triple duelists unless everyone's on their game, but it really looks like, especially with I Know Legacy there, everybody was on it and they knew what their role was and they got the job done and owned that space and pressure nearly every single fight.
You're taking a look at the stats as well. I mean, pretty straightforward, I think, on all sides. As for I Know Legacy, they were just able to get so much value out of the duelists. I mean, each duelist getting over 11,000 damage. You can see the final blows as well. The final hits from Zen has been so good. He was also playing a lot more of the Thing earlier too, so it's cool to see so much flexibility in this console scene. I think that's unique, at least to this space.
Yeah, we did see far more role switching than we had ever seen before. It seemed like everyone was comfortable in a different position, which I haven't seen in any of the tournaments so far on the PC side of things. So really well done there again. I Know Legacy popping off in that. That was even out the score 2-2.
Yeah, even it up 2-2. We'll have to see what happens in the rest of the series. We want to check in the in-game client as well to make sure, where these teams are, if you're curious and stuff, because we'll be going over to the PC side. I don't want to call it too early, but we'll have to see on the other side of this highlights. We'll keep you guys up to date. We're going to have 100 Thieves and Sentinels coming up, but let's take out the highlights from that matchup of I Know in Deep Dive.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, the arrival's till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
Welcome back to the moment you've all been waiting for as we push into the grand finals with Sentinels and 100 Thieves. I cannot wait to watch this matchup.
No, I can't either, man. I mean, we've seen both of these teams for a long time. I know you have some stuff ready to go for it. I mean, this grand finals, I don't think was the most expected even, which is crazy, right? I think there was so many people maybe doubting Sentinels, maybe doubting 100 Thieves. Now we're here, Shib, and I mean, what's the story between these two teams? Because they've been going against each other forever, it feels like.
Yeah, this is one of those setups that teams just, they mention a little bit of a rivalry. They feel the tension. They want to win. It's more than just the tournament for them. It's more than just the title. It's about taking out the opposition. During the first MRC, we had 100 Thieves knock Sentinels into the lower bracket who battled back. And now we have the inverse where Sentinels 3-0'd them to push them into the lower, and they've battled back to get to the end. I mean, their history, people mention that it may not be much of a rivalry because 100 Thieves has taken a lot of W's. 3-0, 2-1. 3-0 again, but now the inverse Sentinels during this tournament showing Casey how strong they are and understanding and learning from their past mistakes. 3-0 back at them. Will we see it again as we push into the grand finals? I am so excited to dive into this.
Well, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this has been going on since MRC Season 0, even before that with the closed beta tournaments that have happened. So both of these teams really just kind of, it feels like they just each have their own metas, all right? There's just like a point when, randomly teams will just kind of, or like randomly Sentinels rather, will just have the edge, right? And sometimes 100 Thieves will have the edge like they did recently in MRC Season 0. So, I mean, this has been an incredible rivalry back and forth. And right now, Sentinels look like they're maybe coming back, getting the better end of it in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things we really see commonly from Sentinels is they ban out that Hela and just take it off the map and try to match them in some other form. I don't expect that to change today. I know that is going to be their first ban, at least in the past. It's been Hela Mag, Hela Rocket just to shut down that Bucky as well. And then keeping things like Namor and Groot. And we've seen that shift, getting Crimzo onto the team to be their Groot, who's a very strong Groot, to try to match things for this meta. So things are shifting in their favor, and I think they've adapted to try to meet this meta and allow them it to work in their favor a bit. So we'll see what it looks like here when the moment is intense and everyone's nervous and there is money on the line. I cannot wait.
No, I can't wait either. We'll have to see in a second when the game starts, obviously. But, I mean, we'll enter the bans and protects in just a moment. And for both of these teams, I mean, it's awesome. It's funny because, like we said, like Hogs, I played in a ranked game with him the other day, and he's just like, oh, why is Crimzo playing instead of you? And everybody's like, wondering the same thing. And he's like, well, Crimzo's just a better Groot. I mean, I'm sure part of that is like, yeah, I'm sure Hogs wants to be out there and play, but, we've seen Crimzo POV, man. I've seen a lot of streamers talk about it, and it's real. He's good at Groot, right? So it's like, what can you really do when your coach might just be the best Groot? And it's not like he's a coach just like straight up by any means. I mean, he's a former professional player. I mean, I competed against him for many a years, so he's definitely a dude that has high talent. I know that. Well, I talked to him specifically too. Crimzo doesn't really compete, or hasn't competed. He says he wants to, but the reason why he hasn't competed as much is because he has some wrist issues. So there's some things that he's sort of working out, health issues that he's sort of slowly kind of figuring out, I guess. And it looks like they're not bothering him right now.
Yeah, who said esports can't have injuries as well? You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you get out there with the Groot, I mean, Groot obviously an incredible spot right now. I think the issue that they were running into prior was that they had to ban Groot and ban Hela, and when you have to force that, they have the opportunity to lock one of those in, and they felt uncomfortable getting that done. So now we're transitioning in right into the game, it seems like, immediately as we're pushing forward, and it looks like the Groot has likely been banned out as Kaluja's going to be on the Doctor Strange here. The defense going to be for 100 Thieves as we begin, and they are going to take that off angle. That bridge still being off allows them to take that high side and play in the flank as the defense is now a little off. As Delano going to find Super Gomez. The rest is going to come through for Gomez. The Guardians comp is on the table, and we will see that on both sides. Going to be matched up, and we know Sentinels do a great job of this composition. Super Gomez, an incredible Star-Lord, potentially in the conversation for the best in the game. As we start this fight right now, the Magneto going to be up to help barrier up that spin, that barrage for Star-Lord here. And here comes the Kraken Impact for Terra, who does an incredible job with Kraken Impacts. Is forced to drive off, does hit a fair amount of it, finds the reset. Incredible shot there on Rye Amazing, allowing the reset to be ready and giving them a ton of space here on the defense to hold up for point one. And let's see the follow-up as they come in heavy. The barrier going to be pulled out as well as Rye Amazing going to get the re-res. Super Gomez trying to get that all charge back at 91%. Kalu, Super Gomez, Rye Amazing, Harvey going to come bring Venny back, but it's not enough as the entirety of Sentinels are just sweeping everyone and taking point one.
Little rubber band and disengage. I thought 100 Thieves had it, but they disengaged the Kraken Impact. Mori with the emote, 2 on the point. Why not? Sentinels now playing that triple strategist comp. I don't know if they expected 100 Thieves to even want to play it. So right now, Sentinels are having their first matchup against the Harvey on Rocket Raccoon in this triple strategist. This is like a new form, sort of 100 Thieves. Hey, TDK again. Opening pick on a Kurova. That's a nice set of the momentum right now for 100 Thieves, who first point kind of got rolled over by a rubber band re-engaged by Sentinels.
Yeah, that's exactly what you needed to see if I'm Sentinels. That early Kraken Impact was terrifying, did find value, but the reses, that's all, and they play so well around those reses. Terra gonna find Kurova, though, helping put it back in their favor. Agamotto goes out and finds a bunch as they are gonna collapse. Super Gomez takes out Terra, shove it in to try to find more. Does have that already, potentially gonna damage boost it here as Super Gomez pops the Galactic Legend, and here we go with that damage boost. He is gonna be eaten by the Meteor M. Will it be able to be returned here as the res goes out as well? Kurova gonna come back to the point now, does have that res as well as we're pushing in together, and it looks like Sentinels do have advantage in this fight so far. Bond gonna fall out. Keep the team up. Ready for that Meteor M to return from Crimzo, who's now, instead of on the group, going to be on that Magneto, the double shield comp out. Kaluj with a great initiation there to start that fight.
Yeah, love the disengage. They just wait out Harvey's ultimate. Now, Terra's not synced with Harvey with his Kraken Impact. They shouldn't get as much value, but here's the clobbering time on the front to slow it down, at least to make sure nobody else gets picked. It's just used to kind of peel off Sentinels, who with their aggression, with Crimzo's ultimate, we're trying to find those eliminations, but now we're all tied up right now. 100 Thieves. How do you want to fight this with the Kraken Impact? They're close to another Harvey. How is he building him so fast?
Yeah, it is insane. Now let's back up. Kraken Impact goes in. Find Super Gomez. Can we see 2 onto the reset? Yep, make that 2. As once again, Terra showcasing how strong he is on this hero. Make that 3. Do I see 4 and 5? Yes, I do. As Terra sweeps the entirety of the team. An absolute demon on Bucky and cannot be contended with when that Kraken is up.
Jesus, man, he is unstoppable. And for Sentinel's side, you know, unfortunately, Kurova really couldn't get that res off, but now we're already going into another fight. Sentinel's portal off on the high ground. Knowing Terra's ultimate is out of this, let's see how 100 Thieves play this. It's very hard to get reses, it feels like, into triple strategist. That's the funny thing, as everybody's expecting it.
Delena, great shots there on the side of Warlock, retaking the space. Kaluj with an Eye of Agamotto again finding value, but we do see the bond down. It doesn't matter. Make that 3 go down. Kaluj with 4, returning this right back at him. Kraken Impact 2. I raise you a return of the Eye of Agamotto, and again, Kaluj popping off with these initiations.
You can call it over the hell you want when you do it like that, man. Kaluj, absolutely gross. And this is what we needed to see in the last series for SDX. You know, it's unfortunate what happened, but Vinny, right, gets so much value at clobbering time. Now he's going to swap back over to the Magneto, just mirror the comp in that case. And that's what you need to see out of your Vanguard players. You need them to have huge ultimates. It's really difficult, but the timing is everything, and Kaluj understood. That was the perfect time for Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, TTK going to be switching over here to the Strange as well. I mean, these initiations, Kaluj's, all these Eye of Agamottos, it hasn't been seen like this since Season 0. We have not seen this much value out of Eyes, but we are seeing it now. Really well done. Again, up with the Meteor Ram. Will we see a land? Great jump there to shield it off by TTK to hold on. Good positioning, good decision-making as the team is gaining their footing again. Out goes that unlimited ammo for Terra. Does allow him to get that Kraken Impact back. Will we find the takedown? TTK falls. Right, Maisie takes out Vinny. Crimzo on Terra. The rest is up for TTK, but that's not going to be enough. And they might be able to portal them out here. We'll find out shortly as Right Amazing takes 1. TTK goes down. Crimzo hits 2. An incredible shot there. And oh my goodness, Sentinels are on a wave here.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, 2 minutes and 36 seconds left to go. 100 Thieves now have to walk out. They do have ultimates, though. 2 meters. Oh my god, they're barely on, but they have to use these ults now or never.
Yeah, I just remember the cooldown for the teleport is off because they did take that height with it in that last fight before they came through with an insane ulti there from Kaluj, and there's a pick there on Kaluj from Terra. Terra not with that impact right now, did use it in the last fight. Out goes the Meteor M to try to eat some time for Super Gomez. Vinny gonna find one as Right Amazing goes down, but the res is back. Kurova early popping that res, so the team knew to play aggressive, and right back into the fight comes Right Amazing. The numbers gonna stay even. Here goes the, wow, that yarn got destroyed in seconds from the rocket. They're not gonna be enough. Good idea from Harvey, but it gets burned out as Terra just trying to get that all back, already at 85%. This could be a game winner if they get it right back now. Magneto coming in with the Meteor M, but it doesn't land. Kaluj taking out Vinny. TTK goes down. Harvey. And oh my goodness, forced off the point, and that's going to do it as an insane push from Sentinels there.
Yeah, that was so clean. Minute 48 seconds left to go. We could re-enter Sentinel's reign over the scene. I mean, that would be insane considering how, the past few weeks have gone for them. It's been up and down. Now they're back seemingly. And, it's cool to see, too, because 100 Thieves were forced off compositionally a bunch of different stuff, right? Benny now over to the Magneto. Don't usually see him on Magneto, right? We usually see him on the Groot. We usually see him on the Thing. Not really a Magneto player, right? And now he's forced to kind of play over to it. I'm sure he has a lot of practice on it, but it's new for him, I would say, in this case. And there's a lot of news, right? We have Delena onto the freaking Adam Warlock. There's a lot of changes that 100 Thieves are going through right now. Minute and 48 seconds. Sentinels just made that look so clean. And you could say, like, yeah, they didn't touch the card at the very end, and that's on the team. But, I mean, their only good ultimate there was the res from Delena, and where else are you supposed to use it besides back left? So, I mean, it's tough. Yeah. Sentinels play around triple strategists so well.
Yeah, that looked flawless. I think they played every single fight. I mean, obviously they're going to lose some alt advantage fights, right? And they did lose those fights, but when it came to their advantages and when it came to those neutrals, they were winning every last one of them. Sentinels looks like a totally different team in these last two series. They look so confident playing against 100 Thieves, and I think that's where their issue was. They were just kind of in a rut in terms of going against them, felt like they had no option. But I think this change in allowing them to not have to force ban out Groot every single game, if not needed, it has been a W for them, because Crimzo apparently can play Magneto here and still make things work for them as Sentinels just walked that thing with almost 2 minutes full and didn't even have to portal wall out at the end. So we are going to begin this first fight here. Terra going to be holding this right side. They are going to break this open. This is a new strategy, and we have seen this portal wall happen a ton here from the Sentinels, who have done it again, and it forces them down a different angle. I do like the idea of that, just using that portal to buy just a little bit of time. That time does matter as we begin the next fight.
Hey, Kalush has held onto that the whole time, and right now Terra is going for an aggressive play on the top left. This surely results, in him getting picked off. I mean, that was a little too far forward, didn't get the bubble. And by the way, I think Hella got banned in this series too. We didn't get a CTDK picked off again. I mean, this first fight is obviously not going 100 Thieves' way. But regardless, I think, was it Namor probably got banned? I think Hello got banned, I imagine. And then now we're in this situation. Groot got banned, right? A lot of Vanguard priorities. So obviously we missed that aspect of it. But now we're into this minute left on the clock for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on it right now. They got almost 3 up, but Vinny with a nice punch there on a Super Gomez. That pick could get res. I guess the res was down. Nothing there just yet. Wow, Gomez does res back up. Excuse me, Vinny gonna fall from Aramori. Just the sheer raw power there from the Loki, showcasing how much damage it could truly do. Aramori with some good position here. Loki plays really strong on this defense. Vinny gonna have to spawn up on the reset, but it looks like Sentinels still have ult advantage. Amazing Aramori and Super Gomez holding on to those Qs. Terra gonna be able to match that SJP and TTK there now, so the numbers are evened out, and we will see a crazy fight here coming up shortly as Qs will be popped. Who gets the value? Let's find out. Up in the sky goes the Galactic Legend for both sides, matched evenly. Who's gonna find more? As we did get the damage reduction there from Vinny, who did pop it on their side, but no Terra. Still no one yet as Meteor M's go up to eat some of that damage. Will it dunk on anyone? Good shield out to buy time. It does get eaten as we still see Vinny and the entirety of the team holding on while these Qs are flying. No insane value yet as no one's gone down. Kalush ready with the Eye of Agamotto. Kurova ready, and Delena with the res. So those reses will have big impact. It's all about positioning now. They're going to hold that back end. And here we go as we hear the Loki copy. Ready to make some sort of play with the Mantis charge. Potentially. There it is. The Soul Resurgence. And there's the Eye of Agamotto. Kalush is on a rampage with these now. 2 go down. 3. And there's the res from Delena. Will they be able to collapse and stuff that down as Delena reses them up, but they're still walking backwards. So it's not getting a ton of value as the team needs to regroup and reset. But wow, Sentinels during these fights are just holding on.
Yeah, Sentinels out of all teams know exactly how to play against that res and play with it. It feels like they're playing around Kurova's reses. Delena's using them reactively, and obviously they know that res is there. They've ult tracked this whole time, and they know that he's in that position to res. Minute left on the clock, 100 Thieves. They need to kind of just get something going. They need at least like one team fight that goes their way.
Yeah, we do see the Q ready for Harvey here. That's 40% damage. And there it comes the combo. Likely will be grouped together as we see the sky of the Galactic Legend from Terra. Terra trying to find more value, but that bond just negating all the damage. There's that nice play there by Delena to follow up on the clobbering time. And here comes the res to bring everyone back. That early res will have value as long as Kurova can walk in. It does pick up everyone around his body. And here comes Super Gomez, which we know how strong Gomez can be on this Star-Lord, finding one on Terra. Great early pick. And there's the res right back, though. Terra gonna find himself back in in this fight. The numbers looking more so the side of 100 Thieves as Terra comes back in. Delena is weak. The front line is weak. The reset there from Vinny. Well done. And their whole team is holding on to HP as we go in with Crimzo, who does find Terra. A second on Delena. Aramori on TTK. The team is walking them with 15 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure they'll be able to touch.
I'm not sure either. I mean, that was absolutely a schlop. And then Gomez also finds Harvey. Vinny will have the portal, but guess who's here to counter it? Kalush, he's ready to go with the portals. They don't even touch. They don't even get the portal off. Man, that was so one-sided.
That collapse there was everything. They got that pick, and their entire team knew they had to send it. They had to shut them down. Don't allow anyone to be able to touch, to extend this for the portal. Walk them in and make it happen. And that was incredibly well played by Sentinels. I have no feedback. It looked insane. It was so well done as they take home map 1.
Yeah, now we're entering Sentinels territory, right? We saw in the upper bracket that 100 Thieves, you know, they were able to play 2-2-2 at points, and you could see how much damage Terra was able to do, but, I mean, nobody else was really able to do much, it felt like, in that match. And, you know, they're just so used to playing around the triple supports, triple strategists right now. I don't think SDX are a team are that good at triple strategist. They don't play it enough, and I think Sentinels have played this composition over and over again, man. So, you know, now you're entering Sentinels realm. This is kind of the opposite, where Sentinels were forced to play Hella before with Amazing and stuff, and now they don't really have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's their consistent idea of get Hella out first, and the game is back in our favor. I think they play this Guardians comp better than anyone, in my opinion, or at least it's the level of anyone that can play it. We know how strong Super Gomez is. I mean, 30-4 on the Star-Lord there is absolutely obscene, with 10 final hits, beating everyone in the game, including Terra, who had an insane Kraken Impact run. So really well done across the board. The backline obviously surviving. Aramori only going down 1 time. Same with Crimzo and Kalush, who had just countless Eye of Agamottos that found a ton of value. So incredibly well done. That was a ton of fun to watch, and it was just a very aggressive game.
Yeah, pacing was incredible by Sentinels, and we'll see if they can continue it on map number 2. We'll see what map choice 100 Thieves has. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, from that map number 1.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time
Welcome back, everyone, as we saw a confident Sentinels out there taking map 1 against 100 Thieves, and I just can't say enough of how strong and confident those teams looked in every single team fight and even holding them on point 1. What'd you think, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree with you, man. Like, it just felt like Sentinels is kind of back in their old form, and, you know, they've tried to find an identity just consistently throughout these past couple weeks, and now have kind of found it playing this triple strategist comp. It's been insane from them, right? I mean, we've seen how good they were previously, and then also playing a lot of triple Vanguard. But, you know, leading into this, I don't think either you or me expected triple strategist to be this strong.
Yeah, I mean, I knew they ran it well. I just knew that 100 Thieves, they've also run it well. So I knew it was going to be a bit of a battle, but it just seemed far more one-sided, at least right there. I'm curious if we're going to see a ban out here, maybe Adam Warlock, just to change things up and what that does to shake up Sentinels and what their change is going to be. But that could lead them to keeping that Groot if they're feeling confident on it. So let's see as we dive in here right now to our bans. The first ban going to be on the side of 100 Thieves, and let's see what they do.
First ban Groot? They really don't want to mess with Crimzo Groot. That's crazy, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's aura right there. Coming in as a, you know, not necessarily on the first line, coming in to fill that Groot slot and now being force targeted banned is crazy. But no surprise here as Sentinels getting that Hela out of there, making sure Delena cannot run that. They don't feel like they can match it, so why not get rid of it as we do keep the Luna, which means I have no doubt we're either going to see, yes, the Namor, say goodbye to Namor to not have that team up. So right back into this Guardians comp, I do believe, back and forth, thinking that they can match it. So let's go at it for a second time as we are up 1 for Sentinels.
And that's crazy that 100 Thieves are the ones banning Namor, just in the grand scheme of things, because they always play Namor. They always put Delena on Namor. They always put Delena on Hela. And when the Hela's removed, it's like, okay, we usually just put Delena on Namor. But how it's progressed, it feels like the triple strategist composition. Venom ban comes out for Sentinels, by the way, in Royal Palace. Interesting. Maybe Vinny wants to play more Venom. We've seen in the European scene that there's a ton more Venom too. But it's just interesting to me, Shib, in the long term, like the grand scheme of things, that we're actually saying that 100 Thieves, the guy with one of the best, the team with one of the best Namor players, is going to pan it out so he can't even play it on his own team.
But we are going to have that Bucky Rocket combo, which they do feel very confident on. As 100 Thieves fans, I'm sure, are going to want to see that because they know just enabling the dive here, the plays here from Terra it can be, you know, terrifying, if you will, to shove through and just get a ton of value with every single Kraken impact. But Sentinels, those picks, they don't matter as much when you can just res yourself right back into it after the start. You know, it does allow the reset if you're able to find value there, but we're not going to be seeing the Loki to give even more resets, which I think is a strategic choice to ensure that doesn't happen. Was he banned out? Was I mistaken? Did I miss the Loki ban?
No. Yeah, okay. No, I don't think he was. They just like don't want to play the Loki in this comp. They kind of gave up on it, I think, after that the match with SDX. At least 100 Thieves did, but I think Sentinels just want to play the 3 strategists.
Yeah, it just gives the reset too much value, right? Like you just look for a clone at first, because why not? You hit a clone with other people, you burn down the clone who doesn't get healed up during something like those strategist ultimates, and you just keep moving forward. So here we go again as the fight teleport in immediately by Sentinel, shoving in to 100 Thieves' spawn as they are trying to find an off-angle. Vinny looking to try to go towards the back line. There is going to be a double shield comp up for the side of Sentinels, so we will see a ton of value there from those haymakers. And here goes the first fight right on the point as we are going to stall this thing up. Ryan Mazing going to start dealing some damage, keep his team juiced up on the point, going to play around that natural cover in the middle. TTK got really low there, a ton of damage out, but not going to be enough as he is still trying to get away. But Kurova going to find that early pick. That's a nice start there as the res does go out, though. That BRB is going to be on cooldown now. That is value, but the unlimited ammo on the height there is Terra going to try to build this all. It's already at 91%, 94 now, ready to press that Kraken impact.
Is looking for Super Gomez. Going to be brought back, though, by his own self-res right unless that happened earlier. And Sentinel's first in control of the point. Kurova's still over the height. Like you said earlier, he's been a menace up here. Super Gomez also will come back. Made his ultimate come through. And this is, again, another aggressive play. Here comes that Kraken impact on the other side.
Insane bond there. That's going to work out for him with another wild Eye of Agamotto. Kalush is just addicted to hitting 5-man Eyes of Agamotto at this point. Just an absolute savage on the hero, which most had thought had taken a back seat in this season, is showcasing how strong that he can be. Really well done there by Kalush again, and also an incredible bond by Kurova to ensure the team didn't get swept from that Kraken impact from Terra.
And it's interesting that Terra swapped over to Bucky for this series. You know, we've heard a lot of people say that Bucky is such a strong hero. Oh, no, he got picked off. No res either. Well, actually, sorry, BRB does bring him back. But, man, these pickoffs by Kurova have been absolutely gross. But back to the original point, right? I just feel like Bucky, we've seen him dominate in ranked and in a lot of these games and stuff, but pro players always talk about how Bucky is counterable. If you just figure out the way to play against him, if you force out that unlimited ammo, like you said, there's ways to kind of counter the Bucky, and right now, Sentinels are doing it so well.
Yeah, they definitely have spent time and watched some tape on how to counter this, because this has been something that 100 Thieves loves to do. As we hit immediate, we're going to see the Galactic Legend countered by the Meteor M, which did not connect. Good dash there by Super Gomez. Bond goes out for the opposition. 100 Thieves not able to make it. They have a Crimzo. Going to find TTK early, though. Numbers back in their favor. Good stun there. And here comes Terra. One as Rymazing goes down. Try to make that two on Kurova. Yep, down goes Kurova. And the reset again as Terra doing what Terra does. Trying to find Aramori, who does get bubbled off. And they do turn that around, buying them even more time on point. 96% on, and they turn that fight around. Incredibly well done by Sentinels, who take map 1.
They're probably going to swap back to the Star-Lord on this next one, man, on Throne Room, just because, I don't know, that was just perfectly played against the Bucky. They wait out that team up. They also make sure they're not getting hooked, and then they just constantly res, play high grounds, make sure the Bucky is always down below. And then they also got Terra to off-sync his ultimate with Harvey, so Harvey would throw out his ult, and then they would still lose pressure. It felt like TTK would just like walk up with Harvey's ultimate, and they just get deleted. So a lot of things just did not go well for 100 Thieves there. With this comp, they have to change it up, and here we go. We're going to have Terra swap over to the Star-Lord.
Yeah, that bubble there by Crimzo and Aramori, and then immediately Aramori and Rymazing just bursting down the Bucky in that moment was really good to see. If you've seen a lot of those Kraken Impact successes, that is one way to shut that down. You bubble whoever's getting dove, and then goodbye. That does not get reset anymore. It does not land. It does not continue. And it's just like that. They're able to turn that around, because there was a small chance there that kept going and swept the team, but the entirety of the back line and front line while that was going on was taken out by Sentinels, who just diverted focus and still was able to turn around and help their strategists. So just an incredibly well done set of plays there by Sentinels, who have clearly been practicing against this composition.
Yeah, they really have been. Everybody's low, by the way, early on. Soulbond used to bring it back. Crimson into the sky with the Meteor M. Going aggressive. They want to take the space right now. 100 Thieves, though. Disengage it. Coming back into this fight with their own ults.
Yeah, the problem with going through those portal plays off the rip is we do see cooldowns. Kalush going to take out Terra, though. Nice start there as the numbers are back in their favor. Terra's going to res back up, so numbers are even. Eye of Agamotto, an insane play again. Going to get damage boosted to find 2, 3, 4. And oh my, these guys are popping off with these eyes. Kalush is doing it again. Has yet to have a failed Eye of Agamotto. That jump, that initial momentum you get from the jump was added in during Season 1 and one of the balance patches to give him a little bit more speed. And if you utilize that with the Eye of Agamotto, it does make it far more difficult to counter, because it just gives you that momentum, that speed to make the play, especially if you're going up in height, because you ultimately stay level with the floor and don't have to fall back down. You just use that momentum and immediately start the ultimate, and Kalush just keeps doing that successfully as they find another sweep, go over to damage boost and get 4 picks. Here we go in the next fight as we do see unlimited ammo get popped out, and we are going to see the Rymazing pop of that Soul Resurgence. The team just going to drop back together. The entireties of both squads holding on as we do see ult advantage for 100 Thieves. Terra just waiting for that Kraken impact, maybe seeing some sort of pop off with Vinny going up with the Meteor M. Do they see value? Unfortunately not. Here comes Terra, does get 1, resets, make that 2. Terra again onto the back line, not able to bubble it this time. There's 3. TTK taking out Rymazing, but do I hear a Kurova pop off res? I do, as he manages to bring 4 back into the fight, but the Kraken is still up. They could follow up. Oh my goodness, almost getting away with it, not able to land that Kraken. Delena going to take out Gomez, and they are just battling this back, but at this point, the point has switched over. It's die and reset time, potentially KO and reset, as Delena is still holding on, and the entirety of 100 Thieves does have this point. Super Gomez getting one, though, and it's turning back in their favor somehow. Rymazing going to take SJP Kurova on Vinny. What am I looking at as they take this point back again?
They just don't die, man. They're just coming back. Nobody found Kurova's position. He was hiding in the top of the glass area, so Got a huge res. Everybody's able to come back to the point, and right now, I mean, Sentinels surely smell blood in the water. 100 Thieves having to go back to 2-2-2, having Harvey now over the Loki, so they're making 100 Thieves have to adapt, and right now, it's going to cost them a map if they don't win here.
And Rymazing gonna pop that one more time. The Solar Surgeon's gonna fall. Kaluj takes out Vinny. That's an early pick. Aramori on the Delena. Kaluj on a TTK. Not able to get that off. Oh my goodness. It is a stomping now. Sentinels are feeling themselves and they are not backing down. The train is rolling and it cannot be stopped as Korova drops Terra and they're back to the spawn door again. They better have teleport up or this is over. At this point, TTK trying to get back to point and the team is gonna try to reset back, but it doesn't look like the portal is up. And that is gonna be a W again for Sentinels.
Yeah, we talked about how 100 Thieves can be a team that is momentum based, and you know there's a lot of very interesting personalities in this roster. Right now, Sentinels up 2-0 in the series, but there's a ton of personalities in 100 Thieves, and sometimes it's just like a matter of hard-headedness potentially. I imagine. I don't know the full details of 100 Thieves. I just know like there could be a lot of discussions happening behind the scenes right now, especially in the grand finals where it all matters, right? And Terra, for as well as he did on many different heroes on that, on the Bucky or swapping over to the Star-Lord, they've tried to change it up so much. And right now, they're not finding the answer to Sentinels, who right now in Triple Stratus, this feels like their meta to win it all.
Yeah, we were maybe having a conversation during the MRI about how this may not be their meta, but they have figured it out. They have cracked the puzzle. Kaluj getting MVP there, 11 final hits on Doctor Strange, which I just mentioned. Maybe people saw him as taking a little bit of a backseat in the meta. The way that Kaluj is getting these Eye of Agamottos off and finding value every time. They're following up here. We had Aramori damage boosting nearly every single follow-up, so it ensured picks. It was just so well played. This team is flowing together so well. Every single fight, even the ones that they had lost. Res up, great Korova ult, who brings them all right back in, and even when they're down a number off the rip, immediately win that fight, get point back, and drive them back to their spawn door and game over. Just so well done. And speaking of all those plays, let's check them out one more time for this highlight.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your prize, raising up with this and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival's till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen,
Sentinels getting a second W there and pulling this ever closer to them clinching this series. They're looking really good out there. What do you think, buddy?
Oh, yeah. No, they're looking really good right now. I think in this current composition and current meta, they play it pretty well. They play it better than anybody. And maybe the only team that would be competitive versus them is a team that's already eliminated, at least in the triple strategist. I think FlyQuest played it pretty good. SDX played it pretty good. But, you know, Sentinel's kind of the kings of this composition, kings of cringe, some would say. But I like it. I like this Adam Warlock triple strategist composition, and they also played triple Vanguard at a certain point before too. So they just like to be experimental with it and play the modern version of GOATs per se.
Yeah, this it's very difficult to track if you are the shot caller or somebody who's keeping eyes on cooldowns and understanding of ultimates, etc. The tracking on picks and in a whole separate passive on lives on the battlefield is very, very difficult, especially because it's for 3 additional heroes, right? So it just adds so much more to the mix for your team shot caller or somebody who's on that cooldown. So that it adds even more stress. And there it is, the immediate ban of Warlock. I am not surprised to see that.
Yeah, not surprised to see that either. Yeah, Adam Warlock ban, smart play by them. Hella ban to the side. Sentinels don't want to play against the Hella. Like we've seen before. Groot protecting the side, knowing Crimzo can now play the Groot. 100 Thieves, probably fine playing that, though, right? Because Vinny was so good in the group before. I can't imagine they're not okay with that.
Yeah, and they are going to get rid of Doctor Strange, which I don't think we've seen in a few tournaments here now, but they are going to lock in that Raccoon as well. So the unlimited ammo's up, and they choose to keep Bucky on the field, getting rid of... excuse me. Things have changed up here as we're losing Luna now. And Strange keeping the Raccoon, getting rid of on the opposition side, over here for Sentinels, getting rid of Magneto and Hela, which obviously Hela's no surprise, but now we're going to finally see Groot on the battlefield.
Yeah, maybe we saw an eye into the future. Doctor Strange banned those, so maybe not actually. That Magneto ban is interesting for Sentinel side. They don't want to actually play it. Totally fine playing this Groot matchup with Kaluge on the thing. This is going to be the first time we're going to see a lot of Kaluge on that hero ship. It's going to be interesting to see how he does playing that.
Yeah, and we are going to have Crimzo back on his tried and true, right? There comes the Groot. I am Groot. One of the cool things, little side note here for Season 2, Emma Frost can actually listen to Groot's thoughts. You actually hear him speak English and kind of describe his thoughts to you, which I think is, it's so cool. Instead of just saying I am Groot, you actually hear him talk to her. So really, really cool little side note there. I think that is just like those little details and how much these devs truly care about the game and understand the heroes. And with all these map designs, like they absolutely crush this. These devs do not sleep, man. So really fun, really cool little detail as we push in to game 3 here with Sentinels on a little different composition. Aramori going to be using that the Jeff there just to give the speed boost, and Kaluge is now going to be obviously with the Strange Gun on the Thing.
Does Emma Frost talk to Jeff too, or no?
That's a good question.
I'll be curious because they let the Groot voice actor out of his cage saying only I am Groot, but now hopefully they let the Jeff one out. But Kurova, oh my God. Opening pick on Terra early on for this fight.
Yeah, numbers early in their advantage. I'm surprised there's not a res. Oh, the res must have came through from Kurova. I must have just missed it as they're still holding on. No, Kurova's in the back. So they are up slightly on this fight again. Sentinel still managing to push through, even though that pick happened. Kaluge going to find Delena. Bang, down goes Delena. Numbers still holding on here as there are going to be the Warlock was not on the side of 100 Thieves right now. Super Goma is going to take out Terra. SJP following from Crimzo. And man, Sentinels are just not losing any of these fights at this point. The confidence is off the charts, and they're keeping this train rolling back to the spawn door. Kaluge, Haymaker for days. Kurova going to res back up. At this point, keep this space. They can't get through. There is no teleport on the field right now. So it's all about just holding this choke. That early fight being in their favor. It's all about how long we can last here as Harvey is going to get strangling prisoned. Here comes Terra. Kraken Impact coming soon at 94%. We do see Crimzo get one. TTK turning that right around and evening out those numbers. Super Goma's going to take out Vinny, and it is once again on the favor and on the side of Sentinels, who are slightly up in this, but Kraken Impact is ready. This team is playing on their heels right now, unlike we have ever seen for 100 Thieves, and they do have to figure it out here and get their confidence back in these fights.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane from Sentinels. Kurova opening pick into this, man. So now 60% of the board. We're very close to the last fight already on round number 1 on Hell's Heaven. 100 Thieves now walking in. Terra, that's the elimination you need to find with SJP's team up. Maybe that'll be enough, but Kurova does have that self-res, so he'll come back. Crimzo, meanwhile, pulled, but it's met immediately by these lamps.
Really well done on the bond there to keep Crimzo up, and immediately followed with another set of crystals from Aramori. Delena gonna find Super Gomez. Terra taking out Aramori. Numbers back in their favor as they need to hold on now. Getting these picks is gonna matter. 84% already on the side of Sentinels is a tough look, but 100 Thieves doing a good job not overutilizing those ultimates as they're still holding on to 4 or 3 here, working their way up towards 4 with ult advantage on these next fights. They need to play this with insane focus and understanding in terms of not overcommitting, because now it's just a one-fight game for them. There is no teleport back. It's all about ensuring that they get as much value with the Strangling Prison, with this Cosmic, and with this Invisible Boundary as they can, because if they do mess up one time, the first map goes over to Sentinels.
They're walking up right now. Sentinels are, like you said, there's so much pressure on Hunt Thieves back right now. They do have ultimate advantage at the very least, but they need to take advantage of said advantage. They sit back. Nice sleep as well. Slows down this team up right now, and they're just going to wait it out. They want to give up this position while they wait out that Rocket Raccoon team up.
And here we go. Terra dealing some serious damage. Cracking Impact goes up. Strangling Prison combination. The Loki crystals popping off, but Terra still finds 1, 2. Keep it going now. Make that 3 and 4 as he chases into Kurova. 4 go down, and he ain't done yet. Make that 5 as Terra doing Terra things, but they did use virtually every single ultimate they have. TTK will be close, and so will Delena on this next fight, but Crimzo, Super Gomez, Kurova are very close, and Aramori for Sentinels. This next fight could be in their favor, and it could mean virtually everything, as it is going to be dependent on this first take, and it looks like at this point the advantage is on Sentinels, but 100 Thieves is showcasing how strong they are in these moments and making things happen there with Terra.
Yeah, TTK needs to be as good at this character as the thing as Vinny was earlier. Crimzo throwing out the ult early, though. Connects onto this backline. That is such a deep ultimate, but it pans out. However, did cost Gomez his life. Can res, however, back into the fight because of Kurova.
Kurova, just really good positioning on that, always understanding when that's happening. Just a really strong, insanely strong Warlock, and I don't, I'm surprised to see still allowed in here as they're not running it on the opposition. Kurova dealing a ton of damage again as we talk about. I'm going to be chasing in here onto Terra. Some strong damage. Kaluj going to take out Delena. Kaluj saying, I'm not only a strange player, I can play the thing as well, as they do take map 1.
Woo. Map 1 on Hell's Heaven. Was closer than the other, was closer than Royal Palace at the very least for Eldritch Monument for 100 Thieves. They look pretty decent in the 2-2-2 composition. I think that they could keep playing it and have a competitive match, but I don't know what happened. Just the result in TTK not being able to get a good ultimate off. It really was just Crimzo with that cross-map ultimate. I mean, that was ballsy, man. You don't usually see people just yeet the Groot ultimate that far, and it doesn't get caught by, like, a Magneto shield or a Groot wall or something. So, Crimzo with the yeet of a century and 100 Thieves. I mean, what do you do about that? They just sat there and all.
Was Magneto banned out in this game? I believe he was, correct?
He was.
And Strange as well. So right now, they just kind of have free roam at throwing these things from downtown. There's no easy pop-up on a shield. You got to get a Groot wall up, which, you got to place that, and it's a little slower than just click and right-click here, or whatever ability you have to bubble, etc. But that was just a downtown throw, just an absolute Hail Mary, but it found value, and just Super Gomez just dashing in and just putting some serious damage into SJP in that moment, potentially winning them that fight. So we do send in here onto map 2 for game 3 as Sentinels are just looking, again, still incredibly strong in each of these fights. It does not look like the 100 Thieves that we know.
No, Sentinels have been really making 100 Thieves feel uncomfortable. Although 100 Thieves finally have ultimates in this upcoming fight, Super Gomez early commit, no Stratus ultimates to counter it, but the disengage from 100 Thieves gives up this point. Sentinels trying to cap it first. Vinny is going to be there to touch, though, so 100 Thieves aren't giving it up just yet. Delena also coming through on the top side, forcing more cooldowns out with his very own ultimate.
Yeah, good crystals there, followed up by the Soul Resurgence. Get the team in. Kaluj gonna follow up and immediately take out TTK. The group prison goes out, but the stun to follow up. Kaluj gonna shut that down right in its tracks as the team is gonna try to res, but they're still holding position. It's all about buying time now. Right, amazing. Staying in the off angle. Oh my goodness. No way. Taking out Terra through the invisible boundary. So well done. Just the game sense there. Super Gomez gonna follow up on Delena, and Sentinel still finding value in these fights when they're down alts. And right, amazing. game, just showcasing how strong Mantis can be. Mantis going to get a slight change in the next season, still has that offensive capabilities, but just slightly less health, able to stack a little bit of that healing damage, so we will see a slight change there, but really, really strong play here again by Sentinels. Can't say it enough. 100 Thieves has to figure it out here, just not able to get value out of these ultimates, especially when you've got Aramori's Crystals ready, you've got Kurova's Bond ready. There's just so much counter available with all of these ultimate counters here from these strategists.
Gomez into the sky, goes for a very early ult. Kaluge there with the follow-up, and
Wow.
yeah, that's everybody gone. No res, bring them back. But I think, by the way, on that Groot ultimate, as 100 Thieves gets cleaned up like the freaking janitor of Sentinels, just mopping up the floor. I think what happened was Rymazing spamming pings. I imagine the Groot ult goes out, everybody into the everybody that can frontline, I imagine goes into the invisible boundary, and then they just ping the people that are stuck in the Groot ult, and then Rymazing just follows up on that. So really good teamwork, I think, that we don't really get to see in the spectator client, but right now, Sentinel 70% on the board. Ultimate advantage, man. 100 Thieves. They need a prayer of an ult right now from Vinny.
Yeah, really good call out there. I like the decision as Rymazing finds Vinny. Immediately Super Gomez on Terran. Not even utilizing these Qs. They don't need them. But here we go. There might be one now. Rymazing. Yep, I did see it coming as Soul Resurgence goes out to keep the team up. But Kaluge is going to just collapse on these strategists. 85% moving towards game 3. Can they be stopped? They cannot. Just walking through here as there's a very small chance they're able to touch and try to find an off angle somehow. But they're forced to use the prison. Gomez going to get one. Kurova, another. Terra trying to work their way back with that Kraken impact. But no, it doesn't matter. Still finding a few. Does get the reset. Kind of working through it, but it doesn't matter when the win goes to Sentinels for game 3. Can they do the sweep to turn this into 7 consecutive W's against 100 Thieves?
Oh my God, Sentinel's looking good, man, and we might have got spoiled considering we saw the fans and Protect coming through for the next map already. But trust me, believe you me, we're trying our best to not get spoiled in this series. But I don't think it would have changed that anyway, man. Like, that was absolute dominance by Sentinels, which leads us into the next map, obviously coming up, where they're terrifying in this triple strategist. I mean, Kaluge has value out of like every single ult, man. It feels like there's a pretty good reason why this guy was picked up for this team, man. He's been so good with his ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, shutting down that Strangling Prison combo there with the clobbering time was actually insane and so smart. Finding that off angle, using the natural cover. I don't even think they saw him hit that really strong Strangling Prison, and they were following up with Kraken Impact. Started the impact, got a ton of damage out. Crystals were popped, I believe, by Aramori to hold on, install it, and then the stun comes in, and nobody can follow up at all. So beautiful play there. They're really figuring this out, and let's dive in and check out those highlights of that match.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Your mind is mine. Impervious. Neo peasants. Your mind is mine. Impervious. Neo peasants.
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
And another one here for Sentinels as they just seem to keep getting the job done. They're looking incredibly good out there in every single fight, shutting down ultimates left and right and just pulling out these W's like it's not too much work for them right now, which looks insanely different than what we've seen in the past against this team.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, not a team known to get stomped that easily, like you said, Shib. So, you know, this is going to be a tough one to come back from. But if any team can't do it, it is a team that is a multi-time MRC champion, tournament champion, MRI winners, you know, previous season 0 winners. So if any team can't do it, it is them. They've got to figure out so much stuff, though. The puzzle that is Sentinels seems pretty unsolvable. I mean, you could start off. We did see kind of sneak peek into the ban system with that Adam Warlock ban. That is a way to stop them, but they figured out group comp, and once you're kind of figured out 2 or 3 comps to play, they're just kind of rolling.
Yeah, I do feel like that was the superpower. And having that Guardians comp and then also having a group comp to rely on should Guardians be banned out, it's just been working out for them, obviously, insanely. Right now, there are 6 wins in a row against 100 Thieves, which are an incredible team, have very strong players across the board and get the job done. They've done this successful strategy of constantly banning out that Hella because they don't want to match it and keep finding success. Don't change it if it's working, and it is working for them as we get into the first ban.
100 Thieves immediately ban out the Adam. So like we said, we kind of saw the gist of this. Obviously, we don't know how the map is going, but the Hella ban on the other side. Sentinel's been so consistent there, Shib. I mean, they're always going to ban that out. 100 Thieves, though, kind of have some choices, right? Because the Groot's going to get through, and then would you ban the Namor or what?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you see that again. I'm curious. I do think that's a smart ban. I do like seeing the Warlock ban because they were even trying to run Star-Lord without Warlock in that last comp, and it just, against the full Guardians comp, that's just, it's like a recipe for disaster. It's just such an advantage on the opposition who's running a very similar comp with a much more impactful piece. So getting rid of Warlock right there is something I think they maybe should have done, you know, earlier in the series, but I do like this change now. And 100 Thieves locking in that Bucky. You know how good Terra is with that Bucky. Haven't seen a ton of Wolverine play here either, but they can run this comp, and we've had this conversation offline about this team, 100 Thieves. They get beat up and then they bounce back like the Hulk. They're Bruce Banner, they get mad and they come back. So I have no doubt that they can make something happen here, especially with them changing this ban system up and getting rid of the Magneto again. That's also been working for them, forcing TTK to play Strange instead of his very successful Magneto.
Yeah, right now I'm wondering if Sentinels, are not terrified of 100 Thieves in their composition with that with the Bucky, right? That's been a consistent we've seen throughout. This is the first time we're going to see 100 Thieves try to ban out that Atom throughout the series. At least, they did in the upper bracket, but Sentinels maybe more or easier to beat on a 2-2-2 type of composition. Regardless, they get rid of that Magneto, force TTK to play Doctor Strange instead of that Mag. Make sure those bubbles can't come through for anything with the Wolverine.
Yeah, someone who plays a ton of Strange, I love to see Kalush just rocking Strange almost consistently every time he's available. It just shows that this hero is absolutely playable right now. Doesn't need any sort of composition, doesn't need the Hulk for the Gamma team up. Can just get the job done right now. Obviously, we're going to see a little change coming up here in Season 2, but we'll discuss that as we get to it. We do see Sentinels they're going to be running the triple Vanguard composition off the rip. This is what they're quote-unquote known for outside of that Guardians comp. This means they're going to be holding very tight. I have no doubt that they're going to be holding the spawn door if they're running triple Vanguard because they can teleport right back if they lose. And yes, we do see that off the rip, very tight hold. This is something that we're seeing a lot more teams at this level of play do, because why not? You can teleport back in, hold as tight as possible as TTK finds Gomez early. Kalush going to turn that around. Rymazing on Terra, getting rid of that passive and an early pick, as Rymazing is going to be on the Bucky here. We don't see Rymazing on the Bucky as much, but a very strong Bucky player, Ed Namor, and that's a good pull there again onto Terra, but Terra is able to escape, dash back, and the fight now being pushed back towards where you may see the first fight normally begin. But unfortunately, since the team did not wipe, there will be no portal play, so that hold early just going to kind of stagger them a little bit. I guess you can see the downside here as TTK takes out Rymazing, and now 100 Thieves are starting to look far more like themselves as Vinny takes out Aramori, takes out Kurova, TTK on Kalush, and 100 Thieves is starting to look more like themselves.
Yeah, they really are. And right now they're going to potentially look for that portal play that could come through. Groot Wall's out of the spawn too. Interesting to see that. Just kind of scouting right now, seeing what they're going to do. Any changes? Not really for Sentinel's side. Going to come back in with Super Gomez on the Star-Lord, who's just harassing, it looks like. 100 Thieves engaged.
And here we go. Will they be able to hold on in this touch? Yes, they will get the touch in the last second. And instinctively, Kurova going to pop that invisible boundary just to keep them on the point. And there's the tackle outside. Well done there by Terra. TTK to follow up on Crimson and Kalush. 100 Thieves getting the job done here as TTK finds another Delena on Rymazing. 100 Thieves is now riding this momentum. They don't want this to end like this, and they want to get a W under their belt.
It's interesting that we don't see Sentinels playing their very own Wolverine. Maybe they think without the Magneto, it's not going to be that good, but usually we see Super Gomez play to that character. I know that he's super good on the Star-Lord, and this is a decent Star-Lord map, but not prioritizing the Wolverine is definitely an interesting play for Sentinels. We'll see if it pans out as the last fight there was ultimates involved and stuff, and Kurova used his boundary, so we'll see in the upcoming fight how it goes. This will be a difference maker potentially with Vinny with the Groot ultimate.
Yeah, going against a Groot, or going against a Wolverine as a Groot is terrifying. We make the joke about the scratching post all the time, and he's just sharpening his claws on Groot's back. So it is very scary and terrifying. But when you have crystals up, when you have Kurova on the invis, being able to focus on the push and pull, Rymazing gonna jump in immediately, gonna follow up, gonna get one on Vinny, and it gets returned. The Kraken impact right back, but Rymazing's up again, gets two onto Delena, turning that right back, and they are gonna shove this through as Rymazing is finding a ton of value there. Good follow up as Super Gomez takes out TTK and shoves them back into the spawn door. Delena going to be on the Bucky, obviously, as Terra is on the Wolverine. A little bit of a change up there from their previous compositions. If you know how strong Terra can be on that Bucky as well. Delena clearly able to make that play happen. Delena obviously hasn't been able to play. Oh my goodness, Kalush on the TTK. The pull there from Rymazing to shove TTK back into the team. Not able to stuff it with the shield, and that's an unfortunate stagger, just buying them even more time on the defense.
Yeah, Mori copied early. That's why we saw the invisible boundary out there, waiting to use it last second. Found out they didn't really need it, and just had to throw it out there. But that was, I didn't think they would get any value out of that kind of circumference they were in. Is amazing with a huge pull, and now Super Gomez. Oh my God, over the top, pick up onto the Lena.
Yeah, the amount of ting-ting-tings you heard there, that just goes to show you how strong Super Gomez is. He does fall there from TTK. Aya Agamotto goes out, doesn't get value there. Nowhere immediately to be the barrier, but Amazing still finds one pick off that, so that is worth it in the end, and it did force out that invisible boundary. So once again, it is a bit of a trade here as we see an Aya Agamotto right back, does find a few, but and is going to take out Kurova mid-ultimate. That is a ton of value there for TTK. Getting that pick during a strategist ultimate is as much of a trade as you could possibly ask for from Strange, and now Terra looking for that Strange. Down goes Kaluj as the Lena is going to sweep a few, and 100 Thieves with ult advantage does take that fight, and now it is looking like a game.
Yeah, it's these Aya Agamottos that you need to hit in TTK. One of the best Doctor Stranges. Kaluj has sort of been free farming in his own. Now TTK finally back on a comfort pick of his own. We'll see if he can keep it up, but obviously this next fight is going to be all reliant on Vinny and Terra. Super Gomez, meanwhile, with the flank, could be huge. Looking for the angle, going into the top of the map with his own Guardian.
Wow. That was an awesome decision there to take the hype before this happened, not allowing that group combination with the last stand from Wolverine, trying to find one, and does find one as TTK goes down. That is so worth it before this fight begins. You can combination the Strangling Prison with the last stand with the Wolverine, which can be very sharp. So very smart here. Super Gomez going to keep the pressure, takes the height, is going to think about getting the spin to win. It's a very strong position, forces all eyes directly up, and allows you to have that headshot advantage there, dealing a ton of damage to Vinny, who is still holding on to that Strangling Prison the entirety of 100 Thieves. It does have ult up at this point, so it is very much on Aramori to have a great invisible boundary here to try to keep the team up, but this is a dangerous position to be in as when Strangling Prison comes through. Here comes the follow-up to Lena. Terra gonna find two as Kurova and Amazing go down. There is that invisible boundary from Aramori, but will it be enough? Kaluj falls from Terra, and again, 100 Thieves are looking really good on these pushes, still have ult advantage as Kaluj is the only one with one, coming back to point Kurova at about 80% for the next take, but this should be point 2 for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it should be point 2 indeed. It's so hard to come back into fights with Doctor Strange against Wolverine just because of how much damage Wolverine does, some of the highest DPS in the game, and 2 minutes and 34 seconds, 100 Thieves going to the third phase of the map. They're looking all sort of, to me, it looks like 100 Thieves is sometimes all out of sorts, but they're just the team that can kind of come back so consistently. Early pull again by Terra, but he's caught out this time, pulled back in by Kurova on Invisible Woman. Great job from him, and now 100 Thieves push back again. Sentinels holding on to this first point. Ultimates do kind of favor Sentinels right now, and 100 Thieves in these sort of fights haven't been winning, but they build up those ultimates last second, and they have a pretty good time bank to work with right now.
Oh, that's a ton of damage there out of Terra. As you see Aramori set up those clones at a firing line. Terra's going to take out Crimzo, and that is that scratching post. Aya Agamotto goes out. Will they follow it up here as Terra very close to that last stand? Likely going to make it happen. TTK trying to find one as Amazing goes down. There goes the Kraken impact. Super Gomez going to take the Lena off the map with him to try to even it out, but unfortunately doesn't get a ton as Gomez does make that switch, though. We will see the Wolverine out on the field now, trying to match that problem. You did say it was going to be a difficult situation to run group without a Wolverine, and they do make that happen. SJP on Kaluj. Terra gonna fall. TTK taking out Crimzo, and 100 Thieves is looking like they might get this close to point 3, if not shoving through on point 3.
Crimzo, ill-advised ultimate there. Already down so many players on his own team. Down Super Gomez, who pulled off Stelena. Root ultimate not going to be in this fight now, and that's something that could have really helped out Sentinels last second here, last moments with a minute left.
Yeah, and this is some good positioning here. I'd like to see that. Obviously, Harvey, just a really good Loki. And having that amount of clones, as Delena going to take Kaluj very early on in the fight. Terra going to be taking on Aramori, and this is looking heavily in 100 Thieves, ending this right now with 3 points, or at least taking this all the way through, as they do see a pop-up here from the ultimate from Kurova to try to stall until the team gets back. Now it's all about if there can be a big ultimate, but I'm not sure there's going to be enough, as Harvey takes out Crimzo, TTK on Kurova, and that's going to do it for the 3-point push, ensuring that, if anything, this goes to OT.
Way better out of 100 Thieves. Banning out the Adam Warlock has been catalyst for them succeeding. I'm surprised Super Gomez didn't want to swap to the Wolverine till the very end. And, you know, it's kind of crazy that Sentinels did pretty well on first point, but since then, Super Gomez was, like, ignored. Like, we saw him. Every time we were on Super Gomez POV ship, he was kind of just, like, doing whatever he wanted, man. And they were just ignoring him. They didn't care. They were just like, we're just going to hold front line and let Terra pop off.
Yeah, the aggressive plays have less threat when they don't have 100 lives. You know what I mean? So he's making these aggressive plays, and they're okay taking a little bit of damage because they know if they do find that pick, it's over, and it doesn't really matter. So he was taking a lot of aggressive angles. Yeah, was getting ult up, but didn't matter because they always had that counter with one of the strategist ultimates to shove them through. They did struggle, too. One of the things that I think was a little bit of a problem there for Sentinels is that triple Vanguard comp off the rip. It really just resulted in a stagger fest. If I'm trying to run triple Vanguard like that, I am heavy committing all or nothing and then teleporting in instantaneously because they weren't even able to use the teleport to touch. They had to use Aramori with the invisible boundary to get in there to touch at the end anyway. So it was really, if you're going to commit to that, you've got to commit to it. It seemed like they didn't. And it just was kind of a tough timing situation. And 100 Thieves just walked that thing through to point 3 and still have 42 seconds on the clock. And like you're saying, I do think Gomez is an incredibly strong Wolverine. So seeing that change happen so late was probably a tough look for the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, he's so good at it, like you said. And now in this case, there it is. I mean, early pickoff with the Rocket Raccoon double jump into the sky. TTK gone already.
Yeah, that's some good damage there. That is a tough situation to burst through. In the next season, there will not be unlimited ammo here for Bucky. So a little bit of a change up to the meta, that kind of stuff. I can't wait to see as we progress further into these seasons. Some shakeups here, a ton of stuff coming. Can't wait to dive into it with all of you. So here we go. As Rymazing going to try to get another early pick. Did buy that space. The teleport comes out. Now they know that cooldown is gone. They can wall off should they need to. If they want to take point 1, they are ready for that if they have to. Up in the sky, I saw Terra waiting to try to find one of the Vanguards to tackle back in. Maybe Crimzo, maybe Rymazing, holding that top left angle and ready to fall, but being very patient as you need to be. As you see him up there, almost gets tackled right back. Just barely and narrowly missed as TTK is back in the fight with that teleport. Had to use it to get back, which is a tough look as a team, but definitely necessary here as they are taking this space and still owning it. Strange, one of the few Vanguards that can kind of handle the Groot with that jump, able to get over the walls should he be locked in, which is obviously not the case for something like the Thing, who really struggles whenever a wall gets put out. Cannot Yancey Street through it, so gets caught there. So the let up dealing some more damage, 95%, ready to land and deal a ton with that Kraken impact. And we see Crimzo, Strangling Prison, immediately going to get that boundary with crystals right back at him as the Strangling Prison gets returned. Up goes what as the Lena lands on the team, but Kaluj going to take out Terra, but the numbers back in their favor for Sentinels, who are keeping the pace moving forward and do have ult advantage here as Kaluj is ready to launch his Eye of Agamotto before TTK by about 10%. Aramori with the invisible boundary goes out now. Eye of Agamotto falls up, not sure if it landed on anyone just yet. No picks as we get the return here. TTK gets 3 and does find some success. TTK getting some vengeance there, immediately gets tackled, but a great push off there from the side of SJP to keep TTK in the fight, dodging that Wolverine tackle.
Yeah, nice peel from TTK. We talked about him being an MVP for 100 Thieves. You saw it there. Blocks off the damage coming in from Kaluj on his own Eye of Agamotto, and then comes through on the outside of the boundary, which was a little bit too deep from, I believe it was Aramori. And now 100 Thieves, you know, that's exactly the fight they need to win. They were constantly on the back foot in these neutrals, right? And 100 Thieves, TTK brings them back into it. Terra also with the last stand ready to go. Same thing with Super Gomez. We'll see which Wolverine finds the better of their scratching post in this fight.
And here we go with the next set of fight. Everybody reset. Faramori with a nice pick, but if it gets matched as Harvey finds the same success on Korova. Terra taking out Super Gomez, saying, I am the wolf. And they are keeping that pressure as Terra drops Kaluj. Crimzo on the back line on TTK. Just a trade fast as Crimzo gets another. Will this go in their favor? Walls go up, and he does have Strangling Prison ready. Will they follow up with it? Will they commit? Not quite yet. Don't need to. Keep this thing pushing. Try to find some more success without burning it. Keeping that forward. It's their 60 seconds on the clock, and there goes the last stand. And it is going to get matched up as they do keep things alive. Strangling Prison very shortly, trying to get him off the out of the invisible boundary potentially. Super Gomez dealing a ton of damage to that scratching post, sharpening those claws. Down goes Vinny as Super Gomez finds another, and this looks like they may own this point as Kaluj takes out Delena, and once more Sentinels are on top on this fight.
I love that. I mean, they were just able to get the trades there with Rymazing committing that ultimate. I mean, this is just going to be cleanup now at this point on to 100 Thieves, who Sentinels now move on to the second phase of the map. Only did it with 30 seconds left, though, so not exactly the biggest time bank of all time, but regardless, I think that was good placing by the Groot walls from Crimzo there to make sure they could get that Groot on Vinny's side, and then Super Gomez in these neutrals getting the kidnap so consistently. Terra has been doing the same, though. In that fight, I think Terra did actually have a pretty good opening, but Rymazing with the Kraken impact to help Sentinels collapse. And now Collusion in neutral takes down Terra looking for the kidnap. you found your counterpart, and that's huge. What an opening pick for Sentinels moving forward.
Yeah, these neutrals are just going in Sentinel's favor. You're right. Like, these picks are very impactful, and it just kind of gives them so much space before we start doing these ultimate fights. And you mentioned a really good opening by Terra, and I agree. I think 1 or 2 picks potentially still getting turned around, as we saw just an insane amount of Crimzo with 2 or 3 prior to even using that Shringlink Prison. Didn't even need to. Nice attempt by Terra, but those pushes from Invis are life-saving. Really well done. Again, just holding on to that cooldown, knowing Wolverine's in there. That's what you want to see, and that's what you hope for in ladder when you have an Invis and there is against a Wolverine. Just do not use that ability until you see Wolverine around, and ensure you keep your team up. And there goes Eye of Agamotto, does find value, potentially trying to follow up a TTK, not allowing that. Great stuff by TTK to ensure the team's still in it. Out goes the disappear from Kurova. Invisible boundary is out, still ult advantage. Actually pretty even on both sides. Harvey gonna match that, and there goes the Venn diagram, if you will, of double invisible boundaries. And now it's all about the fight. The last stand gets popped. Not sure of the value just yet. Nobody falls. Eye of Agamotto gets shoved away. Well done again. Oh my goodness. Really well done by Kurova to keep the team up. Crimzo gonna find Terra. TTK, another boundary gets popped, but I don't think it's going to matter at this point, as the numbers are heavily in Sentinel's favor. Walking this in, Aramorial, Amazing gets 1, follows up with a clone takedown. Make that 2 as Harvey falls. There's the reset on another clone, and Amazing is just going to prep for the next fight, getting another pick in there, right on SJP. SJP goes down to Amazing, buying time, taking clones, ensuring that they're patient. That's what you need to do when you're playing Bucky, and then you just launch it into the ground, because why not?
Yeah, why not indeed? I mean, that was a combination of, like you said, Kurovo, insane pulls throughout the series so far. Absolutely top tier Invisible Woman. And then Super Gomez somehow there with the follow-up in the drag to bring back TDK in the middle of the ult. And now they're just able to take advantage. Sentinel's playing incredibly aggressive again. 2 minutes left to go in the third phase of the map.
Yeah, Sentinels need to push this to OT. Gomez with that pick like that, it might go in their favor. Last stand is ready. There's still 2 full minutes at 4 fights roughly, or 3, and then a touch fight. And it's still in a good position here. They do have 42 seconds on the clock here. As we're back in, 42 seconds on the clock for the side of 100 Thieves. Sentinels still have a minute to still tie that up. Will they be able to keep the numbers even? Right, Amazing with a nice pick on Vinny, and that is very huge off the rip. Gomez gonna find a few as they do follow up and sweep 5, and that is enough to shove them in. Oh my goodness, 100 Thief holding on to 4 ultimates here, and it looks like they're not gonna be able to use a single one.
Oh my God,
wow.
Saving him for MRC Season 2, it seems, because right now, Sentinels, man, they look so good. Minute 41 seconds on the clock. So you're going to get some extra time back in the bank for 100 Thieves. And yeah, I mean, both teams' offenses were so smooth, and that's crazy to see. I know that this is one of maybe the better offensive maps, I think, for a lot of teams, Spider Island. So not a lot of incredibly strong defensive angles, especially without a Hela in the lobby. But damn, man, that was so smooth from Sentinels on their tech.
Yeah, I mean, dude, these guys are looking so good right now. I can't say it enough. Sentinels is just clutch after clutch play. I mean, really strong defense and offense from 100 Thieves in this game. They're looking much more like themselves. This looks much more like the battle that I think I anticipated seeing from these teams. So it's looking more normal, but Sentinels are just clutch in this moment. The fact that 100 Thieves ended that with 4 ultimates up, just getting absolutely slammed by Super Gomez, and followed up with Crimzo dealing some serious damage. Amazing finding a pick there. And just the back line here from Sentinels has been so consistent, just not falling prior to any fight. A ton of good pushes there from Kurova, keeping that Wolverine play out of play. Aramori not afraid to switch up to whatever strategists they need, finding a lot of success with the Loki too. One thing I wanted to mention before we got to some of those fights is you'll see here Aramori and what a lot of these top Loki players play is they're not afraid. They don't set up all these Lokis in crazy weird positions all over the place so that it's difficult to find all 3 getting value with each hit. Instead, they create a firing line near each other so that all the accuracy, all the aiming goes to one spot, and you don't have to worry about natural cover and from 4 different directions. And it just does so much burst damage and healing, and we're seeing a ton of value from Aramori, who then follows up with a clone close by to use those crystals to save people in clutch moments while still having that firing line ready to rely on as we get into this first fight right now.
Yeah, Aramori is the top tier player. Sentinels right now back on the defense as 100 Thieves. 30 seconds left already. Kidnapped. Nope. Brought back by Kurova yet again on Invisible Woman. That passive out early. For Sentinels, they're probably pretty happy with down 100 Thieves. And the neutral again have to deal with hooks again from Ryan Amazing, and Sentinels can always worry about Super Gomez over the top of the kidnap, and he potentially could do it again.
And here we go with the next set of fight. OT, right? Amazing. Taking out Terra early like that is very valuable. Trying to keep this moving here, or shutting it down, excuse me, as we get right. Amazing. Almost get that pull out of the sky. It doesn't matter. Crimzo taking out TTK. 100 Thieves not able to get this around the corner. We're now in OT and must stay on point. The timer slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Vinny goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage there. Up goes his ultimate. Super Gomez trying to put as much damage into it. Oh, good escape, but it doesn't matter because it's not able to touch his Terra. Goes down, and wow. Again, Sentinels clutching up in this OT, and they've just got to push it around that corner.
Yeah, they just got to push it around the corner indeed. And you know what? Like, this just feels like, at least on this map, we saw in Triple Strategist, I mean, it's a completely different way to play the game, but Sentinels right now in this, it just, when you play the game without ultimates, it just feels like they do so much damage. They have so much pressure down range that 100 Thieves, for some reason, don't have. And I don't want to blame, like, any individual player or anything like that, but it does feel like, I don't know, the front line, through strategists, through everybody. Super Gomez being very proactive on Wolverine. There's a lot of tempo things that Sentinels are doing and is giving them these opening picks or getting out early, you know, passive pop by Terra. Terra got pulled twice, I think, there by Super Gomez, and then again, twice again by Karova. So, I don't know. Karova's putting on an absolute masterclass performance on Invisible Woman. I would hate to play against him. I'd probably be in Karova's Twitch chat begging for a duo at this point because, like, dude is so freaking good on Invisible Woman. And the strategist players really they are what carry you, I feel like, in a lot of these games.
Yeah, understanding the max value of a cooldown, something like that push and pull only being used to shut down somebody who could get a ton of value on your frontline Vanguard, and then consistently finding success. As we see Karova celebrating a little bit here. Spin to win on the ground with Jeff, maybe getting that speed boost. Now I'm immediately going to switch over to Invis. So we do start off again. You're right, though. This back line, these plays, Karova doing a great job here. Just the sheer, I mean, the damage you can output with Invis alongside the healing burst and that boundary, and then it comes with that shield you can throw on teammates. There's just so much that Invis can do in this state of play. Such a strong strategist. And we will see a slight change of that shield, losing 50 HP in Season 2. But we are going to keep this going for potentially the win. Sentinels got to make something happen. Gomez right on the bow. Try to make a play on the Vanguard. Unfortunately, did not find success there. But I like the idea on height. Going right into Terra, trying to get potentially the passive out, but no.
I mean, no, but that is just funny. Gomez just kind of perusing the map. 1 minute left to go now. No ultimates yet again. Terra needs to find the kidnap or something. They're all towards the cart right now. Crystal's forced early for 100 Thieves.
Oh, Gomez going to find Vinny early, and that could be enough. That might be all it takes as Kalush takes out TTK, and it's heavily looking in their favor now. They got to stay on point, but it may not be able to happen for them as they are down 2 numbers. And just like this, they take home the W. Sentinels with a clean sweep, going 7 straight wins against 100 Thieves, the winners of the MRI. And now it goes to show you that they can get the job done and take home this W. Sentinels are your new MRC champions.
Let that sink in for a second. Karova, well-deserved MVP after an incredible performance on Invisible Woman, and 4-0, man. Nobody saw this. You can't tell me before the tournament started anybody thought Sentinels was going to win it all this season. I mean, they've been through so much, you know, Coach coming in instead of Hogs. Hogs, obviously, really good Hulk player, really strong Vanguard player regardless. And, you know, Crimzo deciding he needs to take the head of, you know, playing a lot more of that Groot over him. And, you know, this team really came together when it mattered most and played at a high level. So congratulations to Sentinels for sure, dude. They've been through a lot this season, in the past few weeks, even for MRI and then coming into MRC.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to say besides they just looked incredible out there. MVP going to Karova, like you mentioned, 50K healing across the board, top of the charts. But then you can't scoff at the fact that Aramori and Karova both with 13 and 11K damage, dealing a ton of damage while still keeping that burst alive. They just looked, the entirety of the team looked really good. Crimzo on that Groot, finally getting to play Groot there in the final game. And then Super Gomez, Wolverine, Rymazing on the Bucky. We haven't seen a ton of Rymazing Bucky. Really well known for that Namor play, really strong Namor player, but finding the most final hits in the lobby, pulling that through. So outside of TTK, who did have 16 on Doctor Strange. So got to show some love to TTK there, who played very aggressively, had a ton of success. Top tier kid on a controller. Got to show some love to that. But yeah, man, Sentinels just getting the job done, not allowing any sort of sneak from the side of 100 Thieves to get even a single match in throughout the entirety of the day. And yesterday, with that, they went 0-3. You know, Sentinels just seven straight wins.
Yep, just 7 wins, man. I mean, they're good. They're good for sure. And, you know, it's this back and forth that we always see between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. We see a lot of top teams, you know, competing. You know, we saw Magnets popping off. We saw FlyQuest doing pretty well. Obviously, they went out in the top 8, and you know, a lot of teams were competing, but for some reason, Sentinels just managed to find themselves to the top again. So, congratulations to them after being signed. And was this their first win under the Sentinels banner? I think it was, right? Because they got signed under Sentinels and then lost to 200 Thieves in the last MRC. So, and they always lose in like those third-party tournaments and stuff. So this is a huge win for the Sentinels organization. You know, shout out to them for signing such a talented roster, and you know, overall one of the most popular teams in the league for sure. In MRC in general. So, you know, Sentinels a massive win, especially to do it in a pretty clean fashion like that was, man.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, you know, popular teams, right? That's one thing that's growing here in the scene that I personally love to see. A lot of people are watching these tournaments and finding teams that they enjoy watching simply by watching their first ever MRC or the MRI. And we're starting to get fans and placements from these top teams all over the place. So it's really about who shows up in the day, who's been practicing against certain comps, who understands the bands, who has the correct coaching and the understanding as a team and vibes together, right? We talk about, you know, how much that like flow and how much like enjoying the game together truly does impact the way you play. And they seem to really enjoy playing together. They played, you know, with each other in ladder even, and they keep this kind of progression going forward. And they got the job done today and looked incredible doing it.
Yeah, it's very important. That's a great point. It's very important to have that cohesive sort of brother and sisterhood now, with Aramori being one of the top tier girl gamers. I think she's already like one of the best of all time in terms of female talent. So she's been so freaking good for this Sentinels team, and especially with all the criticism that comes online with just being a girl. So like, dude, it's absolutely incredible to see Sentinels perform to such a high level right now. And it's not just about her, it's obviously about the whole team, you know, as a unit to perform. Super Gomez to me was an absolute MVP. I feel like he was disgusting throughout the whole tournament. Carried versus 100 Thieves in their upper bracket match, man. I mean, that guy is so good.
Yeah, I don't think there's much of an argument now. That guy, when it comes to Star-Lord, is unstoppable. Just an absolute fiend on Star-Lord. Whenever that Guardians comp is up, just seems to make things happen. Ton of damage, ton of final hits, and just a ton of eliminations in general. You mentioned, you know, shutting up the haters a little bit. Nothing does that more than taking home a trophy, a W, as you see here pushing forward in the championship. Shout out to all these teams. We saw some new talent that maybe are looking to get signed by an org or want to showcase how strong they are, really showing up. And I have no doubt we'll be seeing a lot of these names again in the future. Some success from some of these teams that got taken out early, whether it just wasn't their game or wasn't their day. It's all about who shows up, and you know who showed up. Sentinels taking this all the way to the finale and absolutely sweeping 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, just an incredible team, but just could not figure it out today, and Sentinels had it in the bag.
And we got a dang new patch coming up, man. New patch coming up pretty soon for the game. Obviously on April 11th when Emma Frost hits the servers. So many things. I know you love talking about Shib. So, I mean, things are going to be up in the air again, dude. Like after that patch comes through, you talked about, you know, the support or the strategist nerfs that are coming through, and, you know, a lot of Vanguard changes and stuff. So many things obviously are about to change, man. So who knows what's going to happen in MRC Season 2.
Yeah, a ton of team-up changes, too, which another amazing aspect when it comes to Rivals is those team-ups. It really does shine lights on characters or heroes that may not have been in the meta before. Just getting hands-on with Wanda, for example, was Strange. Her right-click is insanely powerful now. Maybe we see a dive meta with Wanda potentially on the table. Strange getting a little bit of a nerf there, some nerfs to strategists, some changes, getting rid of team-ups. For example, like Bucky in the unlimited ammo comp. We might see a vast shift in understanding of how to play him or if he's even worth it at this level of play. That kind of stuff, just all the minutiae, all the small little details that can change the way the structure of a meta is awesome to see, and I can't wait for everybody to get in there, start playing and figuring things out. Because, you know, even in season 1 here, people were still trying to understand the game. Like, people are still learning new ways to play and finding out how strong things are. We saw Groot really take a hold there at the end, but that's just a small example. Even Rocket, who maybe people thought wasn't the strongest strategist, is now getting changed up. So much coming here in Season 2, coming up here next Friday. I'm excited to get hands-on. I've already been hands-on a little bit, and I can't wait to play more.
Yeah, I've been the opposite of you, man. I talked to you about it. I've been hands-off, but hands-on, I'm sure you are on both of these skins. I know you watched the Hawkeye Ronin thing, and You're way more marveled out than I am, Shib. So I mean, I love this game, but you're more a lore guy than I am, I think.
Sure. Yeah, we talk about looking into these skins a little bit. Hawkeye changing up to go to Ronin, getting a little bit of a dark situations, turns to a little bit of the gangster side and starts taking some lives there with the swords, getting up close and personal. So this skin, for me personally, by far the best Hawkeye skin from in my eyes, right? And then when it comes to Thor, I've always been a fan of the complete change up here, and his Lord of Asgard skin looks awesome. I personally, if I was a Thor main, would be copping it. I'm a big fan of snagging a lot of these off the rip here. So keep your eyes out for these as they are available as of today, April 4th. I don't even know what date it is.
2 days ago.
So it's out. Yeah. It took a few days ago. I'm lost here in the sauce, but we do have Moon Knight as well. Looking at the Fist of Vengeance. If you had your eyes on the Disney Plus series, I'm a big fan of it. We talk about Oscar Isaac being a perfect casting for Moon Knight. He looks great in that outfit, and it really fits the lore. But you and I have always said everybody that's playing Black Panther has this thrice cursed king skin, just dashing all over the place, hoping you've got a Namor back there to keep your team up, or a Loki. But he is a menace, and that skin is just far too cool to pass up on.
Oh yeah, far too cool indeed. Both of these skins, catch them in the shop, and then obviously, oh my God, what's coming soon? April 11th. We're all invited. We're all coming to the Hellfire Gala, man, hosted by Emma Frost. And dude, I'm pumped for April 11th, man. This Friday coming up so soon, man, so soon.
Krakoa has such a cool place in the lore for the mutants, just literally like a safe haven for them. Gonna get a new domination map there. People have had eyes on some changes to the meta very soon, like you're saying, a few days away. Obviously some early access out there to get some eyes on, see how some things will be shaken up, but nobody is gonna know the meta until everyone gets their hands on and we start seeing some changes. The Hellfire Gala we talk about beginning on April 11th. Do not be late, as we have Emma Frost of Krakoa's Quiet Council cordially inviting us to attend the grand return of the Hellfire Gala. With the timelines in complete disarray and mutant kind scattered, the White Queen reignites her annual celebration to welcome allies old and new to the Living Island. And a little fun fact, Groot can communicate with the island. Really cool. As I mentioned before, Emma being able to get into Groot's thoughts and actually hearing what he's trying to say. So a really cool shift up and just some unique stuff with the lore and how this pans out, and coming out here so soon.
You're such a pro, man. I'm just a fan, brother. I'm just a fan, man. I love. We're running you to the ground over here, Chib. You better do all this for me because you're the marble guy. So, dude, it's awesome. I'm excited as well for all this stuff coming up here. Emma Frost, I know you've been maining the hell out of her, and we're gonna see so many pro players pop off on that character as well coming up, dude. So a lot of insane stuff coming up this week for sure.
Yeah, a ton of stuff to learn. A lot of, getting eyes on these pro players play these new heroes, or how they're, the new meta, the new team ups is going to be a ton of fun. I'll tell you what, man, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you as always. These games were insanely fun, and I wouldn't have put money on the sweep like that. I know how strong Sentinels and 100 Thieves are, but that is quite the sweep at the end here, similar to what we saw in EU, man.
Oh yeah, no, same thing in Europe with the VP winning. I don't think it was the same thing in Asia. I'm going to double check real quick. Shib, fill for me while I double check.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're doing the research. Everybody in the chat who's watching right now, we appreciate you guys showing up and hanging out with us. It has been a pleasure to cast for y'all, get eyes on these teams and watch them just dominate and just play to these heroes to their full extent. It helps you learn. I'm sure a lot of people here getting eyes on some things or understanding some changes to these abilities that maybe they didn't think, or how to use them, or whether it's like ways to attack the map or strategies. All that stuff will be taken into ladder and help you all climb. And there's no better place to learn than watching the best players do it.
Yeah, it was in Asia, it was Uprise who won it all, right? Previously, Happy and Neko won the last MRC Season 0. So it was mostly the same team who won Season 0 in Asian regions. So right now, that region's also shaping up to be quite interesting. And, who knows if we see all these regions collide in a massive event, right? International event that could potentially happen. Obviously, I don't know. I mean, I'm just the caster. We're just the caster, Shib. So we'll have to see what happens in the future. I mean, it is exciting. And, for Sentinels to win over here in North America, to close it out for MRC Season 1 is nice to see, just kind of wrapping things up for Season 1 as they, have been such a storied franchise, storied team so far in Marvel Rivals.
Absolutely. You love to see the comeback, maybe from what some would see being, getting pushed down, right, by 100 Thieves and some of these other teams that have been showing up in the moment, but love to see them come around and take back this W. Been an absolute pleasure working with you. My name has been Shiv. I've been here with Dogman. Been a pleasure. Any parting words, buddy?
Nothing really. Follow Shiv on TikTok. That's all I got, man. That's all I got. That's all I got. Got a show for my boy. Got a show for my boy. That's all I got to say. No, it's been fun. We'll probably cast everybody back again for another MRI or MRC, man. So see everybody in ranked. Hopefully see y'all at the top, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some new faces in this next MRC. Until then, everybody, it's been an absolute pleasure. My name is Shib, and I will catch you guys in the next one.